through, in a family or in a country. You just got to find a way. You can't be fighting all the time. You just can't.
Okay, that's Nancy there in Florida, giving her thought on this idea of culture wars in the United States, if it's seeped into American politics. One of the things that you saw play out last month on the House side was the passage of that bill that would protect female athletes in certain sports that receive funding from the federal government under Title IX. It was after that debate and vote that Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries spoke about what he thought was the real intent of the legislation. Here's a portion of his thoughts from April.
I believe in the fundamental goodness and decency and integrity and respectfulness of the American people. And for me, this is not about politics. This is about being there for all of America's children, including transgender children who just want to be able to live and to belong and to make friends. That's something that all Americans, I believe, all decent, kind-hearted Americans fundamentally support. And the extreme MAGA Republicans are trying to sensationalize an issue that doesn't really exist in the way that they are falsely portraying. If this is about elite sports competition, let's allow the relevant organizations involved in elite sports competition to do what they do and to set the framework and the boundaries and the rules of engagement. And you know what? Many of them already have. The NCAA already has a policy as it relates to this issue. So does the International Olympic Committee. So does the Track and Field Association. And many high school athletic associations have this issue addressed. So what this is about, again, extreme MAGA Republicans doing everything possible to jam their right-wing ideology down the throats of the American people.
Again, more of that speech available at our website at cspan.org if you want to check it out there. Again, culture wars in the United States. Are they too dominant in American politics? Johnny from Tampa, Florida on our Yes line. Hello.
Yes, I like to chime in. I like to say that I'm born and raised in Tampa, Florida, and only for 30% of the people that live in Florida were raised and born in Tampa, in Florida. And the other 70%, they came from other countries or other cities or whatever. I'd like to say that everybody always say that they believe in God and God is this and God is that. But if they believe in God, why they want to take the rights of a human being? God made us all as one, and we should think as one. I think that Governor DeSantis is a sick person. I think he needs help. And I think that if he believes in God, that he should go to God and ask God forgiveness for all the wrong he has done to everyone in this state. Thank you.
That's Johnny there in Florida. A recent op-ed that appeared in the pages of the Washington Post written by contributor Gary Abernathy about the lost art of tolerance and how Americans need to rediscover it. He wrote this in part: to untangle the destructive conflation of church and state, evangelicals, the most partisan religious incarnation of white conservatives, must rethink their approach and their objectives. They have every right as citizens to participate in government, but as disheartening as our increasingly godless society can be to too many of us, neither Christian doctrine, despite its cultural dominance, nor any other religious creed was intended to be government policy. Besides, the Bible repeatedly reminds believers not to be so concerned with the things of the world. But progressive Americans must adjust too, by exhibiting tolerance for conservative social and religious beliefs rather than disparaging such views as bigoted or hateful. They must show more consideration for people who are asked again and again to reject beliefs and practices that their communities have sincerely held for generations. Yes, when the practice of one set of beliefs impedes on the rights of others, courts must sometimes intervene, and all sides need to accept their decisions, but we must be more accepting of things with which we can disagree, even if they offend us. More there from Gary Abernathy on his column, Americans Need to Rediscover the Lost Art of Tolerance. You can weave that into the conversation when it comes to the culture wars, so to speak, and if they've become too dominant in political society. We've set a line, by the way, aside for those who are not sure, 202-748-8002. If you want to pick that line, that's where Joe in Maine is on our not sure line. Joe in Biddleford, Maine.
It isn't a cultural war. It's a fact war. The Republicans lie repeatedly about everything, right, and block any kind of progressive moves of any type. They're blocking any changes to the immigration laws. They're blaming Joe Biden. They had 4 years where they were in control and did absolutely nothing. Did nothing about DACA. The wall. How many, I'll just ask you, Pedro, what's your number of how many miles a wall was actually built? Do you have any guess? But let that go.
Well, I'll go back to the idea that you called on the not sure line. It sounds like you're pretty sure one way or the other.
I'm pretty sure it's not a cultural war. It's a fact war. When senators can get up and lie right through their teeth, and face no extremities. The Attorney General, Bill Barr, perjured himself in front of Congress, and there's no results. There's no consequences. So now here we are. The very first time I called, Pedro, you were here. You know what the conversation was about? Whether Trump had his ties made in China. So I know, Pedro, cut me off.
Okay, no, I'm gonna stop you there only because I think you've strayed from the topic a bit. But Michael in Chicago, Illinois, on our Yes line. Hi.
Good morning, Rachel. How are you doing today?
I'm well, thank you. Go ahead.
The main thing I want to say to everyone is all of this stuff's going on is about race. Everybody has to understand they are decent people in every race, white, black, Italian, whatever race you are. They are good and decent people, and there are ignorant people in our races also, in all our races. So when they see people like tearing up all the cities and all this looting, they want to put all that to the Democrats. That's not democratic. That's all races of the ignorant people in our races are doing all this. And once these MAGA people stop trying to put all this madness on race, that's the problem. When those two planes ran into the World Trade Center, they didn't care whether you're Republican, Democratic, or Independent. They were attacking because we are American. We need to wake up and understand that, Pedro.
Okay. Helen Tackett from Twitter says, culture wars is low-hanging fruit for politicians to pick and use as a burning issue because these, quote, wars are easily grasped by people. Politicians avoid the solid issues of economics, AI revolution taking jobs away from people, U.S. foreign policies, and real wars. Another viewer saying the term culture war is another form of discrimination, racism, and hatred. It's just put in a nice little title like culture wars. People should be able to live as they please. Republicans divide us with all types of hatred, and they call them culture wars. This is another viewer saying it started with, quote, tolerate homosexuals, then, quote, bake the cake or else. Now, quote, porn in the schools and sex with kids and boys and girls are okay, and you're a hateful bigot. That viewer using those last two words in all caps. But again, you can express those things on our Twitter feed at CSPAN-WJ if you wish. On our Not Sure line, we will hear next from Chuck. Chuck is in Florida. Hello.
Hi there, Pedro. How are you doing this morning?
Well, thanks. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm not sure if it's too dominant or not dominant enough. The one thing I've learned in my 64 years on planet Earth here is that we're involved in a extreme battle of good versus evil. And until people start to figure that out, this could get worse. It could start to get better. But until we figure out the difference between good and evil, we're heading in a real bad direction. I think anybody who can't see that is kind of blind.
When you say good versus evil, what examples would you use of either?
What examples would I use? Good is this whole thing started when they took God out of schools. And I think we need a lot more people like Ron DeSantis standing up for good to fight evil.
Chuck there in Florida. This is Arthur in another Floridian in Winter Garden on our No line. Good morning, Arthur.
Yes, sir. The entire issue, I believe, comes down to one thing: and now this is a struggle not between conservative and liberal, but between largely rural and urban, because for many years, on the TV programs, they would try to remove any programming that had rural background, as if to say that wasn't in keeping with the America they want. Well, I believe this way, that if the person wants to follow their particular pattern, their particular attitude, don't push it on me, and I won't push mine on you.
That's Arthur there. Hey, Arthur, if I may ask, Winter Garden, Florida, would you describe that as more rural or urban within Florida? Does that impact how you your comments from this morning?
Well, yeah, when I was growing up, it was a very rural area.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Arthur there in Winter Garden, giving us his thoughts, splitting it amongst the rural and urban issue. You can add to the mix there, too, if you want to make your comments in the last 15 minutes of this segment. The term woke was the subject of a recent poll by USA Today. This came out, and you can still find it online, saying it was Republican presidential hopefuls are vowing to wage a war on, quote, woke. But a new USA Today Ipsos poll found a majority of Americans are inclined to see the word as a positive attribute and not a negative one. 56% of those surveyed say the term means, quote, to be informed, educated on, and aware of social injustices. That includes not only 3/4 of Democrats, but also more than a third of Republicans overall. 39% say, and said the word reflects what has become the GOP political definition, to be overly politically correct and police others' words. That's the view of 56% of those Republicans. This USA Today poll saying that the findings raise questions about whether Republican campaign promises to ban policies at schools and workplaces as they denounce, quote, woke could boost a contender in the party's primaries, but put them at odds with the broader public opinion in the general election. USA Today put this poll out. It was March 8th that it came out of this year. If you want to read more and interested in the topic specifically, some of you mentioning it during the course of this hour. Joyce up next. Joyce in Georgia on our Yes line. Hello, Joyce.
Hi. I thought it was ironic that you put up Congressman Jeffries' talk. He started out with extreme MAGA Republicans. Later on in that part, extreme MAGA Republicans. There's your culture war, hate and division, extreme MAGA Republicans. Why are they to be hated? Do Democrats even realize what extreme MAGA Republicans stand for? Even the president calls us extreme MAGA Republicans. They're dangerous to democracy. No, we aren't. All we want is the Constitution to be enforced, for laws to be equal for everyone, and like the guy said earlier, just leave us alone and let us live our life. We work, we pay our taxes, and then even our president is criticizing us and having people hate us. And you think that's okay?
Okay, that's Joyce there in Georgia. Let's hear from Tom in Kansas on our Yes line. Hi.
Hi. I have to go along with what this lady just said and the guy that spoke before about good and evil. I believe that we're being, stuff has been shoving down our throat, like transgenders and stuff, operating on kids or little kids, not letting them be kids. I'm 74 years old, and when I grew up, I could ride my bike anywhere I wanted to go, and there was no fear of being abducted and raped and all that kind of stuff. That's because the way things were then, but it's not that way now. So People wake up. Don't operate on kids. You know, God decided the chromosomes and our DNA. That's the way we came to this earth. Who knows what the plan is?
Okay, Tom in Kansas giving us a call. One of the things that when the term culture wars came out in a recent hearing that featured Congress taking a look at the pandemic, particularly when it came to the closing of schools. One of the people testifying was the head of the American Federation of Teachers, Randi Weingarten. She had an exchange with the member Jim Jordan, a Republican of Ohio, over these issues. Here's part of that exchange.
On page 12, I just got a minute. Same paragraph on page 12, you say most Americans disapprove of the culture wars that have saturated education policy. Who started the culture wars?
I know that when you have banning of books, like a book about Anne Frank,
let me ask you this,
like a book about Roberto Clemente, like a book about Ruby Bridges, that's wrong.
Those
things were in
those
Florida.
who think boys should compete against boys in sports, or those who think boys can compete against girls in sports, which side started the culture war? Which one of those positions?
Sir, I am talking about, when I talk about the culture wars, I am talking about things like book banning. I'm talking about things like stopping teachers from teaching honest history.
Is it starting a culture war if you think literature should be age appropriate? That's not starting a culture war.
I believe that literature should be age appropriate too.
Okay.
Again, there was more to that. You can find that hearing, by the way, when you go to our website at cspan.org. Let's hear from Les in Oregon on our Not Sure line. Hi.
Hi. All this culture and changing of life, I believe things should be let alone. And what I mean is, if you want to be gay or want to be, that's your choice, but not, I believe in not pushing it on children. Also, I don't know where they get these people that are saying that Republicans are racist because I belong to the NRA. There's all different kinds of nationalities, and they are Republicans. There's black, Hispanic, Chinese, Japanese. I don't get this. I grew up, my best friend was black. He was killed in a car accident. I was his pallbearer. And my best friends, and we were all minority.
Caller, I apologize for that, only because your connection is really degrading. So I apologize for that, but you did get your point out. Thank you for calling. By the way, before we finish this, I do want to let you know about a hearing that's not related to the topic at hand, but it is related to issues of ethics when it comes to the Supreme Court. The Senate Judiciary Committee will hold a hearing today on Supreme Court ethical standards in the wake of reports that Justice Clarence Thomas accepted trips from a Republican campaign donor and that Justice Neil Gorsuch sold land to a lawyer whose law firm has cases before the High Court. You'll remember that the chair invited the Chief Justice John Roberts to come to this hearing. He will not be in attendance, but the hearing goes on nonetheless. You can see that at 10 o'clock this morning on our main channel, C-SPAN, right after this program. If you want to follow along on our app, that's C-SPAN Now, and you can always watch on the website at cspan.org. Robert is next. If culture wars are too dominant in American politics, he says yes. From Baltimore there. Robert, good morning.
I said they're far too dominant. And here's why I say that, Mr. Pedro. You know, I think the culture war started way back during the era when they started implementing PC language. Although I'm an African American, I understand that words don't really hurt me so much. And I think that this whole culture war is really more about a subversive war between for the agenda for the very few who control the media, politics, both houses, and so forth. I think they're basically to divide and conquer us, and that's what they're basically doing. They've turned the men against women, women against men. They're toxifying the terminology between the genders. Now all of a sudden, if you're not someone who's totally comfortable with a trans person teaching your kid, you're somehow a misogynist or you're anti-LGBT. My whole thing is I'm a very conservative young man, and for my point, for the most part, is I believe in the union between the man and woman, not this whole thing where they're trying to subvert the conventional culture that's gotten us this far. So I think it's a subversive culture war, not so much about woke versus non-woke, but it's really more about the agenda of the few who are trying to dismantle this country piece by piece, and for the most part, bring us down to the point where so we'll be a third world country in all kind of respects. Thank you so much, Paige, for taking my comment.
Robert, in Baltimore, Maryland, out of Maryland politics concerning that, the announcement yesterday from Senator Ben Cardin, Democratic senator from Maryland, announcing that he is retiring after 3 terms of serving in the U.S. Senate. That's the headline from the Associated Press. Scott in Dallas, Texas, on our Yes line. Hello.
Hi, Pedro. Yes, I believe there's way too much in politics. I graduated high school in 1974, and I grew up with prayer in schools. I witnessed Bibles being passed out in math class and mandatory religious ceremonies you had to attend in the auditorium. I graduated from the Dallas Independent School District. And now in Texas, they're talking about taking taxpayer dollars and funding parochial and private schools with those dollars. And, I believe anybody should believe how they should believe. That's not my concern. But I don't like the idea of having somebody's ideology forced down my throat like the previous caller said. And in the essence of it is, there's no such thing as non-denominational prayer.
Okay. Kirk is next. Kirk in Alabama, also on our Yes line. Kirk, good morning.
Good morning, and I would say hell yes. And to the point, the media, you guys, Hollywood, advertisers, educators, everyone's pushing things called culture that I call wickedness, depravity, iniquity, sodomy. And where is the line and the limit of what should be tolerated when you consider those things as what they actually are? It's wickedness, the culture, the media, the entertainment, the halftime shows, the Grammy Awards, pushing this stuff on children. To what end? All great societies fall. America is due, as do others that preceded it, through running around with wars unnecessarily, through social depravity and failure and falling, because people tolerate too much. Where is the limit, and to what end should we continue to tolerate what everyone that's a human being that's got any kind of spirit or soul recognizes what this stuff that's called culture really is? It's destroying this country, and it's going to be no one's going to remember who or what America was when it's buried under the water of sand, like all other societies has followed down this path of allowing itself to be so blatantly wicked.
Okay. Ron is last call on this, Fairfax, Virginia, on our Not Shoreline. Hi.
Hey, good morning. This perception of war is all created by the people in charge, like many callers have said. The media, politicians, those who are just profiting off of this. I just urge all Americans, just look at your own life. I mean, we all live, work, go to school with people who are different than us. No one lives in a bubble anymore. We're so do you feel like you're at war with people that you associate with? Of course not. And so just don't be a useful idiot. Just, the war is between the people and those in charge who are just profiting off of this, of stirring up all this conflict. And
we're definitely going to be watching this. So 10 a.m. today. Make sure you're here tuning in. Outside of IRI, I'm bringing some respect here on this platform known as Kick.com. So.
All the shows that talk about it, all the publishers who write books about it.
He charges you for the C-SPAN calls too. You gotta hit these goals. Once we start growing a little bit more, start getting some actual subs, I'm gonna start doing the same thing too, folks. So enjoy the freebies while they last.
To support you because the other side is so evil. It's profit galore with the culture wars. I mean, if you just open your eyes, it's so obvious that that the rich are getting richer, and the people are just at odds with each other, and it's all perception. And so that's all I have to say.
All right, that's Ron there, Fairfax, Virginia, finishing off this hour of calls, taking a look at the culture war, and to all of you, excuse me, to participated Thanks for doing so. Two guests joining us today to talk about different topics on matters of economics. We're going to be joined next by former CBO chief economist Wendy Edelberg. He'll talk about the outlook for the U.S. economy as Washington continues its stalemate over the debt ceiling, especially in light of news that even President Biden now inviting congressional leaders up to Capitol Hill to have discussions about that. She'll join us next for that conversation. And later on in the program, we'll hear from the Government Accountability Office's Michelle Sager. She is going to discuss the latest high-risk list. It's a list that highlights federal programs.
If you're wondering what I'm doing now, I'm actually looking for some like new jobs. So I figure I might as well just
some of those programs and take your questions.
Watch some C-SPAN.
Those conversations coming up when Washington Journal continues.
Get yourself educated. This young man right here, I've seen him a couple of times on the show. Works in the back.
Dr. Edna Green Medford is a well-known historian and expert on Andrew Jackson and Abraham Lincoln. She spent 8 years as chair of the history department at Howard University in Washington. She recently appeared before an audience at Purdue University in connection with the C-SPAN Center for Scholarship and Engagement. Over the past 20 years, she has also served as a member of C-SPAN's advisory team for the network's periodic surveys ranking U.S. presidents.
Dr. Edna Green Medford on this episode of Booknotes Plus. Booknotes Plus is available on the C-SPAN Now free mobile app or wherever you get your podcasts. Since 1979, in partnership with the cable industry, C-SPAN has provided complete coverage of the halls of Congress, from the House and Senate floors to congressional hearings, party briefings, and committee meetings. C-SPAN gives you a front row seat to how issues are debated and decided, with no commentary, no interruptions, and completely unfiltered. C-SPAN, your unfiltered view of government.
C-SPANshop.org is C-SPAN's online store. Browse through our latest collection of C-SPAN products, apparel, books, home decor, and accessories. There's something for every C-SPAN fan, and every purchase helps support our nonprofit operations. Shop now or anytime at cspanshop.org.
Listening to programs on C-SPAN through C-SPAN Radio just got easier. Tell your smart speaker, play C-SPAN Radio, and listen to Washington Journal daily at 7 a.m. Eastern, important congressional hearings and other public affairs events throughout the day, and weekdays at 5 p.m. and 9 p.m. Eastern. Catch Washington Today for a fast-paced report on the stories of the day. Listen to C-SPAN anytime. Just tell your smart speaker, play C-SPAN Radio. C-SPAN, powered by cable.
Washington Journal continues.
A discussion about the economy and concerns about recession with Wendy Edelberg of the Brookings Institution. She is the director of the Hamilton Project. She's also a senior fellow in economic studies and also the former chief economist of the Congressional Budget Office. She served in that position from 2019 to 2020. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Happy to be here.
When it comes to the latest news, the Treasury Secretary releasing a letter about a June 1st deadline when it comes to the debt ceiling. Could you put this in perspective, what this letter means, and particularly the discussions that it's going to foster over the debt ceiling?
Yeah, so let's start with the fact that it's not good. So the way to think about the debt ceiling is like this. The U.S. taxpayer owes people money. So we owe investors money who have bought securities and lent money to the U.S. government. We owe federal workers money who have been working on behalf of U.S. taxpayers. We owe Medicare and Medicaid doctors money. And we have obligations to people who expect to receive their Social Security benefits. So these are all obligations that are already in place because of laws that have previously been passed by Congress. Okay, so that makes sense. And for a long time, the U.S. government has spent more than it's brought in terms of revenues, and the difference needs to be made up by borrowing. So very stupidly, Congress enacts spending laws. It enacts tax laws, and at the same time, and it tells Treasury that it has, it has an obligation to make those spending payments, but at the same time, it also puts a cap on the amount that Treasury is allowed to borrow. Those three things can't be all hold at the same time. And so now we are in a position where we have hit the debt ceiling. Treasury is not allowed to borrow any more money. And so they're moving some money around to be able to pay the bills. But it is now possible that even by early June, because of what's happening with revenues, and we're seeing them come in and they're not as strong as we had hoped, it may be by early June that Treasury does not have enough money.
And so then June 1st, a decision seemingly has to be made. President Biden now wants to have congressional leaders have these discussions on Capitol Hill, or at least at the White House. What do you think the most salient parts of that discussion should center around, considering the information we just got from Treasury?
I mean, the obvious point is that they have to raise the debt ceiling. It's a no-brainer, and I think most of the people who are involved in these decisions understand that. Although not all. I think that there are some people actually gunning for a crisis to see what would happen and who would get the blame if Treasury did have to juggle some payments and some people didn't get paid. But, at the same time, there are budget decisions that have to be made. So Congress has to make some decisions about how much they want to appropriate for defense spending, for non-defense spending for the next fiscal year. So I'm guessing that those discussions will be wrapped up in debt ceiling conversations, but they don't have time to make all of these decisions carefully between now and June 1st. So my hope is that the first thing they do when they get in the room is they say, let's raise the debt ceiling, and then let's all commit to each other to make these longer-term, harder, thornier decisions about what we want spending to be over the next fiscal year and beyond.
And that's the perspective of the president, the Democratic leaders of the House and the Senate. Kevin McCarthy, the House Speaker, having another perspective when he wants to see cuts, or at least cuts in spending before those things happen.
Yeah, I mean, what's frustrating is that there are a bunch of Republican lawmakers who have either put forward bills or at least talked about the idea of having Treasury commit to making interest payments, even making other kinds of payments, but explicitly telling them, we actually want you to postpone other payments. We want to see how things unfold if the debt ceiling binds and Treasury doesn't have enough money to pay all of its bills. That is dangerous, it's foolish, it is not good for the U.S. economy, it's not good for interest rates, it's not good for the federal budget. And so I am worried that not everybody involved in these negotiations actually has, the protection of the credit rating of the U.S. government as a highest priority.
Our guest with us until 8:45. If you want to ask her questions about this recent news and other issues when it comes to the U.S. economy, call us on the lines, 202-748-8000 for Democrats, 202-748-8001 for Republicans, and 202-748-8002 for independents. If you want to text us, you can do that at 202-748-8003. From your hat as a chief economist at the Congressional Budget Office, what's going on at that office now, considering the news that they've received from Treasury? What happens now?
So they put out information similar to what Janet Yellen just put out. They're looking at federal revenues and coming to the same determination that it may well be in early June when Treasury just the coffers run dry and they don't have enough money to meet their obligations. This is, in some ways it's uncharted territory, and in other ways it's not. Like, we feel like we've been up against this before. We've had debt ceiling near crises before, but this time feels different.
As far as Treasury, once that ceiling, if once we go, what's the plan of what gets paid first? How does that determined?
So they have not been forthcoming about that, which makes perfect sense. But if you look back at what they've done, what we have from previous go-arounds on this, it looks like their game plan will be to commit to making interest payments and principal payments on the debt first and foremost, so that there's no sense in which, if they're able to do that, there's no sense in which they would have officially defaulted, that U.S. taxpayers would have officially defaulted on U.S. Treasuries, which would be cataclysmic for financial markets. But then what they'll do is not make other non-interest payments until they delay for long enough that enough revenues come into the checking account that they can be sure that they always have enough money to make interest payments, and then they'll just make each day's non-interest payments when they have enough money. That way they don't have to prioritize between paying this federal contractor, paying that Medicaid provider, making that grant payment to a state and local government.
These come as there are various concerns over the state of the U.S. economy. From your economist view, from what you do now, how would you paint that picture? What's the current state?
So recently we got information for what happened in the first quarter, and consumers continue to spend. I'm absolutely going to come to the point about the concerns, but the information that we got for Q1, things look pretty strong, and in fact, by my lights, too strong. I think parts of our economy are still too boomy.
Oh shit.
And one of the reasons why we're seeing inflation that's still uncomfortably high.
Wow, you guys see me
the
clean my
strength
ears.
of consumer spending
But the
on its own
spare you the
contributed
indignity
almost 3 percentage points to
but the spare you the indignity
That
of
is
watching
a
me clean my ears.
very
I'll turn on my
strong
camera for like the next couple of
economy
minutes.
in that regard, and that is very strong spending.
I know how you
other
fucking
parts of the
perverts get.
economy helped to bring
want your
the
ear
GDP
porn.
number down, so that we saw that GDP grew at 1.1% at an annual rate in the first quarter. But with regards to the consumer still spent like gangbusters. It looks like going into the second quarter, things are slowing, but slowing it, I hope, in a good way. So consumer spending has been just at a torrid pace for years now. We've come off highs from, in 2020 and 2021, particularly in goods spending, but we need consumer spending to come back down to earth, and we have signs that that's going to happen through Q2.
Okay, the too boomy part,
Yes.
paint that into the picture then.
Yes. Well, so, obviously, it's not going to be news to anybody that inflation has been frustratingly high. And right now, we have a bunch of measures that all appear to be moving sideways, suggesting that inflation is stuck at around somewhere in the ballpark of 5%. That is way too high. And it's the primary reason why the Fed has been taking the action that it's been taking and raising interest rates. And there are a lot of factors that are going into those inflation numbers, but one of them has been the strength of consumer spending and the strength of spending overall. We spent in 2020, in the midst of the pandemic, our mix of spending like ahistorical things happened to our mix of consumer spending. We stopped spending on services and we went all in on goods, things we can hold in our hands and put in our driveways. And goods spending has come down, but it is still weirdly high. If you draw a line where goods spending should be, based on like what we saw in 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, we are about 5% above that level. So the way to think about that is it's roughly like if you're a seller in America selling goods to consumers, it's like Christmas, month in and month out. It's not possible for our economy to keep up with that level of demand. And so one of the reasons why we're seeing the inflation numbers that we're seeing is that sellers are facing demand that they cannot keep up with.
Wendy Edelberg joining us for this conversation from Brookings Institution. Our first call is from Remy in Maryland, Republican line. Thanks for holding on for our guests. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Pedro, and appreciate having this guest on here this morning. There's a quick, I guess, way of putting this in perspective as to what it is we're actually dealing with. When you talk about a $34 trillion national debt and the consumer spending, and the way that I'm seeing this is, if you go back to the Clinton administration, we left there, I guess, with $325 billion surplus. comes the Cheney and the Bush administration, and then we'll fast track to Iraq and Afghanistan. 750 plus military bases around this planet, supplying and resupplying of these institutions. And we keep coming back to this national debt that even at $1 trillion, I don't see 10,000 generations from now ever just being able to pay off that first part of the national debt. So just out of curiosity, what is the national debt at this point in time? And what are we going to accomplish by putting that burden back on the American people? And that would be my question.
Okay.
We value a lot of things that the federal government does for us. So the Social Security system does a lot of good, and it's extraordinarily popular. Just as one example, the federal government is a central part of our healthcare system in a way that does a lot of good for a lot of people. The federal government helps to pay for schools. It helps to pay for a broad social insurance system. It's one of the reasons why we weathered the pandemic as well as we did. And we just need to pay for those things. So in my mind, we are an undertaxed country. We have extraordinary resources that are available to pay for these goods and services that the federal government is doing for us that we value.
From Jack. Jack, Democrats line from Kentucky. Hello.
Hello?
You're on. Go ahead.
I got a question. Okay, I got a question. If Congress can't pass the debt ceiling, does it have any effect with the Social Security?
It may well.
Okay, thanks, caller. We got his point. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the game plan that is widely expected Treasury to follow is that Treasury will make principal and interest payments so that it is not actually in default on the debt, but that it will postpone making other payments until it has enough resources to make each day's payments without having to prioritize among them. And that will mean delays in payments on Social Security benefits, on pay to federal workers, on pay to doctors who have seen patients, through the Medicare and the Medicaid system, and more. And the way to think about it is if the federal government makes interest payments, but puts all of those, but delays making those other payments, we're talking about basically a 25% cut in all of those other payments. So a 25% cut in federal spending on Social Security recipients, on those doctors, on the money that state and local governments expect to get. And in fact, the cuts would probably be bigger and then mount over time if Treasury wanted to make absolute sure that it had enough money to make interest payments no matter what. But let's be clear, this is not even if this day does indeed come to pass and Treasury's not making all of its payments, this is a crisis that will quickly mount in severity. So as much as I can sit here and say, if this persists, then we'll see 25% cuts, and those cuts will mount, and people will, and payments will get increasingly delayed. I don't think this could last more than a handful of days before we see a pretty severe crisis in financial markets.
We have a viewer off of Twitter asking what your view was of the law that created the debt ceiling in the first place, and if you believe it's constitutional and comports with Section 4 of the 14th Amendment.
I am so happy to report that I'm not a lawyer. So I will not try to, I will not offer an opinion on whether or not it's constitutional. I will say it's stupid. The idea that we separately tell the U.S. Treasury that they can expect to receive revenues based on tax laws that we've passed. They have obligations to make payments because Congress passes laws, and they don't let Treasury just decide legally, pay this, don't pay that. Congress is telling Treasury, you have to make the payments based on the laws that we've enacted. And then separately they say, oh yes, but then you can't borrow to make those payments. No, it's a stupid law.
Let's hear from James. James joins us from Virginia Independent Line. You're on with Wendy Edelberg of Brookings Institution.
Good morning, Pedro. How you doing this morning? My question is, at the end of the month, if I don't have the money to pay my bills, it doesn't mean I get to write a bounce check. It doesn't mean I can go print the money off and just pay it anyway. That's in our life. Those are laws. Those bankruptcy laws, there's all of these things. If I don't make my car payment, they can come take it. Why doesn't the government have to follow any of these laws they push on us? If they can't pay their money, lay people off. I just read this morning, GM's got to lay off people because it's got to save $2 billion. Disney's laying off people. Facebook's laying off people. Our government creates these problems. And Pedro, if you could go back in your archive.
Unironically, this is the same guy that complains that when he calls the IRS to ask him a question, he's waiting 5 hours for someone to give him a response.
Every year we hear the exact same thing. Somebody comes on here and says, "Oh, it's a disaster."
The issue is not the employment thing too, and people criticize the private corporations for doing the same thing too.
So I want to draw a very stark distinction between the issues around the debt ceiling and a government shutdown. They're different. They're both stupid things that your federal government can do, but they're very different. So Congress enacts laws that keep the government open. They enact appropriation laws that tell agencies, you are obligated, because we have passed a law telling you you have to do things, you're obligated to do this, that, and the other, and we have set aside money to make sure that you are funded to be able to do that. And then there's the issue about paying bills for past obligations. The issues around the debt ceiling are paying the bills for past obligations. Congress still has laws in place for this fiscal year saying this is what the federal government, indeed, not just can do, but has to do, because Congress has told the federal government that it has to do the following things. And so Treasury doesn't have the authority to just willy-nilly say, you know what, I'm going to shut down this agency. I'm going to tell that defense group that they shouldn't be working. I'm going to save money by not paying those people. You don't want Treasury to have that ability. Congress has that ability. And in fact, Congress has told those agencies that they have to work. So if the debt ceiling binds and Treasury's not able to pay the bills, that doesn't mean that the government shuts down. It just means that the workers don't get paid.
In the overall economy, we asked you about the
I'm actually glad she's here. She's absolutely amazing.
Has a set meeting for today and tomorrow. The Wall Street Journal and other people expecting another interest rate hike. Tell us potentially what could happen if that hike does take place.
So it is widely expected. I think it would be a huge shock to markets if the Federal Reserve didn't raise interest rates by a quarter percentage point. I think what all eyes are going to be is what statement comes with that information about forward guidance. Does the Fed hint that with the information that they have in hand, this might be the end of hikes for a while? Does it hint that with the information it has in hand, it thinks that there are maybe 1 or 2 hikes still to come? They will, for sure, very appropriately leave themselves room in that statement, because everything that they've been doing has been data dependent, not just on what they're seeing in the real economy, but what they're seeing in the financial system. But for the most part, when it comes to economic information, we have the same information that the Federal Reserve has, but it's safe to assume that the Federal Reserve has information we don't have about what's happening in the financial system and what's happening in the banking system more specifically. And so there will be a lot of attention on what they hint about what is to come for monetary policy in their minds.
What's the primary sources of information that the Federal Reserve Chief looks to when determining these things?
Oh, geez. I mean, it's so, first and foremost, they have been laser focused on inflation. I'm guessing that does not come as a surprise. And indeed, there are even particular measures of inflation that they've been particularly focused on. But they're looking broadly, and then they're drilling down on particular measures. But they're also, I'm guessing, quite focused on what's happening in the real economy. The labor market has been incredibly strong and unsustainably strong, in my mind. So if you look at what we know about our population growth, what we know about like long-term trends in labor force participation, and you compare that to the hiring that we've seen, the rate of hiring is about 3 times higher than is sustainable. So to get from point A to point B, the labor market just has to slow. I don't want to say it's math, because that sounds, well, I know exactly how it sounds, but it's not sustainable. And so each piece of information that the Federal Reserve is getting about the labor market, I have absolutely no doubt it's pouring over. But then there are other parts of the economy that they're looking closely at. One of the first places where we see monetary policy typically have an effect on the economy is in the housing market. And this cycle has not been an exception to that. So they've been seeing what's happening to mortgage rates. They're looking at what's happening to people's ability and desire to refinance their homes, to take out cash from their homes, what's happening to house prices, what's happening to housing starts. So they're looking broadly at the housing sector, partly because that tells them about how healthy households' balance sheets are and how healthy that sector is just specifically, but also because it's a bellwether of what the effect has been of monetary policy, and they can see if things are following like a historical playbook of what's to come. But I could keep going. This is my favorite topic. We can go through all the sectors one by one. But
well, before we take call, you're the director of the Hamilton Project at the Brookings Institution. What is that?
I'm so glad you asked. So the Hamilton Project, a lot of what we do, you'd think that I would have like a much faster explanation, but now I have to pivot. Economy, Hamilton Project. Okay, so we work largely with academics and other experts, other scholars across a wide variety of fields, and we say to them, okay, you've studied this for a long time, you know all about this problem, let's work with you to come up with what policy proposal you want to put in front of policymakers to fix that problem. And then we work with them mostly just to help them communicate their best ideas to get them in front of policymakers, so that when policymakers are making decisions, they have the best, most cutting edge and most useful research in front of them. So that's a lot of what we do. And we do that with the eye towards both making the economy stronger, but also making sure that that economic growth is widely shared. And so everything that we're doing is through the lens of both a strong and resilient economy, but also an equitable economy.
Let's hear from Mark. Mark in Oklahoma, independent line for Wendy Edelberg.
Yes, why don't they just make cannabis illegal and tax it?
I don't think I heard the question quite.
I think he was arguing for making cannabis illegal and taxing it.
Illegal?
Illegal.
Oh, making it legal and taxing it. I think that, so I started by saying that there are many sources of potential, there are many potential
God
areas
bless these people for coming on this show and talking to your fellow Americans.
That the federal government.
Well, these are politicians. These aren't like dumb people too. You might think they're a little slimy, especially the politicians. But these are educated people. Like I make fun of Ted Cruz all the time.
One of many areas that should
He went to law. He went to Yale.
Florida,
I want to make sure I get this right. Ted Cruz.
You're next up. Hi.
Good morning, Pedro. Good morning, Ms. Edelberg. A comment and a question. Comment being, I'm not real pleased. I've been around for a while. I'm 70. I've seen this nonsense happen before over the debt ceiling. But it happens, and I think that the Republicans have got something this time because, we talk about a budget, and, okay, we should pass a clean debt ceiling and then talk about the budget. But the trouble
he went to Princeton for his BA. He went to Harvard for his JD.
Budget, and the budget is a joke anyway.
And he served under, I think he was a clerk
I get
for...
$900 a month. So I sit down and I know what I can spend on. This isn't a budget from the government. This is a wish list. It's not, okay, we have this amount of money and we're going to spend.
He was a clerk under former Chief Justice William Rehnquist.
We want, and then we'll just borrow it to make up for it. And
he's not a dumb guy. Ben Shapiro went to Harvard Law too. These aren't dumb people. They just know the shit that they're peddling is fucking bullshit.
How we can pay, and yet in the last administration, we can pay, and the tax change supposedly brought an extra $1 trillion in revenue. Well, all of a sudden, Congress found a way to spend an extra $1 trillion. So I can understand why they're forcing it now. Something must be done. I'd like your opinion on that. And just a question. I see that you used to be part of the CBO. I've been around for 70 years. In the 50 years or so that I've been following this, I have never known the CBO's outlook to be correct. Why do we continue to have the CBO?
Okay.
Thank you very much. I'll take my response offline.
That's Lance in Florida.
All right, so there's a lot there. So let me first say there's no compelling economic reason that the government, that the federal government should that the federal government spending should be entirely constrained by revenues. There's lots of good reasons why the federal government should run a deficit, and so I know it's enticing to use the metaphor that the government should act like a household and run a budget like a household. It's not a very good comparison. And in fact, keep in mind that a lot of households take on mortgages. They borrow to educate their children.
True.
So in fact, lots of households do actually borrow from the future.
That's true.
But it's not a very good comparison. And it's entirely appropriate that the government is borrowing. The other thing I want to say is that when Congress actually does get together and passes a budget for the following fiscal year or puts in place tax policy, that is then set in law for some number of years, puts in place laws with regards to Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, those are all a budget. There really is a budget. And even when Congress says, you know what, the best we can do is just stick spending at what it was last year, because we can't do anything more clever than that, even that's a budget. So they really do have a budget. I think I'm going to leave aside the stuff about the Congressional Budget Office. There's actually a ton of excellent information on the website about the accuracy of its projections. The CBO is well aware that forecasting the economy is hard.
From Maryland, this is Deborah, Republican line.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to say, Mary, you're clearly a very intelligent and educated and experienced lady and have a good grasp on the language for all the financial aspects that are being discussed this morning. And all of us who are pushing against some of the narrative that you have will sound less informed just because we don't know the language. But I think people are starting to wake up and realize this is madness, that there's this idea, and I think you just even said it to the other gentleman, that we absolutely, as a government, have the right to borrow more money. That's a fallacy. There's actually enough money coming in each month that if we did a prioritization, which I heard you mention something earlier, I sort of only caught part of it, but we should absolutely prioritize our payments, and we can ride for quite a while. This is fear-mongering that you say, we're going to be in a crisis right away. There's enough money coming in each month for us to pay the important things, Social Security, our veterans, Medicaid, Medicare. Those can get covered, and for quite a while. We've got a few
I've always said it, time again. People don't mind paying taxes They just don't like what their taxes are being used for. They need to see that are being used for things that they deeply care about. Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security.
Ridiculous.
Those things people really care about, even across like political lines.
Our grandchildren are going to have to pay for it. I mean, it's like the bank bailouts. This rests on the working people.
Oh my God, fucking! I understand why Obama did it, because I can only imagine what would have happened if he said, "F the banks, fuck the banks," and just let them all like default, and they all go out.
Deborah, I'm going to stop you there because you put a lot out there for the guest. And
yeah, and let me first say I entirely understand your point. And so you communicated it, I actually think, perfectly effectively. And but here's the thing: the suggestion that you're making that the importance that Treasury does indeed have enough money just coming in from revenues to make the important payments. The problem with that is that Congress hasn't told Treasury how to prioritize that money, and so. The best Treasury can do is to say, and this is just a short-term solution to the best of all a set of very, very bad outcomes, is to say, we're going to make interest and principal payments, and everything else is basically going to get cut by a third. What you have in mind is you want Treasury to make the interest payments, to make the Social Security payments. Let's say you wanted to pay veterans, you wanted to pay defense contractors. What that's going to mean, so there are two problems with that. One, it's that then the other parts of the budget that Treasury wouldn't be making payments to are going to see very substantial cuts. So let's say we've left aside federal contractors. People who have done contract work for the federal government. Now you're talking about cuts to them on the order of 40, 50, 60%. Maybe you want to pay them. So then we're going to make the bucket of money even smaller for who's going to see even bigger and bigger cuts. So someone is going to see very large cuts, and these are cuts in obligations that we as taxpayers owe them. And so, but here's the other big problem. You don't want Treasury willy-nilly deciding who gets paid first and who gets paid maybe never. Congress has the power of the purse. So Congress is telling Treasury, you're just supposed to pay everybody as the obligations come due. You don't want the Department of the Treasury, who works for the president, deciding, let's fund this agency and not that agency. And we don't want it, and it's not legal. So, without a law in place telling Congress, make this payment and don't make that payment, it's not going to work.
She brought up banks, so I want to ask you real quickly about the latest news concerning First Republic, the rate of bank failures that we're seeing. How much of a concern should the public be about these rates? So
far, this seems pretty well contained. You never know what's going to come to pass, but so far so good, pretty well contained. And so far, at least I can look at each one of these failures and understand them through, particular issues to those financial institutions. So, for example, First Republic not only had a very large share, maybe I shouldn't use the word very, a large share of its deposits above the uninsured limit. And so you might think that if you're keeping $1 million in the bank or $2 million in the bank, you're going to be a little itchier as soon as that bank looks like it might turn. You're going to take your money out because it's not very costly to take your money out. So deposits that are over and above 250, even though, let me say, there's been a pretty, there's been a lot of telegraphing that by officials that even deposits well above 250,000 are implicitly guaranteed. You can believe that it makes sense that deposits that are well in excess of $250,000 are more likely to be pulled if somebody's worried about a bank failing. But also, if you look at the number of depositors that First Republic had, it was remarkably few. They had like 20. I think what I read is they had 20% of the number of deposits that would be normally be in an institution of their size. So what that tells us is that not only did they have a very high level of uninsured deposits, it means that those deposits were huge. It means that they had deposits in their bank accounts that were, roughly speaking, in something like a checking account of like, millions and millions and millions of dollars. And those are going to be depositors who are paying very close attention to whether or not First Republic might go south and pull their money and move it somewhere else. So that's not a normal, institutional framework for a bank of that size to have. So far, each one of these failures, Signature, Silicon Valley, First Republic, seems to have done something. I mean, I'm not a banking expert, but I would say uniquely irresponsible that got them into this position. And this doesn't suggest to me then broad contagion risk across the economy.
Is there a case to be made generally to raise the amount, raise the level of protected deposits from the FDIC?
Yes, though that's not a panacea. There are, that would cost money, and, that has its own trade-offs. I think there's a case to be made that these large regional banks should be more effectively regulated, even when times are going well. Michael Barr at the Federal Reserve Board was in charge of putting out a very useful and interesting and well-done report about the failure of Silicon Valley. And I think it points to improvements in regulation down the road. Regulation's hard. It's hard to tell institutions when everything's going swimmingly well and markets are saying you are nothing but awesome. It's a regulator's job to say, yeah, but. And,
They don't want to hear that.
They don't want to hear that, and it's hard. It's hard when, when the market is saying one thing and a regulator is saying another. So we have to believe our regulators.
Let's go to Michigan. This is where Dave is, Independent Line. Hello, you're next up.
Hello, good morning. And Wendy, the public has been blindsided basically on all the essentials.
I might just step away for a few minutes, guys, just to
I want your opinion.
grab some more coffee and grab another quick bite to eat. Still a little hungry.
I can't speak for the banks, but as far as would a windfall profits tax of any kind help wash out the costs of some of these essential, like fuel and living quarter allotments and everything? Can you speak on what windfall profit taxes of any kind would have influence on the economy to bring people, by no fault of their own, have been suffered by these consequences? Thanks. I'll take my answer off the air, Wendy. Thank you.
I'm sympathetic to the idea behind a windfall profits tax, because we know that, for example, oil prices rose around the globe for a bunch of different reasons over the past couple of years. And the result is that our domestic oil industry has made a whole lot of money. And but that's not so dissimilar to the fact that we all, over the course of the pandemic, and even now, as I said, really love buying things that we can hold in our hands, and seemingly at any cost, at any price. And the result is that retailers have raised their prices, and they too have made a lot of money. So I'm sympathetic to the idea of then wanting to tax some of that profit back. But like in the case of retailers, they're making profits because we want their stuff. And so windfall profit tax seems like a great idea until you start thinking about then, how people then are going to change their behavior going forward, because they're going to know that you've decided to put a windfall profit tax in your toolkit. And so it's I totally get it, totally get where the idea is coming from, but there are better ways to do it.
One more call. This will be from David. David in Pennsylvania, Republican line. Go ahead.
Good morning. You know, we keep hearing this talk, we have to cut consumer spending. Well, one of the driving factors of consumer spending is inflation. Last year it was 8.1%. The CPI report last month said it was 5.1%, when in reality, if you read the second line of the release, that was with food and energy removed. With food and energy in there, it was 7.1%. You know, people like to eat. They need food. You know, I like to eat. My family likes to eat. You know, and the major driving force in spending is transportation costs. Gasoline and diesel were up to triple of what they were in 2020. They're still more than double what they were 2 years ago under the Biden administration. Transportation costs, gas and oil, need to be brought available for the American public. And our domestic oil production has to be allowed to go back up to the 2020 levels. This administration cut our production levels, and then we turned around about Russian oil, Russian uranium, and Russian coal. What a disaster for American business. This Biden administration talks about deifying success in America, yet we're buying all these products from overseas. The state of New York is buying Indian gas and diesel, which is refined from Russian oil, thereby getting around the Russian embargo.
Okay, caller, just because we're running out of time, exactly what would you like the guest to address?
Transportation costs, oil, you know, we need to get our
domestic if that's the case, I'll leave it to you there.
All right, so first I'll quickly say I also like to eat. But I think I wasn't clear. When I was talking about how much spending consumers have been doing, I was adjusting for inflation. So I am thinking about truly how much stuff we're buying. After accounting for inflation, the amount of stuff we're bringing into our homes has been running very, very hot. So that's what I'm saying. The issues around how much money we're spending after including inflation, like that's a separate thing. I'm literally talking about how much stuff we are buying, and it's more than retailers can provide.
Wendy Edelberg with the Brookings Institution, the director of the Hamilton Project and Economic Studies Senior Fellow, former chief economist at the Congressional Budget Office. Thanks for the conversation.
Thank you.
Coming up in the program, we're going to be joined by the Government Accountability Office's Michelle Sager on their high-risk list, taking a look at waste, fraud, and abuse in federal programs in the United States. Before that, open forum, 202-748-8000 for Democrats, 202-748-8001 for Republicans, and Independents, 202-748-8002. We'll take those calls when Washington Journal continues.
Watch video on demand anytime online at cspan.org. And try our Points of Interest feature, a timeline tool that uses markers to quickly guide you to newsworthy and interesting highlights of our key coverage. Use Points of Interest anytime online at cspan.org. Live Sunday, attorney and author Philip K. Howard will be our guest on In Depth to take your calls on government and legal reform in America. Mr. Howard has written 6 books, including The Collapse of the Common Good, Life Without Lawyers, and his bestseller, The Death of Common Sense. His latest book, Not Accountable, is a critique of public sector unions. Join the live conversation with attorney and author Philip K. Howard, Sunday at noon Eastern, on Book TV, on C-SPAN 2.
Order your copy of the 118th Congressional Directory, now available at cspanshop.org. It's your access to the federal government, with bio and contact information for every House and Senate member, and important information on congressional committees, the President's Cabinet, federal agencies, and state governors. Scan the code at the right to order your copy today, or go to cspanshop.org. It's $29.95 plus shipping and handling, and every purchase helps support our nonprofit operations.
If you're you're enjoying Book TV, then sign up for our newsletter using the QR code on the screen to receive the schedule of upcoming programs, author discussions, book festivals, and more. Book TV, every Sunday on C-SPAN 2 or anytime online at booktv.org. Television for serious readers.
C-SPAN's Campaign 2024 coverage is your front row seat to the presidential election. Watch our coverage of the candidates on the campaign trail with announcements, meet and greets, speeches, and events to make up your own mind. Campaign 2024 on the C-SPAN networks. C-SPAN Now, our free mobile video app, or anytime online at cspan.org. C-SPAN, your unfiltered view of politics. Journal continues.
You can also text us in this open forum, 202-748-8003. Many of you posting on our Facebook page and Twitter feeds. You can do that before the show starts and well after that, too. Roll Call reports this morning that the Senate Judiciary Committee will host a high-profile partisan clash over the Supreme Court today when senators focus on the lack of binding rules when it comes to ethics. Sorry about that. It's the website, and sometimes it pops up, pop-ups happen. By the way, that hearing from the Supreme Court, we're taking that live starting at 10 o'clock on this network. You'll remember that Dick Durbin, the chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee, invited the Chief Justice John Roberts to come testify. John Roberts pushing off on that invitation, but the hearing still goes on, taking a look at Supreme Court ethics standards. This channel is where you can watch it starting at 10 o'clock. You can also follow along on our app at C-SPAN Now, and you can also follow along on the website at cspan.org. Again, it's open forum. We'll start with Matthew. Matthew in Dearborn, Michigan, Democrats line. Matthew, hello.
Good morning. Yeah, I'd like to talk a little bit about what you were talking about earlier about the culture wars. I need about 3 minutes. This country was basically founded on the culture wars. And I'd like to go back all the way back just before the country was founded, the debate between the loyalists and the patriots. Well, the loyalists said we can't break away from England, and the crown, you know, they said that we have to have a king. It's in the Bible, and we have to have it. Well, Thomas Paine wrote a book called Common Sense saying that, no, we should have the right to self-determine our government, that the Bible is full of superstition and dogma, and we deserve this right to self-determine our government. And that's you know, was the biggest thing that to make the country what it was. I mean, Thomas Paine, he probably did more to start the revolution than anybody.
So what it means for today?
Pardon me?
What does that mean for today when it comes to the idea of culture wars?
I think all Americans should go back and read Thomas Paine's 3 books. I mean, to understand what this guy was saying is the foundation of this country. I mean, it's just a beautiful thing this guy did. His 3 books, Common Sense, The Right of Man, and The Age of Reason.
Okay.
It explains where we came from.
Okay. Matthew there in Michigan. Let's hear from Jim in Boca Raton, Florida, Republican line. You're next up.
Good morning. Yes, sir. I'm just calling to push back a bit on the previous guest's comment. Toward the end of her interview, she was asked about windfall profits taxes, specifically on the energy industry. And
okay, go ahead.
I find that to be rich, and I would like you to have pushed back a bit on that concept. Prior to the Biden administration, this country was energy self-sufficient, and the prices of energy, like at the pump, I filled up this past week at $3.55 a gallon in Boca Raton here in South Florida. We were paying like $2.89 towards the end of the Trump administration. I'm sorry. You know, and this is not a defense of Trump. Let's just put Trump aside. But the policies of the Biden administration have been to attack the fossil fuel industry in this country. We are full of energy in this country, and that speaks directly to energy self-sufficiency and our independence from quote-unquote foreign oil. The concept of windfall profits is right out of the textbook of the Marxist-Leninists, who your previous guest I think probably leans towards a bit.
That's Jim on our Republican line. Speaking of former President Trump, Politico reporting that on their story about his recent decision, just to read to the first line, Donald Trump has decided to consort with the enemy. The ex-president will participate in a town hall event with CNN, a network he called fake and whose reporters he routinely chastised while serving in office. The event, which will take place at New Hampshire's St. Anselm College next week, will mark a major moment in the intersection of politics and the media and still nascent 2024 GOP primary. It's also the latest illustration of an aggressive media strategy that former President Trump's team is adopting. More there in that Political story if you want to read it there. From Nebraska, this is Ray, Independent Line.
I'd like to hear some discussion about subsidies, like subsidies for the oil and gas industry, subsidies for the war machine, subsidies for countries and like farming subsidies, and just where exactly does the money go and why does it go to some of these places? You know, why is our government picking winners and losers? And then, of course, it's a lot of it has to do with the fact that the ultra rich can basically buy our government, and now it's coming out that they can buy our Supreme Court, evidently. So just more discussion about subsidies and following the money. That's basically it.
The Washington Times picks up a story about the Supreme Court and a decision they've decided to take, or a case they decided to take yesterday. Stephen Dinan and Alex Sawyer, here's the headline: Supreme Court takes up case to review agency deference. They write that the case stems from a dispute between herring fishers and the National Marine Fisheries Service, which wants to charge vessels as much as $700 a day to monitor what they are catching. It goes on to say they lost the 2-1 decision before a federal appeals court, where the majority said the 1984 Supreme Court ruling Chevron versus NRDC, judges are required to give wide deference in agency decisions. In taking the fishing case, the justices have been asked to overrule the Chevron case and give judges more leeway to reel in expansive powers claimed by the federal bureaucracy. So you can expect that as the court takes it up for next term. More reporting on that in the Washington Times this morning. Joanna is from Florida, Independent Line.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes. Good morning. I represent Student Loan Justice, a group founded by Mr. Alan College in Wisconsin. He has been working for the last 18 years and still now featured in many media outlets across the country. And our message is simple. We need to have our bankruptcy protection rights restored that were taken away from all student loans. A student loan crisis, continues in this country so that's what we're working towards ultimately. Our second goal in mind would be to get the loans canceled ultimately canceled by executive order. You can go to studentloanjustice.org.
Okay, we get the point. Sinead in Illinois, Democrats line.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're on.
Okay, thank you. My concern, and I would love to hear either suggestions or from the callers or a guest speaker, is how do we get to a balanced budget? It's been a topic my whole life. I would love to see it happen, especially to pass on to the next generation. But with it's so politicized between Democrats, Republicans, that, somebody will introduce something to balance the budget. New president comes in, reverses all these tax changes that were introduced. And I don't know how we get where, it's not going to be solved in a 4-year term or an 8-year term. So, in a 20-year term, how can we all agree on something that'll get us balanced?
As far as how would you start the process of achieving that, do you think?
Oh, I'm going to give it to the next generation. I'm older, and we just didn't do a good job on it. So much bickering. I don't feel we're ever going to get there. I think I have great hope for the next generation that they're going to be thinking more clearly and they don't have all this baggage like we have, politicizing this kind of stuff. And I think that's going to really come out of a lot of the independents that are going to be smarter than what we have been in the past. So I'm hopeful for the next generation to come up to finally get us a balanced budget that they can pass on to their children, because obviously we've done a really lousy job of it.
Okay.
And we need to own it.
Okay, let's hear from Wanda next in California, Chico, California, Republican line.
Hello. I'm calling about this crooked election that we just had in 2020. Back between 2017 and 2019, the Senate had hearings about how easy it would be to hack an election through the computer voting machines. And testifying was Senator Ron Wyden, Elizabeth Warren, and Klobuchar, and several others. They were talking about how dangerous it is to have computers running our elections, but now they seem to have forgotten all about that. Our elections are totally legitimate, and it didn't happen, even though one of the computer experts was talking how computer voting machine could be hacked within 7 minutes of the election.
Okay.
And people. Okay.
Douglas is next in Wyoming, independent line.
Good morning.
Morning.
I heard President Biden and other politicians talk about efforts to reduce costs of drugs and medical treatments, but I've hardly ever heard any politician talk about obviating any drugs or medical treatments by adopting salubrious lifestyle habits. Some articles we can use to keep ourselves healthy and strong enough to live well with less dependence on government. First, by the American Heart Association at heart.org. Understand your risks to prevent a heart attack. 8 things you can do to prevent heart disease and stroke. How to help prevent heart disease at any age. Second, by the CDC at cdc.gov. Prevent heart disease. Strategies to live a heart-healthy lifestyle. Heart disease facts. Quote, heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States.
Okay, for all those articles that you're citing, ultimately, what's the message to government then?
We can help to keep our country healthy and strong by keeping ourselves healthy and strong.
Okay, Douglas there in Wyoming. The Washington Post reports on House Speaker McCarthy traveling overseas in the country of Israel, visiting with the Israeli Knesset, making a speech before that body yesterday, talking about several things. And he was asked at a press conference about if the prime minister will have an invitation to Washington. McCarthy is quoted saying, "It's been too long," he said in an interview. "If that doesn't happen, I'll invite the prime minister to come to meet with the House. He's a dear friend." Netanyahu's office did not respond for a comment. President Biden has said he has no immediate plans to offer the traditional visit of a new Israeli prime minister to the Oval Office. Netanyahu returned to power 4 months ago, a seeming rebuke for his new government's controversial push to gain greater control over the country's Supreme Court. That's in the Washington Post. On a speech that was televised yesterday, it was Speaker McCarthy talking before the Knesset, and one of those topics that came up was the topic of Iran. Here's a portion of that speech.
Iran seeks to destabilize Iraq. It wants to entrench missiles in Syria. It empowers the terrorist organization Hezbollah in Lebanon. And it is fueling a brutal civil war in Yemen. And among all this aggression, it seeks to encircle Israel with hostile forces. We cannot allow Iran regime evil campaign to succeed. To deter Iran's dangerous behavior, our nations must continue to stand together. We, the United States, integrated Israel into our Central Command and are continuing to carry out military exercises together. As long as I am Speaker, America will continue to support fully funding for security assistance in Israel.
Again, that full speech available on our website at cspan.org and also our app at C-SPAN Now if you want to see it further. In Florida, Republican line, Patrick, hello.
Good morning, and thank you for C-SPAN. I wanted to talk about the debt reduction. As long as Joe Biden and the Democrats have ink and paper, they will continue to print money, dollars, which are not backed by anything, not gold, not anything, just the words, the full faith and credit of the United States government. He'll continue to do that and weaken our dollar, lessen our dollar. We have to address this. We cannot kick the can down the road any farther. And I'm hoping that this meeting that they're going to have with the heads of Congress, that some sense will be talked into this man before we all discover that this ink and paper is absolutely worthless. And I'm hoping that something will come from that. Somebody has to deal with this. And I just hope somebody in Washington has some horse sense to do that.
Okay.
That's it.
That's Patrick there in Florida. The Politico reporting this morning when it comes to that meeting that President Biden requested with the leaders of the House and the Senate, saying that the debt crisis ceiling has arrived on President Joe Biden's doorstep and left his administration with far less time to anticipate it to solve it. But don't expect the White House to change tactics anytime soon. Administration officials on Monday insisted that President Biden has no plans to drop his demand for a clean debt ceiling increase, even after Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen's warning that Congress may only have until June the 1st to avert a disastrous default. The new calculation drastically raised the stakes of the ongoing standoff for the nation's debt limit, turning to what officials expected would be a months-long political fight into a brutal 4-week brawl with the fate of the U.S. economy on the line. Politico is where you can find that story. We told you earlier about plans by Democratic Senator Ben Cardin to step down. The Hill picks up the story about who might be interested in seat once the senator retires, saying that Democratic sources Monday indicated that 3 possible candidates lead the pack of contenders to replace Mr. Cardin. Representatives David Trone, Democrat of Maryland, Jamie Raskin, also from that state, Democrat from that state, and Prince George's County Executive Angela Brooks. Those are the big ones I've heard, one Democratic source told The Hill. Also adding that Brooks has more than anyone else been positioning herself to run to replace the longtime Senate Democrat. I've heard Trone and Brooks' names floated, a second Democratic source told The Hill. Let's hear from Bob. Bob in North Carolina, Democrats line.
Pedro, I'm trying to figure out why Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who just announced, why he's not getting more attention from the media. He's already up to 21% of all Democratic voters in the latest poll. He's running against fear, pharma, war, and censorship. And he's not getting any attention whatsoever, and it puzzles me.
I think you can see Mr. Kennedy's speech on our networks when he made his announcement to run for public office. You can check that out on the website. Also know that Republican or the presidential candidate Marianne Williamson will be on this program this coming Thursday, expected to be on this program Thursday at 9 o'clock to answer questions about her candidacy and effort to go to the White House. John is next in Pennsylvania, Independent Line. Hi.
Hey, good morning, C-SPAN. I would like to just comment on Bob from North Carolina's mention of Senator Kennedy being, not so prominent in the mainstream news media. I have seen his endorsements and, his launch video and agree with a lot of his platforms, and it'd be nice to see him up in the front pages. And when we talk about the front pages, what I wanted to call and talk about was, the problem with school shootings we have. I got 2 kids in school right now, and I couldn't imagine them not coming home today. And I feel and pray for the sorrow of all the families who have that pain. And I think going forward, for us to help solve this problem, that is once again not in the mainstream news media's headlines today, but it will be again someday soon, is that we keep these stories out of the national headlines immediately as soon as they happen, because they just want the ratings. They just want you to tune in to look at it, and it doesn't matter to those people across America in that sense. Like, this community needs our support and our healing. So going forward, I would like to see us take pride in securing our schools. I think we need to have an on-scene presence with some type of reactionary force. And it doesn't need to be someone all, militaried out from Gitmo. One responsible person can encounter these threats that's not 9 minutes out. They need to be on the scene, just like a sprinkler head in the same room as a fire. We need to have, on-scene people that are trained and capable of encountering these threats.
Okay. John there giving us his thoughts on school shootings. You can continue on as far as open forum, making that your comment or something else. 202-748-8000 for Democrats, 202-748-8000. One for Republicans and Independents, 202-748-8002. Britt is next in Silver Spring, Maryland, Republican line.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you. Go ahead.
So something that I've actually been seeing was there's a problem with Social Security and the right people getting it. It seems like Social Security has been deeming poor people as people, yes, on the street, but someone like me who has something called narcolepsy, it's very difficult to get Social Security, and I even went all the way up to Jamie Raskin's office. They had nothing with Social Security, and Social Security has not changed at all. How is someone like me with something like narcolepsy able to take care of her 3 kids? I would love to hear what former and current candidates think about this situation and what they plan to do on it.
Gene is next in Akron, Ohio, Democrats line.
Hello?
You're on.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to call about this, how they keep raising the interest rates to curb inflation, because they say that...
all right, we're on open forum now?
The inflation's too high.
Good stuff.
To cost everything up. I think...
Came back, folks. Got my coffee.
Interest rates, they're hurting regular working people and people buying houses. But if they wanted to curb inflation, that they need to start adding competition and higher productivity. When I go into hot rods and stuff like that, like Holley's bought all their competition out instead of building good products and marketing them. And,
sorry about that.
People want to buy them. It's all these corporations now. They just buy all their competition out, and they're setting the market. I got my cable bill's $350. There's no competition. When I buy parts that used to cost $100, now they're $300. It isn't because of the cost of manufacturing the bill. It's that all the competition's been bought out, and they curtail productivity. When our baby formula ran out, here we got 2 companies in all the United States that make that.
In about an hour, the Senate's going to have that hearing
to start breaking up these companies
about ethics.
They had to do with Ma Bell.
Dude, look at these numbers, man.
Back in the day, and they broke the companies up, and all of a sudden,
this is from Echelon Insight. Head to head, that's a 30-point difference. Right now, that's insane. He has if it was a head-to-head race in the Republican primary, he has 30 points over Ron DeSantis.
This is the headline from the New York Times.
That's crazy. This man's under indictment.
JP Morgan Chase acquires troubled First Republic. The situation concerning the bank.
And when you start adding people to it, Pence, Haley, Ramaswamy, and Scott, they eat away even further into his lead, and they barely take anything. They take about like 10 points from his lead.
Regulators have taken action to facilitate the sale of First Republic Bank to ensure that all depositors are protected and the taxpayers are not on the hook. These actions are going to make sure that the banking system is safe and sound, and that includes protecting small businesses across the country who need to make payroll for workers and their small businesses. And so let me be very clear. While depositors are being protected, shareholders are losing their investments. And critically, taxpayers are not the ones that are on the hook, as I said earlier.
Here is Mark in Maryland, Republican line.
Hey, good morning. I wanted to actually bring up what you guys were talking about in the 7 o'clock hour, which was
McLaughlin.
and I wanted to point out that politics is downwind from culture wars. People vote more often than not. They vote with emotion. One of the problems with our culture is that for the last 80 years, our culture has been dominated by the political left, Hollywood, academia, and the media. And what I wanted to point out was a lot of times the narrative has been changed by lies of omission. To give you a perfect example of that, a lot of young people get emotionally ginned up by the Democratic Party. They get ginned up over ideas of racism and bigotry, which of course are horrible things. But the Democrats lied by omission by bringing up Adolf Hitler as being one of the worst figures in the 20th century. What they failed to tell young people is that Hitler was a leftist. They actually make him a right-winger. All you have to do is look up Adolf Hitler's 25-point plan to realize that it reads like a wish list for the DNC. Hitler offered universal health care, a guaranteed minimum wage.
Pedro's not having it too.
And he was also going to go after the 1%. And I think we all know how that.
It was all of Fugazi, folks. It was all of Fugazi. He said what he had to say to get elected. That's all it was. And then he instituted a fascist regime in Germany.
That actually put that systematic racism.
Same thing with stuff. Same thing with all these autocrats. They bring up all these left-wing talking points to get elected legally, and they did. And then when they take over,
I would point to
they implement an autocracy.
That is the most systematically racist law we have on the books today, and that is the minimum wage law.
Okay, we'll go to Regina in New Jersey. Democrats lie. Hi.
It's hilarious.
Thank you. Just a quick response. Hitler was a liar and a fascist, and in that respect, I'd say he more closely resembles the MAGA Republican Party that we've come to know than any leftist ideology. I wanted to say that Biden will not negotiate on the national debt. I think it's important to remind Republicans who are calling in that $7.8 trillion, close to 25% of that debt, was incurred under Donald Trump's administration. This is laid at Biden's feet, and a caller earlier said that we should prioritize what we spend on, but there seems to be a failure to understand that we are an international monetary factor. There's a domino effect that will take place. Even uncertainty in our markets is enough to do massive damage to Americans. So losing the full faith and confidence of our government for Americans, if nothing else is going to happen to prove to people that MAGA Republicans are bent on destruction, perhaps that's what it's going to take for this country to see who's holding the whip hand. Thank you.
From Ed in Georgia, Independent Line.
You're here.
Hi there, Pedro. I want to emphasize the importance of free speech and the free press in this country. I tuned in. I didn't get to hear word for word of it, but I did not hear the name of Jamal Khashoggi mentioned at the president's dinner the other night. And the other thing I want to say is our precious time. The C-SPAN is so important. I tuned in the middle of the night, and there was a replay of the talk on the stage about the situation in Iran. We can't take our eye off of that. We need to stay focused on that. It needs to be talked about every day. I'm so.
As much as I enjoy this man from Georgia, let's go ahead and play this. This is a 3-minute clip from CNN.
Crisis mode, because we had already reached the extraordinary measures they were using to move money around, and now we have this new warning from Yellen that because of the tax receipts they got, what that looks like, it's June 1 is the deadline.
And the deadline has really passed. It was January 19th. That's when we hit the debt ceiling. And so already the Treasury Department has been moving money around and delaying some investments so they have enough money to pay all the bills. And what Yellen is saying is that by June 1st, there won't be enough money to pay everything. So what happens? Well, Goldman Sachs estimates that about 1/10 of economic activity just stops. 1/10 of the economy just stops when you're not able to borrow more money to continue to pay. So then what happens? Well, for sure, you'd go into a recession. That would happen pretty quickly. You would risk Social Security, Medicare. You wouldn't be able to pay all of it, right? So you'd maybe give IOUs news to senior citizens saying, you're not going to get a direct deposit in your account this month, but maybe next month we'll have some money we can pay you.
And a lot of these people, that's all they get every month.
Veterans benefits. Think also about all of the big contractors that work for the American government who then wouldn't maybe be paid. So maybe you'd have furloughs for the federal government workers. No doubt you'd have a stock market that would fall here. Borrowing costs would increase, which ironically would make it more expensive to service the debt that they're fighting about. That would be one of those outlooks. You would have 401ks would plummet, a jump in unemployment. Look, it's all just really bad stuff. And there's a lot of debate about whether June 1st is the number. Maybe you could go 2 or 3 more days. This is a discussion that in the United States of America, the fact that we're even having this discussion is completely ludicrous. These
Blame the
are
Republicans.
bills we have already paid. Congress has already authorized. They're fighting about future spending. Put the politics aside. If they don't get this figured out quickly, this is American living standards that will be smaller. I'm going to say that again. American living standards will go back in time if they can't figure this out.
And the thing is, now they're saying, okay, next week, May 9th, a week from today, we will go and sit down and meet. But they haven't even started having these discussions about what this is looking like. And it seems like that letter from Yellen kind of just hardened everyone's positions. But if you've got a home loan, what is this going to do to something like that?
So something like we would see higher rates across the board, and we've already had higher rates. But the cost to borrow would get even more expensive because of this Treasury crisis. Treasuries are the cornerstone. Our borrowing is the cornerstone of the financial system. Right? You would see knock-on effects. The dollar would probably tumble. You'd have emerging markets that could go into crisis. And one way you could look at that is you could look at a typical home loan in the United States. You'd add maybe $130,000 to the cost of financing a typical home loan. That's just one sort of real-world example. All of them are very bad examples. And we lived through this in 2011. They even raised the debt ceiling in 2011 after going right to the wire. And still we lost our credit rating. And still the stock markets fell. And still we added billions of dollars to the cost of financing our debt.
Yeah, just being on the brink itself. Yeah. It says something that as McCarthy's in Israel, this is like the main thing he is being asked about.
Yeah.
Real impacts. Christine Romans will be tracking all of them here.
That's actually pretty funny. Ugh. You're killing me, Megan, with these odds. You're killing me. Dude, in a national generic poll, this motherfucker, Biden still beats Trump by 5, but then in a poll conducted, so margin of difference. But I'm not familiar with McLaughlin and Associates, though. That's the only thing. Echelon Insights I've actually heard about before. See, I don't have Twitter. In Georgia, it's 46-41, but then it's +1 Biden Trump. AJC, not familiar with that. Not happy about that. 3 games back on the Braves, man. It's the pitching, man. The hitting's there. The hitting's there, but if the pitching can like catch up, that's the thing. So put this back up. We're waiting on that Senate hearing on ethics, on judicial ethics for the Supreme Court. I really think that barring injury, I think he's got all the tools to be really good.
Online at cspan.org. And try our Points of Interest feature, a timeline tool that uses markers to quickly guide you to newsworthy and interesting highlights of our key coverage. Use Points of Interest anytime online at cspan.org. C-SPAN Now is a free mobile app.
This game needed to cook a little bit more. Oh, whoa. What is this? A companion, or is this like a second player?
warming. What does it do?
It destroys Athia, of course.
In depth to take your calls on government and legal reform in America.
That is interesting.
Books, including
They're still making content for this.
Life Without Lawyers.
They really want this game to be good, and this was killed at.
Accountable is a critique of public sector unions. Join the live conversation.
Retweeted
with
this.
attorney and author Philip K. Howard Sunday at noon Eastern on Book TV on C-SPAN 2.
Washington Journal continues.
This is Michelle Sager with the Government Accountability Office. She is the Managing Director for Strategic Issues at the GAO. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
We'll talk about the high-risk list, as it's known as. But before we start that conversation, explain the work of GAO for maybe those who don't know what you do.
Definitely. So GAO is sometimes referred to as the Congressional Watchdog, and we work for Congress evaluating federal programs, conducting financial audits, doing investigations, sometimes doing bid protest, all of this with an eye toward more effective and efficient government. We are objective, fact-based, nonpartisan, and independent. And we make
he's just getting his name out there.
Agencies, as well as
But he's not in a head-to-head against Trump. He'll fucking lose.
To make government work better.
And to that end, you put out something called a high-risk list. How did this come about?
This high-risk list has existed for more than 3 decades.
She's right about this.
And it started in 1990 as a way to help focus congressional attention on an oversight agenda to call their attention to the areas that are at greatest risk of waste, fraud, abuse, or mismanagement, or in need of fundamental transformation. So we started the list in 1990. Since that time, we've been issuing a new update at the beginning of every new Congress so that Congress can be aware of what the core issues are that really command their attention. And as we do that, we are highlighting areas that are being added to the list, areas that are being removed from the list, and then for each of those areas, we're also showing what progress has been made. Are they meeting the requirements that we set out? Is there more work to be done? And then within that, if you go to GAO.gov, you can also see all of the underlying work that informs all of this, everything on the list. If you want to dive deep, there is a lot of detail there. You can see all the facts and figures behind it. And you can also see all of the recommendations that we have made to federal agencies, as well as areas where Congress can take action to improve government operations.
Generally, what gets a program on the list?
There are a combination of factors that go into deciding what goes on the list. So these include both
enjoy Texas as you go even more right wing,
factors. It has to be
and like your school systems get fucking destroyed by a bunch of religious fanatics. And your kids can't get into school because they know only like Bible verses. They can't function in normal society.
On the qualitative side, things that are at risk of threats to life, health, and safety, national defense, national security, as well as privacy. So looking at all of those factors in combination, as well as our ongoing oversight of federal programs, our insight, and then also foresight for things that we think are on the horizon that Congress should be paying attention to. That all goes into the determination of what is a high-risk area.
Some of the broad categories on this year's list, and they're not exhaustive, but just some of the broad ones. It would include coordination of public health emergencies being on that list, the enforcement of tax laws, management of human capital, the Defense Department's weapons acquisition, improving and modernizing disability programs on the federal level, the management of the federal prison system, and ensuring the nation's security. Starting with that first one, when it comes to
wow, he's at the Met Gala, and no, it's an actual roach.
COVID-related, or were there other factors in you looking at this?
We've all certainly lived through public health emergencies over the last couple of years, and that is a part of it. This is an area that we added kind of out of cycle, so we added it in the middle of a congressional session in 2022 because we thought it was important for Congress to be aware of this, and we also wanted to focus the agency's attention on this area. So in looking at the Department of Health and Human Services, both leadership of and coordination of public health emergencies,
onslaught, destructive agendas in their films. That changes today. That's why we launched Epicverse.
By the most recent experience with the COVID-19 pandemic, but it actually goes back more than a decade as we were looking at Zika and Ebola and other public health emergencies, as well as responses to natural disasters, where we saw the need for greater coordination both within the Department of Health and Human Services, across the entire federal government, and then also with state and local governments and private sector entities.
When it's to the larger idea of waste, fraud, or abuse, how does that directly relate then to looking at the pandemic issue?
Okay.
So looking at the pandemic issue, it plays out in a number of areas, and another area that we added kind of out of cycle in 2022, we added to the high risk list unemployment insurance benefits. This, again, is an area that we had done a broad range of work on over many years, but there was really a spotlight on this program during the pandemic because there were millions of people in need of unemployment assistance. And so as that was happening, there were a lot of difficulties in providing the administrative operations for this federal state program to provide that assistance effectively and efficiently. And unfortunately, there was also a fair amount of fraud along the way where people who did not actually qualify for the benefits were receiving those benefits. So we added that to the list last year in 2022.
I apologize. I imagine that some of the response from these various agencies, they were doing this in the heat of battle, ultimately it'll be some time before we realize what we've done as far as putting out money or things that we shouldn't have.
It's always a tension because, of course, there was an emergency and Congress had provided the assistance and the agencies wanted to act quickly. But at the same time, you really need to build in that accountability at the outset and have some kind of smooth certification system that requires documentation to make sure that the people who really need the assistance receive it and that the bad actors, the fraudsters, don't receive it.
In general, then, how has HHS or other entities done if they've put out money that shouldn't have been put out? What's the potential of getting it back? Have they told you the potential there?
It's ongoing, and so we work closely with the agencies. We also work closely with federal agencies, inspectors general, who are our counterparts at the individual executive branch agencies. And when appropriate, we also make referrals to law enforcement agencies. So some funds have been recovered. Some funds, unfortunately, probably will never be recovered, and these efforts are ongoing, both to identify fraud when it happens, but also to recover whatever we can as a federal government.
Michelle Sager here from the GAO, the Government Accountability Office, for this discussion, taking a look at their high-risk list. You can find it online. You can find it on C-SPAN's website, too, if you want to take a look at some of those categories of the list. If you want to call and ask questions about what they've discovered, 202-748-8000 for Democrats, 202-748-8001 for Republicans, and Independents, 202-748-8002. And if you want to text us a question or a comment, you can do that at 202-748-8003. One of those other categories, and it's getting a lot of discussion lately on Capitol Hill, was tax law, and particularly the enforcement of tax law. What did GAO find?
This is an area that was added to the
Oh.
So in this case, there are really two areas that we're looking at. One is something called the tax gap, which is the difference between taxes owed and taxes paid, and trying to narrow that gap so that the funding that is due to the federal government as people file their taxes is actually received. And the second area is identity theft refund fraud, where people are claiming others' refunds when they're not really their refunds. And so we've been working with IRS on a number of areas, including these, and we have a number of recommendations to IRS. The agency recently received new leadership, and so he is in place. Danny Werfel's in place as the new commissioner of the Internal Revenue Service. IRS also has a new strategic plan that is playing out as we speak. And then Congress provided about $80 billion to the IRS through the Inflation Reduction Act. And those funds will help both fill gaps that had been created through some budget crunches over more than a decade. So they've already hired 5,000 people. They have plans to hire 5,000 more this year alone. And as all of that is happening, they're also working to implement GAO's open recommendations.
That second part of the fraud, how does that generally work, or as was discovered there?
The refund fraud, there have been a number of efforts put into place. So for example, if you are a worker who has a W-2, that becomes available sooner than it did a couple of years ago, and that then allows you to file for your taxes sooner than you might have been able to, say, a decade ago. And that has been somewhat successful. Another thing that is underway is, as we have recommended, IRS is taking action on this, but there's still more work to be done in terms of digitizing paper returns, and that then allows that return to be tracked as it goes through the review process.
And to the first one, as far as the tax gap, is this just a simple enforcement of finding people who owe the taxes and making sure they pay them?
It is that, but then it's also things such as complex large partnerships where you have multiple entities that are part of a return, a corporate return. So it can be very complex, but it's also the individual tax filing as well.
Michelle Sager here for this conversation. Our first call for you comes from Cornelius. Cornelius is in Louisiana, Republican line. You're on with our guest, Michelle Sager of the Government Accountability Office. Go ahead.
Yeah, Miss Michelle. I used to work for the Federal Bureau of Prisons. I saw you have the Federal Bureau of Prisons on your list, and essentially they abused me along with the FBI. They set me up and everything. So what I want to know from the Government Accountability Office, if they use their money to set me up, is there anything y'all can do? Thank you, Pedro. Thank you, C-SPAN.
Thank you for calling, and thank you for that question. The caller talked about the Federal Bureau of Prison System Management, which is a new area that we added to the list this year. I am sorry to hear about what you have experienced, and you call attention to something that is part of the reason for the addition of the Bureau of Prison Systems to the high-risk list this year, and that is staffing.
Oh, who just followed?
Creates issues for both the inmates as well as for the staff in the Bureau.
Hey, 313 Liam, I appreciate the follow. Thank you. Just trying to bring some respectability here to Kick.
In addition to that, it's the programs that are in place through the Bureau of Prisons to make sure that as inmates.
All right, hold on. Let me pause this here real quick for you, 313 Liam. So what happened was, today's what? Today is Tuesday. I think it was Sunday. Or it was this past Monday, I essentially got botted, and I had close to like over 200 fucking followers, and I just let it happen. And the minute I hit 75, I immediately got the sub button. So then I went through and I got the sub button. I got all my payments and everything set up. So my sub button, everything's all set up and everything. So listen, I did not bot myself. I did ban all the bots. I literally manually had to do that after I let all the bots go through, and then I just banned everything. They weren't spamming like anything bad or anything like that, like racial slurs or anything like that, but I made sure to get that sub button. So I got the sub button. I banned all the bots. I think I banned all the bots. I'm pretty sure I banned all the bots. But I got the sub button. So Train, if you're watching this, and for anybody else at the high ropes at Kick, it was not me that botted, but I did take advantage of that situation. So I think, in my professional opinion, as a streamer, I should keep the sub button. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Through no fault. I think I know who actually botted me. I think it was somebody. I hate saying this about DGG, but I did have, like, on that stream, I think it was Sunday, I did have in text, like, bright blue text, because Destiny was streaming and just chatting, as I said, bright blue text on the screen, Destiny, please host me. So I think somebody in DGG saw that and just botted me so I can get the sub button. But don't get Destiny in trouble. Don't get DGG in trouble. That's just pure speculation my conspiracy hat on. But back to some C-SPAN in the morning.
We will continue to work with them as they are working.
I apologize for like the very like dry like content. I imagine it's gonna get spicy here. Believe it or not, this stuff actually gets pretty spicy when we do the Senate Judiciary hearing on Supreme Court ethics.
John's in Minnesota, Democrats line.
Yeah, I got two things concerned. I'm from a
so I'm all good though.
District, and you know,
if Train and anybody else that Kick higher up are watching though.
E-loans were.
If you can get integration with Stream Elements, I would be great. It would be greatly appreciated. That's all I'm saying. But 313 Liam, I still appreciate the follow. Thank you very much.
The mother got 20,000. The father got 20,000.
More follows, the better.
Some of that money was to go to payroll. Then they used that money to pay each other as employees. And furthermore, the bankers told these people, and they're good Republicans.
Also, for like everybody else like listening, I like watching like C-SPAN in the morning, especially when they have guests on, because they let like you can call in right now. The numbers will pop up in a minute. You can call in and be this gentleman from Minnesota. You can text too. They have text lines too. You can text. I was featured on C-SPAN as a text. It was so cool. I literally texted, and they did, and it just goes through. So there's a good chance that if you call or if you text C-SPAN, you will be on C-SPAN in the morning, like live. I'm telling you. So you should do it. If you legitimately have a question, there's senators, there's congressmen, there are people in the government that are part of agencies that you've never heard of. Let's say you just find out about them, you got a question, you can call in and ask them. You should do it. You should engage with these people. When's the last time you know that you can engage with people like this? Not really. C-SPAN gives you that opportunity. That's why I say you should support C-SPAN and like take advantage of like this thing. Take advantage of this resource.
So in a case where you or others,
they legitimately have like other good content too.
Fraud, you can certainly reach out to GAO at fraudnet@gao.gov or go to our website and you can find more information about how to report fraud. Similarly, for example, at USDA, if there's a specific fraud issue, you can reach out to their Inspector General and that will help in the process to respond.
Maybe I just type in like fraudnet.
To responsibly use taxpayer dollars.
You talked about action plans.
No, this isn't it.
Or the agencies that try to resolve these issues that you bring up. What makes a good action plan in GAO's opinion?
There are a couple of things. An action plan is one of the 5 criteria that we use as we're assessing
Government Administrative Office, Government Accountability Office.
That I mentioned to make sure that the person at the top
that's literally
and the team are dedicated to initiating action. And then you need capacity. That includes not only the leader, but also the other staff
I'll just
who are
dump this in the chat right here of YouTube.
And the management systems and the technology. And then you need to have the action plan. And that action plan needs to include goals, metrics, and a way to monitor that plan so that you see whether or not you're making progress over time. And then the final criterion that we used is demonstrated progress. So leadership, capacity, action plan, which needs to include those metrics, milestones, goals, and then monitoring all of that to hopefully in the end be able to demonstrate some progress.
Let's hear from Frank. Frank is in Chicago, Independent Line.
Hey, good morning. I had a quick question for you. Appreciate learning all this. I saw that the DOD was on the list in a couple areas, particularly weapons, acquiring weapons, financial management. They've never passed an audit, and they can't be audited. What happens to your reports as you're reviewing the Department of Defense, the Pentagon, the State Department? I kind of want you to go more into that action plan because, you know, they spend about almost $1 trillion of our money every year.
Which caller will leave it there?
So the caller has landed on some really important issues that we are focused on, and we work very closely with DOD to both acknowledge the
He's right about that too. They did not pass the most recent audit, and a lot of people, including me, and this is not me putting like a conspiracy hat on. This is me like, if you didn't pass your audit and there's money not accounted for, and when we're talking about money, I'm talking about some real fucking money, like hundreds of millions of dollars. People want to know where that money went to.
On GAO's high-risk list since its inception in 1990, and that is DoD Weapons Systems Acquisition. And there, it really gets down to the basics that are so important to any acquisition at any federal agency. Performance, cost, and schedule. And when the costs are out of control, when the schedule's not met, when the goals are not met, that signals a problem. And although progress has been made in a number of areas over the decades,
they can report on all this stuff all they want. They don't have an enforcement mechanism. Their enforcement mechanism is essentially Congress. So Congress would have to do something, and essentially then would have to go through like the office of the president.
Specifically under that category, part of it says that legislations that such as
remember, Congress always has the powers of the purse.
NDAA for 2016 and 2017 prompted DOD to take actions to improve the outcomes of
we
systems.
have a very large bureaucracy that we have here. Some people say we should simplify it. Okay, show me a simplified version for like all these like executive, all these different agencies that are here too. I got no problem with that. Simplifying government, I think it'd be better off for everybody. But show me how to do that, because I've talked about it with some people too, and they haven't been able to simplify it for me.
Write oversight letters to executive branch agencies. In this case, Congress also passed legislation, which is sometimes necessary in order to prompt that action or to allow that action to happen statutorily. And so that's what has happened here. That is good news. But more needs to be done.
What would be the recommendation from GAO? Because you do make recommendations. What would you recommend on that
Yep.
front then?
So on that front, we are continuing to monitor the efforts that are underway. We also have a report that we issue every year looking at defense weapons systems across the board, and so you can look forward to that in about the June, July, summer timeframe. And then in the midst of all of this, I also would be remiss if I didn't point out that actually this year we saw great success in terms of high risk outcomes. And so 16 of the areas on the list showed progress, and that's the most progress that we have seen in the 8 years since we've used our current rating system. So that's a good news story. And then in addition to that, we also measure financial benefits. And since our last update in 2021, we were able to record $100 billion in financial benefits. So that's incredible. And then going back a bit further, 2006 to 2022, we
So that works too. I just want to make sure like the alert appeared on screen.
in financial benefits resulting from actions
Sometimes like the
taken
alerts
on
now
high-risk
like go
areas.
off.
So areas such as defense weapon systems acquisition remain critically important. We will absolutely continue to focus on that, but we also want to acknowledge the actions taken by both Congress as well as the executive branch, and we want that momentum to continue.
There's a lot to this. Viewers, if you want to see more at GAO.gov, the specifics when it comes to the high risk report and the subcategories there too. And if you want to check it out at the website, it's GAO.gov. Let's hear from Anthony in Staten Island, Republican line. You're on with our guest.
Staten Island.
How are you? I don't envy your job. You must be real busy. But I have two quick questions. We know this administration lacks common sense and street smarts when it comes to money. But number one, where is all the unspent COVID money that has been spent? And number two, real quick, when they put their budgets before Congress, they always allocate money for certain things in that budget. And we all know it's not spent on those things. Do you follow that? I mean, if I say I'm going to spend $500 million on a certain program, but I take the money, don't spend it on that program and on other things, isn't that sort of fraud?
Thank you for those questions, because those allow me an opportunity to talk about two additional things that GAO does, and one is in terms of the COVID spending. We had responsibility under the CARES Act and then the related pandemic legislation to follow the money. So looking across the whole of government at all of the funds that were appropriated for pandemic response and recovery, and to see what agencies were doing with those funds. So we have issued those reports and continue to do so, and those often serve as the foundation for additional congressional oversight. And so I mentioned the phrase following the money. Certainly we follow the COVID money. There was also an Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act that was passed recently.
Yes.
We have a number of mandates under that act to follow the money. And then next week we will issue a product that we have
that
issued
money's
a
been
number of
dispersed to
years
the
called
states
Nation's
already, so
Fiscal
it's being
Health
held by
Report,
the states.
which really looks holistically at where we are as a nation in terms of our revenues and expenditures and what the long-term outlook is. And so we'll continue to do
If you want to know where the money is, then
work with
ask
agencies as
then
they're
ask the like
submitting
state governments
their budgets to
that
Congress.
have like
Often
held on to
Congress
that money
calls
and
on
haven't
us
like released it
to
yet.
learn more about what they're seeing in those budget submissions and understand where there are targets of opportunity for increased efficiency, and that's where they often lean on GAO recommendations to facilitate their action in Congress.
When it comes to human capital, we just saw the Biden administration make a call for people who are working at home from the pandemic largely to go back to their offices. Has any measurement been done about the impact of federal workers at home and how that's impacted
I'm not gonna lie,
overall
I was like more
efficiency?
productive. I was working at home,
Ongoing work specifically
and
on telework.
I was
We had
incredibly. I was
previously
very
done
productive
work
working
on
at home.
telework pre-pandemic.
And I had a
the
whole
current
lot more money in my bank
administration
account too
has
when I didn't have to
urged
pay for
federal
gas.
agencies to tie those decisions to
Like
performance
just to be honest with you, like
so that
I
if
saved a
people
lot
need
of
to be
money,
in, say, a customer
and my job did not require me
service-facing
to be at home too.
that they are then
There's this false narrative going
available
around
to
that you
meet with
can't
the
be
public
like
and to
productive
make
when you're
the
home.
decisions
That's
based
completely
on those
false.
criteria.
I can
So
like
we will
basically
continue to follow
I'm
that
in my own
as all
office
of
right
that
now.
plays out, and
Office
as
slash like
individual
stream room
agencies
slash
make their
like essentially like a
decisions
spare.
about
It's a
what
spare
their
bedroom,
future
but I turn it into
operating posture
an
is.
office slash
Let's hear from
stream
Harold.
room.
Harold is in
But like
Florida.
I can be very
Democrats
productive
line.
in this
Good morning,
room
you're
when
next.
I'm working because I'm getting paid, baby.
I'm concerned with all the government agencies, whether it's federal, DOD, state, or even county government. There is a structural waste situation that goes on in every single department and office. where the budget is allocated in a year, and if the money is not spent by the end of the fiscal year, each manager and director comes in and says, we need to spend this money, otherwise we're going to be taken away for next year's budget. So what's your wish list? Would you like a new oak desk, or do you need a new chair, or we've got to spend this money? So there's an incentive set into every single government agency to use or lose the money, rather than having an incentive to save the money that they didn't need to use to do their duties. And this is across every single agency I've ever seen, and I just don't understand why this isn't addressed.
That is an issue that GAO has looked at, kind of end of the fiscal year spending and any incentives that may exist for agencies to rapidly spend those dollars at the end of the fiscal year. And so that is something that we have completed work on and will continue to complete work on, as well as how agencies make their budget decisions and other related topics such as unobligated balances. So an obligation has been made, but there's a balance remaining in an account, and so then what happens? So that's an important issue and one that fits into our overall consideration of fiscal health.
The scenario he described, is it true as far, does it happen as far as the scenario he was describing?
It can happen, and so part of what we do in some of our work is go out to federal agencies and understanding the timing of their decisions and what the reasons are. There have been some cases where we have had a continuing resolution in place pretty far into the fiscal year, and so that then delays agencies' decision making as they're waiting for their final appropriations. Certainly in other cases, you do see ramped up spending in the latter months of the fiscal year, and so that is certainly an issue that we keep an eye on as we're doing our overall work looking at budgets.
What's the size of the GAO that's specifically committed to looking at this list, and how long does it take to put together, and what's involved in putting it together?
So this list is one of those kinds of projects that it's large. There are 37 areas that remain on the list at this point, and it kind of never stops because there's underlying work that is informing all of the decisions that I talked about, that qualitative and quantitative mix of factors. So as we are issuing the list, we also have other work that is underway, and we're meeting with federal agencies to follow up on our recommendations, making sure that we kind of touch each recommendation at least once per year so that we understand what is happening in the federal agency and what actions that they are taking. GAO as an entire agency, we're a legislative branch agency. We're just over 3,000 employees located in Washington, where our headquarters is, but also at 11 field offices around the country.
Let's hear from Mike. Mike in California, Independent Line.
Hi, Pedro. Hi, Michelle. Good morning. Harold stole most of my thunder. He's absolutely right. It's kind of like, you know, I think, I don't mean no disrespect, Michelle, but you're swatting at flies when this elephant is rampaging through our country. The government's way too large. They do have incentives. I'm a former auditor in the private sector a long time ago, and that's the structural problem. Is because they always spend to budget, and it's got to be stopped. You've got to come up, not so much with finding the guy who's got some money in his drawer, but you have to, the government, if we're going to control this, they have to build in incentives to accomplish goals more efficiently. They're always going to meet their budget because that's how next year's budget is set. So it's endemic to fund accounting. I'm sure you're familiar with fund accounting, but unless that gets changed, and now at this stage, our biggest risk with monetary policy is that we know Keynesian doesn't work. The government spending all this money is not helping our people.
Okay, thanks, caller.
And I'd like to use this as an opportunity to focus on what I think is a cause for hope and optimism across the government through the high-risk list. And so I talked about some of the areas that we added to the list this year, the Bureau of Prisons, unemployment insurance, and HHS leadership last year. We also removed 2 areas from the list this year. And what that reflects is our work with Congress. In the case of the Pension Benefit Guaranty Corporation, they provided additional funding for the multi-employer pension program. And and that then helped that program maintain solvency so that the solvency date is farther out in the future. And that is one way that that happens, our work with Congress. And then the other area that was removed from the list this year is the 2020 decennial census. And in that case, we had worked very closely with the Bureau of the Census as they were conducting the decennial. We had been quite clear when they were added to the list in 2017 that the rampant cost increases we had seen in prior decennial censuses were not sustainable. And so, in fact, Census was able to bend the cost curve. They now have procedures in place and a plan in place to monitor that spending for the 2030 decennial. And they, in fact, responded to all of the items that I mentioned as criteria that we use to measure whether or not an area remains on the list. Now, we don't walk away from these areas once we take them off the list. We continue to monitor, but I use those two examples of areas where we worked with Congress, we worked with federal agencies, and we saw significant progress. And then in addition to that, as I mentioned, those 16 areas on the list that showed progress, that is a good news story, as well as the $100 billion that we've seen in financial benefits since our last update 2 years ago.
This is Catherine in Maryland, Republican line.
Good morning. Thank you for all you do in C-SPAN. I'm a great believer in what you do. My question is, and I was listening to the guest, he said, and this I've heard before, the audit of the Defense Department is elusive, and I don't buy that. How could it be elusive when there's so much money being spent? I can't believe that that's not something we can get a hold of somehow. I know that Congress doesn't really mind that we spend money on defense. That seems to be a thing that nobody ever questions. But I'm questioning the fact that we can't account for it. And we're sending trillions of dollars to other places in the world, and we don't know where it's going and what's been happening to it. So I would like to expand a little bit about what she means it's elusive. Thank you.
Well, thank you for raising that, and that is something that we absolutely fundamentally agree on. Our Comptroller General is quite clear in the congressional hearings that he did when he testified before the Senate on April 20th, and then last week before the House Oversight and Accountability Committee, that it's not acceptable. And that's why we continue to work with the Department of Defense as we are seeking a clean audit opinion. And so that is work that has been underway for a number of years. It is unacceptable, and we will remain committed to making that happen.
One of the categories is federal disability programs, and GAO writes that 3 of those largest programs managed by the Social Security Administration and the Veterans Affairs Department paid about $300 billion in cash benefits through the programs in the fiscal year 2021 to 20 million individuals. This adds that
some sporting news. Apparently, the Packers and Jordan Love
timely decisions on benefit claims. Can you elaborate?
Agreed to a 1-year contract extension worth up to $22.5 million, according to Adam Schefter. 13.5 is fully guaranteed. Okay, man. All right, Jordan, it's your team now, man.
To examine those disability
Best of luck to you.
claims as well as the appeals. And of course, what that means is if you are someone who has filed for disability or you filed an appeal, as that process is taking longer than it should, you are waiting and you are in real need. And so that is a lot of what is happening there. So with the Veterans Affairs Department as well as at Social Security Administration, those are the 2 primary agencies that are responsible.
Oh, restructured Darnell Savage's deal too, the Packers.
Areas, unfortunately,
making some moves.
The pandemic, those challenges increased, those human capital challenges. And then in addition to that,
stick the landing and they high-five
is that there are multiple
they're going to be
programs
whimsical
across
when it comes
the federal
to a
government that are also focused on disability employment in some way. So, for example, there's an Office of Disability Employment Policy at the Department of Labor, but they don't have the same kind of authority that, say, a White House office would have. So as they are working across the government, they don't have the same kind of leadership capability as they might if they were at the center of government. So pulling all of that together and addressing those skills gaps as well as human capital and hiring challenges are all related to that high-risk area.
Let's hear from Phil in Colorado, Independent Line. We're just about out of time, Phil, but go ahead with your question or comment, please.
Yeah, I spent most of my career working on military bases in the Rocky Mountain area, particularly Colorado Springs, and the fraud, waste, and abuse is just rampant on these military bases. It's totally unbelievable what they waste and how it works. If they spent a little time on these bases, they would see And I've often made the comment that if I could have all the money go through a single person, that person will, and save that and have him save the money, or look at the budget, that person would walk out and just take 1%. They'd walk out of there every year as a millionaire. It's so rampant. It's unbelievable what they especially end of year, they spend like crazy just to waste it. And it's I don't know how you can say you're doing a good job in saving all this money when it's not happening. From what
caller, forgive me for that, but thank you for the call.
So the work is certainly not done. We still have 37 areas on the high-risk list. A number of them are focused on the Department of Defense, and part of the reason for that is because of waste, fraud, abuse, and mismanagement. And so we continue this work. As I mentioned, we never really stop working on the high-risk list, in that we have ongoing work where we are engaged with the agencies, trying to get their action on the recommendations, as well as consulting with Congress as they're conducting some of their appropriations hearings this month, today, in fact, in the Senate. We continue working with them as we encourage implementation of the recommendations. And certainly for anyone who is listening who does have evidence of fraud, waste, or abuse, we would encourage them to consult fraudnet@gao.gov, or in that case that you mentioned, the Department of Defense Inspector General, to report those issues.
Michelle Sager with the Government Accountability Office. She's their Strategic Issues Managing Director. GAO.gov is the website if you want to check out the report and other things. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much.
Coming up in just a few minutes from now on this channel, on the Senate side, in the Senate Judiciary Committee, a hearing taking a look at the Supreme Court and ethics concerns expressed by senators on that side. Remember, this is the hearing that Chief Justice John Roberts was invited to, and it will not be there, but the hearing still goes on. You can follow along this on our main channel, C-SPAN. You can also follow along at C-SPAN
should be enlightening,
today.
folks.
Another edition of Washington Journal comes your way at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning.
He has no obligation to go to that hearing, by the way. He has a lifetime appointment, barring like a violation of any sort of like ethics rules, or being brought before Congress for cause. Then specifically the House. Remember, the House is the investigative wing for Congress. So you got the House is the investigative wing, but the Senate controls the appointment process for the judiciary. So this should be interesting.
Guardian Games releases today, and I want to answer the question.
Oh shit! Hold on. So this should start back up. Yeah, House is the investigative wing, but the Senate has power of appointment, specifically over the judiciary as well too. So they have oversight over the judiciary, and they can call this hearing as an oversight over their power over judiciary. As far, if I'm wrong about that, just tell me. There's Graham. There's who else? There's Cruz. He's got his script. He's looking at his script and shit. This fucking beard. Remember, Durbin is the one who called this.
Gals, me Mutahar, and I'm not the biggest fan of Aiden
Little
Ross.
drama before we start.
I'm also not the biggest fan of content ID and copyright abuse on the platform. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I usually don't really.
Everyone keeps saying Hassan is suing Aiden Ross. Is he actually suing Aiden Ross, or did he just say if he keeps doing this, he's going to sue him?
Like to do these kind of call outs or really go after certain creators or really jump into it. First off, the drama really isn't something that I enjoy.
The Illuminati thing was
It's
so
not
dumb.
really-
Accused Legal Eagle of stealing the way she highlights stuff too, even though I've seen that before outside of Legal Eagle, her videos too. I saw in Vox and some other companies were doing the same thing. I think I saw CNN do it.
Tuesday morning, we are waiting for the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing to get underway, focused on Supreme Court ethical standards. This comes on the heels of reports that Justices Clarence Thomas and Neil Gorsuch may have violated current ethics rules. Chief Justice John Roberts declined Committee Chair Dick Durbin's invitation for the Chief Justice or any other justice whom he designates to appear before the committee. And
under no obligation to appear before this committee.
Court ethics reform must happen whether the court participates in the process or not. And Senator Durbin went on to say today the committee will review common sense proposals to hold Supreme Court justices to, at minimum, the same standards.
Shit, he's the senator. He's the other senator from California. I forget his name.
And the executive and legislative branches.
Really drama, in my opinion. Drama to me is like really stupid. When it comes to actual, like, tangibly, like, harmful things that are happening on YouTube, on the platform, I like to speak out about it because it leads to a larger issue. So, for me, when I talk about Aiden Ross, it's definitely because...
No, Muda does not have a hate boner for me. What are you talking about? Aiden is ruining YouTube? Come on, he isn't even that relevant. You all should just ignore him completely, and he will understand how stupid his moves are. Dude. This is not about me or other people, okay? This is not about other, like, large content creators, weirdo. That video already got 1.5 million views, okay? That video is not gonna go more viral.
I wonder why, like, if Aiden's just, like, is trying to fuck with, like, Hassan.
The Senate Judiciary Committee will come to order.
Okay,
Today, the Senate Judiciary Committee considers the issue of Supreme Court ethics reform. Being a federal judge is a position of great honor and power, but above all, it is public service.
Turn off the captions.
With administering equal justice under the law. It is critical to our democracy that the American people have confidence that judges cannot be bought or influenced, and that they are serving the public interest, not their own personal interest. Over the course of several decades, Congress and the judicial branch have created a system of ethics laws and standards for federal judges that lay out the clear rules of the road. These rules promote transparency and disclosure. They place guardrails on conflicts of interest, provide mechanisms for investigation and enforcement, and ensure accountability for misconduct. They strengthen faith in the fairness of the courts and the judges who serve on them. We are here today because the Supreme Court of the United States of America does not consider itself bound by these rules. I invited the Chief Justice to join this conversation. Last week, he sent me a letter declining to testify at today's hearing, and he said, quote, separation of powers concerns and the importance of preserving the judicial independence.
Yep.
The reality is that sitting justices have testified at 92 congressional hearings since 1960.
Yep.
And I even offered the Chief Justice the opportunity to designate someone else on the court to testify. But I'm more troubled by the suggestion that testifying to this committee would somehow infringe on the separation of powers or threaten judicial independence. In fact, answering legitimate questions from the people's elected representatives is one of the checks and balances that helps preserve the separation of powers. In his letter last week, the Chief Justice
and you want to know one of the chief reasons why he doesn't want to do it? Because he agrees with them. He said so in an interview in 2011 that the judicial canons that other federal judges, every federal judge that's below the Supreme Court is obligated to follow, also applies to the Supreme Court. He said that in a 2011 interview.
By those same authorities.
So he agrees with them.
That's
the thing.
Why justices think they should not be treated the same as other federal judges when it comes to ethics.
I'm telling you, and there's other proof that out there that shows that he actually agrees with Durbin. That the current Chief Justice John Roberts actually agrees with Dick Durbin. That they need their own separate or to follow the current judicial canons. But other federal judges are obligated by because he agrees with them. But politically, he can't say that out loud because he'll get fucked. Which I don't get though. Like he has a lifetime appointment
from a billionaire with interest before the court.
I think it's probably like an internal matter too with the other like conservative justices.
Under the court's ethics principles.
If I was him, I would if it gets like that hot, I would just resign. I would resign, retire, whatever the appropriate word is, fuck over the conservatives and the Republicans, and say, Biden, put the farthest left judge you can find on the court.
For a justice's mother's home also seems to be an acceptable example because the justice
You control the Senate,
insists that he lost
so-
money in the transaction. How low can the court go?
You control the Senate.
One of our witnesses today is going to say that what I just described to you is hallucinating misconduct. I think it's pretty clear to most objective people this is not the ordinary course of business, nor should it be a standard for those of us in public service. We wouldn't tolerate this from a city council member or an alderman. It falls short of ethical standards we expect of any public servant in America. And yet the Supreme Court won't even acknowledge it's a problem. The Chief Justice's letter doesn't mention it. Meanwhile, the rest of the federal judiciary and the executive and legislative branches have codes of conduct designed to prevent even the appearance of fraud, abuse, or corruption. As this chart tells us, the Supreme Court is an outlier on the basics. This is untenable. Ethics cannot simply be left to the discretion of the nation's highest court. The court should have a code of conduct with clear and enforceable rules, so both justices and the American people know when conduct crosses the line. The highest court in the land should not have the lowest ethical standards. That reality is driving a crisis in public confidence in the Supreme Court. The status quo must change. For those who might suggest that my concern is driven by judicial activism against the current court's conservative philosophy, I and other members of this committee wrote the Chief Justice 11 years ago and urged the court to adopt a code of conduct. I'm going to put the copy of that letter from February 13th, 2012 into the record. The Supreme Court should step up and fix this themselves. For years, they've refused. And because the court will not act, Congress must. Today, we'll hear from a panel of expert witnesses about the kinds of reforms that are needed. And let's be clear, Congress not only has the authority to legislate in this area, but the responsibility. Taxpayers' dollars pay for our federal judiciary, including the Supreme Court. And Congress passes
be right back,
many laws that
everybody.
shape the High Court, from the annual spending bills that pay the justice salaries to the federal statute that establishes the words of the oath of office the justices take. I appreciate the Chief Justice responding to my letters and responding to questions from my Democratic colleagues that I sent about the statement of principles, but the answers we received further highlight the need for meaningful Supreme Court ethics reform. We have the right and rationale to enact such reform, and that's what we will pursue. I want to say that this hearing is being held jointly with the full committee and the subcommittee on courts chaired by Senator Whitehouse, who will join with Senator Kennedy, I believe, in making opening statements. At this time, though, I turn it over to the ranking
So I heard
member,
like an
Senator
alarm, but that was my smoke alarm there for a second.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too have expressed a desire for the court to be more transparent, to have rules that the public can relate to. I think we've been talking about that for quite a while. I've never suggested that the Congress should take over the court's ability to regulate itself. I do not believe that is wise. And the letter that was received by the committee was not just signed by Justice Roberts, it was signed by all of the judges. All of them have the same concern, not just one.
Which is a problem.
Where do we go and what are we trying to do? I think here's what you're trying to do on the Democratic side. Remember when Senator Schumer went to the court and started yelling at everybody in the court? Not everybody, just pretty much our folks. I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind and you will pay the price. You won't know what hit you if you go forward with these awful decisions. Awful decisions, we all have been in the boat of getting an outcome in the Supreme Court we didn't like. But the majority leader of the United States Senate went before the court, literally out in front of it, and threatened two judges. And
I wonder why he did that.
Seen nothing yet.
I wonder what happened
So
at
we
that
can talk
time that
about
got him
ethics,
so
and
upset.
That's great, but we're also going to talk about today of a concentrated effort by the left to delegitimize
Oh my
this
God.
court
This
and
talking
to
point.
cherry pick examples to make a point. The New York Times wrote an article a couple of days ago suggesting that George Mason Law School was up to an effort to take over the court by lavishing them with trips and influencing their decision-making process by sponsoring trips overseas while they were on break. The New York Times did not tell us about Justice Sotomayor's travel to Florence, Italy. They did not tell us about efforts Justice Kennedy took a 3-week multi-trip to Salzburg, Austria, San Francisco, Aspen, Colorado, paid for by the Aston Institute and the University of the Pacific. Justice Sotomayor and Justice Ginsburg traveled to Florence, Italy on the dime of the New York University. Justice Jackson was reimbursed by the University of California, Berkeley in 2016 and 2014 for traveling to the Aspen Institute. Chief Justice Roberts was reimbursed for travel to London to teach a class on the history of the Supreme Court to students of the New England School of Law. So universities throughout this country have been paying for trips of judges. But if you read the New York Times, you wouldn't know that, would you? I can't say I read the New Republic, but this is a headline. The Democrats need to destroy Clarence Thomas's reputation. That's sort of what we're here about. Well, it's not going to work. This assault on Justice Thomas is
reimbursement of travel is different than like
it is about
purchasing a home for the mother of a Supreme Court justice where you have active cases in front of that justice.
Traditional process. Your response has been to pack the court.
Yes, I would love to have a packed liberal court. Thank you.
Except maybe one or two, or for expanding the number of judges
I would take
to dilute the conservative majority.
The current Attorney General being on the court because he should have been on the court.
Mr. Chairman,
if it wasn't for Mitch McConnell.
From our point of view, this is not going to work. You can write all the articles you want to write. You can take
we
all
will
the
continue to do
shots at
so.
Conservative justices you want to take. You can picket before their houses, and it's not going to stop people from doing their job. This is an unseemly effort by the Democratic left to destroy the legitimacy of the Roberts Court. It's put people at risk. It's put their personal safety at risk. And if you want to talk about making the court a better institution, I'll be glad to work with you in that regard. If you want to talk about destroying the court, count me out. And about conflicts of interest, Justice Kagan, who's a fine person, was the dean of Harvard Law School. She's raised $500 million for the law school. When she was dean, that's sort of her job. After she left, she's been trying to raise money for Harvard Law School. There's a case involving Harvard before the court. She's not going to recuse herself. And I'm not saying she should. I'm just saying there's a very selective outrage here. And from our point of view, on this side of the aisle,
there is no selective outrage. She should recuse herself from that case if she hasn't already. There's a direct conflict of interest being a former dean of that law school.
This is about destroying a conservative
and her
court.
Hearing a case in regards to that law school. She should resign.
Thank you, Senator Graham. I might note that the letter that I sent 11 years ago to the court was certainly not any indication of current feelings about court opinions. Another person who's been on this subject for many years is the chairman of the court subcommittee, Sheldon Whitehouse of Rhode Island. I recognize him now.
Thank you, Chairman. We are here today because the Supreme Court is playing out of bounds of the ethics rules for federal judges. Justices read the ethics rules in unique and eccentric ways. And when they're caught out of bounds, they refuse to allow any investigation.
My God, it's 10 o'clock in the whatever.
The personal hospitality problems I've been pursuing began with Justice Scalia, who took more than 7 dozen undisclosed hunting vacations. Most people
That's actually true. He's been on this the longest, next to Durbin. He's been for almost like a decade plus, I think now.
It was systematized. Some intermediary would ask the owner of an expensive resort, often a commercial property, to extend to Scalia a personal invitation to the resort. Even where the owner was someone he'd never met, Scalia treated
Listen,
as personal
this isn't just
hospitality
reserved
because
to
of
like the Supreme Court,
invitation.
to like judges that
Failed
make
to
their way
disclose the
to the
vacations.
federal courts too. It's a
Gun industry
fucking
advocates,
racket, man.
Fossil fuel folks and Republican political figures often tagged along. No reasonable reading of the term personal hospitality would cover this, but the Supreme Court let this go on for years. When I challenged the court about this practice, Exhibit 1, I got a blow-off letter. Exhibit 2. Basically, nothing to see here. So then I asked the circuit courts what they thought about this conduct. I went 0 for 13 on answers. Oh, that would be Exhibit 3. I went 0 for 13 on answers, so I then sent another letter saying I hope their silence didn't indicate some kind of coordinated obstruction. Exhibit 4. I also scheduled a subcommittee hearing. Presto, I was told the Financial Disclosure Committee would examine how the exemption was interpreted. That's Exhibit 5. Almost a year later, 2 weeks before the recent news about Justice Thomas broke, the Judicial Conference updated its guidance to clarify that this sort of non-disclosure violates the law, Exhibit 6. I have no evidence that any federal judge outside the Supreme Court ever used the personal invitation trick, and the Judicial Conference, made up of other judges, firmly shut it down. Regular judges would be loath to use that trick because a complaint about it would go into a proper process and would be investigated and measured against the law and the ethics code, and a conclusion would be reached, and that conclusion could be embarrassing.
Yep.
Only Supreme Court justices refuse to allow their conduct to be investigated or reviewed. My bill would fix that. Here's an example of the no investigations problem. The key fact to determine whether Justice Thomas was bound by law to recuse himself from the first January 6th committee case was what he knew about his wife's insurrection activities and when he knew it. On that fact, the lawfulness of his initial recusal decision turns. Yet Thomas has never been officially asked that question. It's a cover-up in plain view. The Supreme Court alone among federal courts is okay with that. My bill would fix that. Which brings us to Justice Thomas's recent non-disclosure of supposed personal hospitality from a right-wing billionaire and its problems. First problem, private jet travel is not in the personal hospitality exemption, which is limited to food, lodging, and entertainment. Exhibit 7. Some textualist, by the way. Second problem, Thomas said it was okay because he'd asked colleagues. But that Financial Disclosure Committee, it's there to ask about financial disclosure. Setting aside that its name should give a clue, Thomas knew the committee existed because concerns about his yacht and jet travel gifts from this billionaire were referred there in 2011, after some of these gifts were first revealed in this New York Times story, Exhibit 9. Third problem, there's no legal way not to disclose the property acquisition in Georgia. Fourth problem, some of this personal hospitality involved people dedicated to turning the court into a tool for right-wing billionaires, namely Leonard Leo. This guy doesn't have business before the court, his business is the court. This disclosure mess has again been referred to the Financial Disclosure Committee, which raises the question.
White House bringing the receipts with pictures.
The same billionaire's gifts to Thomas of yacht and jet travel. The rules seem to require the committee to report its findings to the Judicial Conference. The records of the Judicial Conference are public. And
Preach, White House, preach!
The Judicial Conference contain no mention of any such report. So what became of the 2011 referral? Did anyone intervene? Is the committee still considering the 2011 referral more than a decade later? There is much yet to learn, which is why last week I sent a letter to the courts asking for further answers. Exhibit 10. 3 things are needed to fix all this: better enforcement, better recusal rules, and better disclosures. My bill would do all 3. I thank Chairman Durbin for this joint hearing and look forward to getting to the bottom of this mess. Until there is an honest ethics process at the Supreme Court, these messes will continue. The court has conclusively proven that it cannot police itself. Nemo judex in sua causa. I ask unanimous consent that my exhibits be made part of the record.
Without objection. We now will hear from Ranking Member of the Course Subcommittee, Senator Kennedy of Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Americans may be poorer under the Biden administration, but they are not stupid. They know what's going on here.
Jesus Christ.
I remember the Democratic leader's words of March 4th, 2020, on the steps of the United States Supreme Court, like they were yesterday. I want to tell you, Gorsuch, he said, not Justice Gorsuch, Gorsuch. I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind and you will pay the price. You won't know what hit you if you go forward with these awful decisions. Wow. Just wow. I think Matthew 12:36 is correct. For by thy words you shall be justified, and by thy words you shall be condemned. Now, the sad truth is that some, not all, some of my Democratic colleagues have been on a crusade to undermine the United States Supreme Court's legitimacy and the credibility of the federal judiciary for years. Today's hearing is just the next chapter in their federal power grab, and they've invited cameras. It's worth remembering the very real persecution that some Democrats have levied on very good people. It started with the savage destruction of Professor and Judge Robert Bork, which even the Washington Post, for God's sakes, the Washington Post said was a case of sentencing first, verdict afterwards. In other words, they gave him a fair and impartial firing squad. Then we saw the high-tech lynching of Justice Clarence Thomas. Then, for the first time in history, they weaponized the filibuster to kill Mr. Miguel Estrada's nomination, and they also demonized Justice Janice Rogers Brown, a very fine person. When the United States Senate confirmed 3 new Supreme Court justices, which the loon wing of the Democratic Party loathed, the campaign of threats ratcheted up. You remember the
Jesus.
shout? Let's pack the court, they said. Let's pack the court. And the political threats of some of the highest officials in our government fueled physical threats against the justices, and we know that. You have released the whirlwind, the Democratic leader said. Incensed protesters took to the streets, not outside Congress, not outside the court, but outside the homes of Justice Roberts, Justice Kavanaugh, Justice Thomas, and Justice Barrett. Federal law prohibits this intimidation, but the Biden Justice Department allowed it. You will pay the price, the Democratic leader said. In that spirit, angry protesters publicized the location of the school that Justice Barrett's children attend. You won't know what hit you, the Democratic leader said. A man with a gun, ammunition, knife, pepper spray, and zip ties went to a justice's home to assassinate him. Actually, his stated goal was to murder 3 justices. Not so suddenly, the ends justified the means for activists. Even inside the court itself, the Dobbs decision was not leaked by a left-wing blogger. Why? That's worth asking. You don't need to be Einstein's cousin to figure it out. They aren't getting their way. They aren't getting their way, so they want to change the rules. But the Constitution isn't a game, folks. And now some Democrats want Congress to override the Supreme Court of the United States and apply rules to its justices. The constitutional separation of powers means that no branch of the federal government can dictate how another should govern itself. That's black letter law. Now, why? This is to protect the people from abuse. The framers insulated the federal judiciary from political control to ensure that the justices would decide cases impartially, without fear of the kind of retaliation that fills the pages of some, not all, but some left of Lenin Democrats' playbook. Do my colleagues want the United States Supreme Court to tell Congress how to police itself? Even if Congress wrote a code of ethics for the Supreme Court, the court could rightly rule that code is unconstitutional. None of the laws we make here trump the United States Constitution. What's more, some Democrats want to use the lower courts as a cudgel against the highest court in the land by giving circuit judges the power to rule on whether justices should recuse themselves. Consider the conflicts of interest and the confusion that that would breed. Unless you peaked in high school, you must know they will be breathtaking. Now, the absence of an ethics code written by Congress in statute doesn't mean that justices lack guidance or accountability. Justices and judges routinely consult the existing code of conduct, and federal law already requires recusal in certain circumstances like bias or financial interest. We all know that. The justices are also subject to strict financial disclosure rules, just like my colleagues here. Not only is this Democratic proposal unconstitutional, it is The attacks on conservative justices are targeted. They're exaggerated. The alarmism is affected. The danger isn't that rogue justices are operating without ethics. It's that Democrats aren't winning every fight and they find that reality intolerable. I've been disappointed by Supreme Court opinions too. But my Democratic colleagues should fill out a hurt feelings report and move on for the sake of the Constitution. Look, the agenda-driven story here is that Justice Thomas has a rich friend who had no business before the United States Supreme Court. For context, let's recall that history is littered with examples of public officials failing to disclose their every transaction. We can acknowledge it's required by law. It is. We can acknowledge it's the right thing to do. It is. But we can do that without maligning each justice's motives and the entire institution's credibility, for God's sakes. You know who else amended their disclosures because of inadvertent admissions? Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Justice Stephen Breyer, two good people. Justice Jackson made multiple amendments 3 days after President Biden nominated her. Not one senator brought that up during her confirmation hearings. Not one of my colleagues here walked into her hearings with the buckets of mud that they've thrown against Justice Thomas. Not one. Nor should we have. In the last month, some, not all, but some Democrats and their media allies have hyped up attempted hit pieces on every Republican-appointed Supreme Court justice except for one. They've tried going after Justice Kavanaugh for buying baseball tickets, Justice Alito for having dinner with people who gossip, the wife of Chief Justice Roberts for hiring good lawyers, Justice Gorsuch for selling land in an LLC, which he properly disclosed to a major donor to the Democratic Party, for God's sakes, who he's never even met, and Justice Thomas for having a rich friend. Justice Barrett, if you're listening, I hope you don't have library books overdue. If recent history is any indicator, you're
Jesus,
next.
man. Get to it, my guy.
Today's hearing is an excuse to sling more mud at an institution that some, not all, some Democrats don't like because they can't control it 100% of the time. And that's a fact, and everybody in this hearing room knows that. Until they get the outcome they want in every case, I fear they are going to continue to slander it in an effort to take control of it. And I pray to God I am wrong. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy. I will repeat what I've said before because I think it bears repeating. Violence against any public official, right or left, Democrat, Republican, or independent, is unacceptable. We have tried in this committee to pass legislation to make that point clear and enforceable under the law. When it comes to the Supreme Court justices and others, we have an obligation to protect them. And it was Attorney General Merrick Garland who has provided round-the-clock security for Supreme Court justices from the U.S. Marshals at their home, which I think is entirely proper. So there's no question about the bipartisan commitment to their safety. At this point, we'll introduce the three majority witnesses and turn it over to Senator Graham to introduce the minority witnesses. The Honorable Jeremy Fogel served as U.S. District Judge for the Northern District of California from 1998 until 2018. From 2011 to 2018, served as Director of the Federal Judicial Center, the research and education agency of the judicial branch, supports the efficient, effective administration of justice. Judge Fogel, served from 2004 to 2011 on the Judicial Conference.
Give me 1 second, everybody. I'm going to be right back and just turn off the webcam. I just got to do like some work on the side real quick, but I'm going to be listening in.
Kedrick Payne is the Vice President, General Counsel, and Senior Director of Ethics at Campaign Legal Center. Previously advised in Executive Branch Ethics Law as Deputy General Counsel at the U.S. Department of Energy, enforced legislative branch ethics laws and standards of conduct as the Deputy Chief Counsel at the Office of Congressional Ethics. Served clerked on the Southern District of New York, practiced law at Cravath Swain, and I want to congratulate you on your brand new baby, 2 weeks old. I can imagine how difficult it is to pull yourself away from the family. We appreciate the fact that you're here. Professor Amanda Frost is the John Ewald Professor of Law at the University of Virginia School of Law. She writes and teaches in the fields of constitutional law, judicial ethics, and immigration. She authors the Academic Roundup column for the SCOTUS blog. Prior to entering academia, served on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit and worked as a litigator for Public Citizen. Now I'll turn to Senator Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have former Attorney General Michael Mukasey. Judge Mukasey served as Attorney General of the United States from November 2007 to January 2009, where he oversaw the Department of Justice and advised on critical issues of domestic and international law. Following his time as Attorney General, Judge Mukasey returned to private practice in New York, focusing primarily on internal investigations, independent board reviews, and corporate grievance. From 1988 to 2006, Judge Mukasey served as a district judge in the United States District Court for the Southern District of New York, becoming chief judge in 2000. From 1972 to 1976, he served as assistant U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York, as chief of the Office of Corruption Unit from 1975 to 1976. He received his law degree from Yale in 1967 and his BA from Columbia College in 1963. Mr. Thomas Dupree is a partner at Gibson, Dunn, and Crutcher. Thomas Dupree is a partner, co-chairs the firm's nationwide appellate and constitutional law practice group. He is a seasoned litigator who has argued in all 13 circuits as well as U.S. Supreme Court. He's previously served as the Justice Department during the Bush administration. He served as Deputy Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Division and later became the Principal Deputy Assistant Attorney General. He was responsible for managing the government's most significant cases involving constitutional matters by virtually all of federal agencies, the White House, and senior federal officials. He has testified before Congress on constitutional matters numerous times. He is a graduate of the Williams College. He's graduated from Williams College and the University of Chicago Law School, where he served as editor at the University of Chicago Law Review. He clerked for Judge Jerry E. Smith at the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Graham. After the witnesses are sworn in, they'll each have 5 minutes to make a presentation. Then members will have 5 minutes to ask. And I ask the witnesses to please stand and raise your right hand. You affirm the testimony you're about to give before this committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Let the record reflect that all 5 witnesses have answered in the affirmative. The witnesses will be called in the order they're seated, and first will be Honorable Jeremy Fogel. Judge Fogel. Make sure you're...
Yeah, thank you. Got it. Thank you, Chair Durbin. Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Graham, members of the committee, it's an honor to be here. Thank you for inviting me. I also want to acknowledge and say how honored I am to be here with my fellow witnesses. I think we all have something to contribute to this conversation. As Chair Durbin said, my name is Jeremy Fogel. I am a retired judge of the United States District Court for the Northern District of California. I served as a federal judge for 20 years and for 7 years as director of the Federal Judicial Center. Relevant to what we'll be discussing today, I worked very closely with the Judicial Conference and its committees when I was FJC director. My primary responsibilities were overseeing policy-related research and educational curriculum for the judicial branch, including judicial education about ethical standards and financial reporting requirements. The Chief Justice chaired our governing board. I had regular contact with him and with the circuit and district courts leadership, and I'm very pleased to say I have collegial relationships with judges all over the country of all judicial philosophies. It's something that's very meaningful to me. Before being appointed as director of the Federal Judicial Center, I was a member of the Judicial Conference Committee on Financial Disclosure for 7 years. I acquired substantial knowledge of the Ethics in Government Act and its application to judicial officers, including the redaction authority that's used to protect filers and their families. So the principal point of my testimony is that I think the court does need greater transparency in the way it engages with judicial ethics. And in this, I agree with Senator Graham. I want to be clear about why I'm here today. I am not here to question or criticize the conduct of any justice, and it's not my purpose to take sides in a political debate, which is an odd thing to say when one is in Congress, but it's truly where I'm coming from. I spent 40 years of my professional life avoiding partisanship. I treasure my relationships with judges across a broad range of political persuasions. And I have great respect for the court as an institution and for the justices with whom I've had the privilege of interacting in the course of my career. I'm particularly grateful to Chief Justice Roberts for his wide counsel and steady support during my time at the FJC. From a personal standpoint, given those relationships and given the respect I have for the judges and justices, I know it's awkward for me to be here. I do not doubt the sincerity of the submissions that the Chief and the justices of the court have made to this committee. I think they are given in great sincerity. I think I'm here because I think more is needed. Over the decades, the court has been our most trusted government institution, far outpacing the legislative and executive branches in polls measuring public confidence, and that status has eroded significantly. Only a decade ago, 2/3 of Americans said they had confidence in the court, and now it's exactly opposite. About 2/3 say that they have little or no confidence in the court. And some of that erosion has had to do with controversy surrounding decisions. I think one would be naive not to say that. But there are also other factors at work. There's a persistently hyper-partisan political environment, an increasingly contentious confirmation process, the near disappearance of civics curriculum from our schools, and the pervasiveness of social media as a source of misinformation and disinformation about the law, the judicial process, and the judges and justices to whom that process is entrusted. In this fraught environment, I believe that the absence of a formal structure for defining and validating the ethical rules governing the Supreme Court justices is untenable. Too many Americans already think that the justices decide cases based on their political preferences and alliances rather than the law. Lack of clarity about the justices' ethical obligations only feeds that perception. Every other judicial officer in our country, whether state or federal, and regardless of the type of court in which they serve, is guided by explicit ethical standards and is subject to at least some degree of oversight to assure their compliance. The same is true for virtually all officials in the legislative and executive branches. While people familiar with the inner workings of the federal judiciary can read the court's submission to this committee and admire, as I do, the care and nuance with which it has been crafted, I fear that for everyone else, the processes and considerations that that submission details are a black box. How and when do the justices consult the sources described? What weight do those sources receive? Who, if anyone, not affiliated with the court is directly available to offer detached and independent judgment and advice? And most importantly, what procedures are in place to assure an appropriate degree of transparency that's consistent with the principles of decisional independence and judicial security. In his year-end report in 2011 and in his recent submission, the Chief Justice has explained how the Supreme Court differs from other federal courts and why it would be inappropriate for it simply to adopt the identical code of conduct applicable to all other federal judges. I agree with him about these points. But that doesn't mean that the court should have no formal code at all, that it couldn't adopt a modified code that accounts for these differences. For example, given the significantly greater impact of recusals on a court with only 9 members and no ability to draw upon potential replacements, the potential provisions of a modified code might identify and weigh factors for and against recusal differently. Because of its unique position in the judicial branch and the need to avoid a review procedure that might compromise its decisional independence or the security of its members, the court could designate a panel of retired judges with deep experience and unquestioned integrity to provide it with confidential advice as to whether an act, omission, or relationship raises an issue under the code. The point is that a formal code of conduct would provide clearly stated, visible rules and procedures to which the justices are expressly committed. Adoption of such a framework wouldn't make the controversies about the court or its decisions disappear, but it would be a statement to the American people that their faith in the court's adherence to core ethical principles matters. It also would reflect a recognition that given the outsized importance of their role, the justices should, in the words of former judge and noted conservative Michael Luttig, be bound by higher standards than other justices. Having seen firsthand the impressive ability of the court and the Judicial Conference to develop rules of procedure that have made our federal courts a model for other legal systems both here and abroad, I have every confidence that such an effort would produce a carefully balanced framework of high quality and would represent a significant step forward. Thank you very much for the honor of appearing before this committee.
Thanks, Judge Fogel. General Judge Mukasey, welcome back to the Senate Judiciary Committee. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Graham, members of the committee, I thank you for inviting me to testify today and to share my thoughts on issues surrounding Supreme Court justices' ethics rules and their financial disclosures. I'm a retired partner and of counsel at the law firm of Debevoise & Plimpton. The views I express today are my own. They do not represent the views of the firm. I served as Attorney General under President George W. Bush from 2007 to 2009, and as a U.S. District Judge for the Southern District of New York from 1988 to 2006. I would like to deal today with 2 topics. One is policy principles relating to Supreme Court governance. The second relates to particular issues that have become current insofar as it's possible to determine the facts from publicly available information. As to policy, I believe that basic principles of the separation of powers mean that the court, as a separate branch of government, and the only court specifically provided for in the Constitution, is solely responsible for its financial disclosure and ethics rules. Just as Congress establishes the rules that govern the conduct of its members, and just as conflict of interest statutes that apply generally to government employees do not apply to the president or the vice president. It's basic to the structure of our government that the executive, legislative, and judicial branches remain separate. It is the Supreme Court and not the Congress that has the constitutional prerogative to decide whether to adopt a formal code of conduct governing the individual justices. It should go without saying that if Congress cannot compel the court to adopt a formal code of conduct governing the individual justices, neither may Congress prescribe such a code itself. A law compelling the court to adopt such a code or purporting to impose one legislatively would violate the principle of separation of powers and would also be unworkable, inasmuch as there is no authority other than the justices themselves to apply such a code. I am told of proposals to delegate issues of recusal to individual justices, recusal of individual justices to a court employee or to a panel of retired judges. Here, my own experience as a judge may be instructive. Recusal decisions are fundamentally judicial decisions, and a judge is as much obligated not to recuse when recusal is not warranted as to recuse when recusal is warranted. This is especially compelling at the Supreme Court level, because justices cannot be replaced by other judges as if the court were a professional baseball team calling up minor league players to fill gaps in the roster. That's not to say that there are no principles and practices that in reality, in life truth, govern the conduct of the justices. As Chief Justice Roberts wrote to the chair of this committee on April 25, there is a statement of ethics principles and practices to which every single one of the current justices have subscribed. And indeed, he attached that statement to his letter. That statement itself covers the sources judges use when analyzing ethical issues in general and discusses a variety of topics, including financial disclosure and recusal in particular. The statement is more than 2 single-spaced pages in length, and I would not burden the committee with a recitation of its terms or purport to summarize it. However, the statement notes that since 1991, Supreme Court justices have followed the substance of the Judicial Conference Committee on Financial Disclosure Regulations that govern lower court judges and filed the same annual financial disclosure reports as other federal judges. And by recent legislation signed by the President, those reports are public. The statement itself notes that the Judicial Conference Committee reviews information in these reports and requests additional information when appropriate. It also provides ongoing guidance, and in March, it provided additional clarification on the scope of, quote, personal hospitality exemption to the disclosure rules. That clarification provides an easy transition to particular issues that relate to Justice Thomas. And I base my discussion of those issues on information generally available to the public. Justice Thomas has said that he and Harlan Crow have been close friends for many years, over 25 years, that Mr. Crow is in the construction business, does not have matters before the court. There's one trivial exemption to the last point, which I mention only because it shows how far some critics have gone. It appears that in one case, a business with which Mr. Crow is affiliated opposed an application by its adversary for a writ of certiorari, and the writ was denied. Such applications are reviewed and summarized by a panel of clerks, not by the justices themselves. It takes 4 votes to grant certiorari, so that if Justice Thomas had recused himself in that case, the result would have been identical: denial of certiorari. Justice Thomas has said that when accepting travel and vacation invitations from Mr. Crow, he consulted others, including colleagues, on whether applicable rules applicable at the time, would prescribe including those in his financial disclosure forms. He was advised that the personal hospitality exemption applied and that such accommodations need not be included. As the Chief Justice noted, the Judicial Conference Committee recently provided a clarification of that exemption that appears to confirm that the advice that Justice Thomas followed earlier was correct. And Justice Thomas has said that he will be guided by the new clarification and will include such travel and vacation accommodations in all future reports. In addition, Mr. Crow bought from Justice Thomas and his family 3 parcels of property in Savannah, Georgia. The Savannah parcels had included 2 rental properties, but those were torn down. Justice Thomas's mother, who was at least in her mid-80s at the time of the transaction, lives in the remaining house, which has been improved over the years and which did not have to be reported as a rental property because it was the justice's mother's home. She holds a lifetime occupancy right and lives in the property to this day. Mr. Crow has said that he purchased the childhood home of Justice Thomas with the intention to convert it into a museum of sorts to tell the story of Justice Thomas's life. The total for the parcels was $133,600.
Sure he did.
Of which a third was Justice Thomas's share. That represented a capital loss to Justice Thomas. However, because the transaction was for more than $1,000, Justice Thomas was obligated to report it on his financial disclosure form, but did not do so because he mistakenly believed that he did not have to report a transaction in which he suffered a loss. He has said he intends to amend the financial disclosure form for the relevant period. It bears mention that Justice Thomas will not be the first justice to amend his financial disclosure forms. Justices Breyer and Ginsburg are among those who have done so without so much as the batting of an eye, and no doubt will not be the last. Recent criticisms of Justice Gorsuch are also meritless. He said he sold an interest in a vacation home to a lawyer he had never met, who was a large contributor to Democrats, whose firm has litigated a dozen cases before the court, winning 8 and losing 4. The merits of these cases have not been discussed by these critics, nor have they indicated whether Justice Gorsuch wrote an opinion in any of them, cast a deciding vote, and if so, with what result. The lawyer in question says he did not know that Justice Gorsuch was the seller until an offer had been made. That's the story, period. Criticism has progressed, if that's the word, from meritless as to Justices Thomas and Gorsuch to ludicrous as to Justice Alito and others, with the claim that the Academy is exerting an improper conservative influence on the court by hosting conservative justices to teach or lecture. Apart from the history of similar invitations to liberal justices, anyone even slightly familiar with the current political climate at law schools, such that even Scalia Law School at George Mason University had to host Justice Alito by Zoom rather than in person due to security concerns. Anyone familiar with that history knows this claim is ridiculous on its face. The dark and intense criticism directed at justices over these transactions, the acceptance of trips and vacations from a wealthy close friend with no business before the court, pursuant to a since amended personal hospitality exception to the federal disclosure rules, and a property sale to the same friend at a loss, the arm's length sale of a vacation home, is impossible for me to square with the professed concern for the integrity of the court by those making the criticism. That integrity rests on the dedication of each justice to fulfill his or her oath by deciding cases on their merits as the justices see those merits, even when they see them differently from one another. That integrity remains intact. If the public has a mistaken impression that the integrity of the court has been damaged, the fault for that lies for those who continue to level unfair criticism at the court and its justices. It's impossible to escape the conclusion that the public is being asked to hallucinate misconduct so as to undermine the authority of justices who issue rulings.
It's a complete retelling of like the actual facts that were reported in those articles.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Judge. Mr. Payne.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. The purpose of my testimony is to explain how the ethical standards of the Supreme Court compared to the ethical standards of the executive and legislative branches of government. This matters because one way to understand whether ethical standards of the Supreme Court should be reformed is to first understand the ethical standards that already apply to other public officials across federal government. In particular, there are 4 basic ethics provisions that exist in the executive and legislative branches that do not exist in the Supreme Court. As a result, the Supreme Court has the lowest ethical standards in government. First, the Supreme Court does not have an internal ethics enforcement body. Without an internal ethics enforcement body, the court does not have one source responsible for providing ethics advice and for conducting ethics investigations. Justices rely on ethics advice from random and anonymous sources instead of in-house ethics experts. This leads to incorrect and inconsistent interpretations of the law. Also, investigations of misconduct are extremely rare, and when they do occur, they are conducted by court staff who do not have expertise in investigations or expertise in ethics. This leads to inadequate reviews of high-profile ethics matters. In contrast, the executive and legislative branches have ethics officials with sole responsibility of providing counsel and advice to officials and investigating misconduct. In Congress, both chambers have ethics committees that provide training to members and have the authority to investigate potential violations. In the executive branch, the Office of Government Ethics and designated ethics officials at each agency are able to provide training, counsel, and advice, while the Inspector General can investigate potential violations. Second, the Supreme Court does not have a binding code of conduct. Instead of a binding code of conduct, the Supreme Court has stated that it voluntarily follows the regulations of the Judicial Conference while emphasizing that the Judicial Conference does not have supervisory authority over the court. As a result, the court does not demonstrate a willingness to hold itself accountable for conflicts of interest or other ethics issues that are not currently codified in law. On the other hand, the executive and legislative branches have adopted codes of conduct and extensive rules that support public trust in government. Third, the Supreme Court does not have meaningful disclosure of privately sponsored travel. Because of the limited information that is disclosed with privately sponsored travel for justices, there's public criticism of potential conflicts of interest, especially based on the frequency of these trips and the recreational nature of these trips. Therefore, all privately sponsored travel by justices can fall under a cloud of suspicion, even when it's legitimate. In comparison, the other branches have strong rules to address this issue. The executive branch heavily restricts officials from accepting such travel. And in Congress, there are extensive disclosure requirements required before and after members take trips with privately sponsored entities. This includes the cost of the trips, other attendees of the trips, and the agenda. This information allows the public to determine whether there are any potential conflicts of interest. And finally, the Supreme Court does not have a compliance procedure for its recusal requirements. The concern is that the court is without a procedure for informing the public the way a justice decides to recuse or decides not to recuse from a matter. As a result, the public is in the dark as to whether the justice is ignoring a conflict of interest or has a legitimate explanation for why no conflict of interest exists. In contrast, again, the executive branch procedure for determining whether recusals are required includes public disclosure of detailed ethics agreements between the ethics lawyers and the senior official to clarify what are the potential conflicts of interest and to have a path forward to eliminate such conflicts. In conclusion, there may be room to debate specific pieces of legislation that can reform the Supreme Court effectively, but there is no room to debate that the Supreme Court has the weakest ethics rules in federal government. Ethics rules in the executive and legislative branches can serve as models to improve Supreme Court ethical standards and increase public trust in the judiciary. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you, and I look forward to your questions.
We will return to this hearing in just a few minutes. We're stepping away to keep our over 40-year commitment to live gavel-to-gavel coverage of Congress. The House is coming in for what we believe will be a brief session this morning. No roll call votes are scheduled, and then back to the hearing.
Really? You guys are going to... Okay. Okay. Can't avoid it. Sorry, folks. Yeah. They're gonna gavel in yet?
The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., May 2nd, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Andy Harris to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? You, O Lord, our God, it is you who have made us, and we are yours. We are your people, the sheep of your pasture. As we perform the duties you have set before us in the governing of our nation, as we pursue these efforts, remind us of the wondrousness of the kinship we have with you. Remind us also that we are ever in your presence, and may our hearts sing with joy and our mouths show forth your praise. Remind us that our lives are your sanctuary, and so may we live them with thanksgiving. May we enter your courts with praise. For you, Lord, are good. Your kind devotion endures forever. Your faithfulness extends beyond our lifetimes to all generations. In your grace, then, grant us reminders of your closeness to us this day. Guide us and all that we do by your steadfast love. In the strength of your holy name we pray. Amen.
Pursuant to Section 3Z of House Resolution 5, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Chair will lead the House in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pursuant to Section 3Z of House Resolution 5, the House stands adjourned until 11 a.m. on Friday, May 5th, 2023.
And the House is in a district work period that continues until next Tuesday, May 9th. Members then return for legislative business and votes. And as always, live coverage of the House here on C-SPAN. And we take you back now to the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing on Supreme Court ethics standards.
Men and women on our federal bench are of the highest integrity. Even when I disagree with the outcome in a particular case, I've never doubted for a moment that these are judges who are striving to do their absolute God-given best to faithfully interpret the laws and the Constitution of our great nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dupree. Professor Frost.
Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Graham, and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to testify today. I'm a professor of law at the University of Virginia, and I specialize in constitutional law, judicial ethics, and the federal court system. My testimony today will focus on Congress's constitutional authority to regulate the ethical obligations of Supreme Court justices. But I will begin by making a point on which I know we all agree. As a constitutional matter, the Supreme Court must retain decisional independence, meaning that the justices can never be penalized for their votes in the cases before them. But the court's decisional independence is not the subject of today's hearing. The subject of today's hearing is the justices' failure to comply with ethics legislation enacted by Congress, which explicitly applies to them, as well as Congress's constitutional authority and power to protect the integrity of the federal judiciary through such legislation. So whenever we have a constitutional question, we look to three sources typically: the text of the Constitution, its structure, and long-standing historical practice. And all three confirm that Congress has the constitutional authority to enact legislation regulating judicial ethics. The text of Article 3 of the Constitution requires the creation of the Supreme Court, but it is otherwise silent as to the structure and operation of that court, And in fact, that is importantly different from the way the Constitution treats this branch of government. Article 1, Section 5 gives this branch authority over its own rules and procedures. So the Constitution is silent as to how the Supreme Court shall be structured and delegated that task to this branch of government under the necessary and proper clause in Article 1. So back in 1789, that very first Congress quickly enacted legislation to bring the court into existence and to establish its operations. And it did so in the Judiciary Act of 1789, which has special constitutional significance because it reflects the original understanding of the framers and their contemporaries. So that act regulated every aspect of the court's operation. It set the size of the court at 6, a quorum for the court at 4. It provided the court with a budget and authorized it to hire personnel. It even assigned the justices to serve on lower courts and ride circuit around the country to do so. And finally, and most relevant today to our conversation, they required the justices to take an oath of office, and it's almost identical to the oath that the 9 today have taken, which is that they must treat rich and poor alike, and they must adjudicate cases faithfully and impartially. And just a few years after that act went into effect, in 1792, Congress established the first recusal statute, which for 75 years has also applied to the justices. In other words, as this history lesson teaches, for over 230 years, and for as long as the Supreme Court has existed, Congress has regulated vital aspects of its operation, including its ethical obligations. That remains true today when this Congress controls the size of the court, the quorum, when and where it meets, et cetera. But most important to today's conversation, this Congress has enacted laws that regulate the Supreme Court's ethical obligations. The recusal statute, the Ethics in Government Act of 1978, and the Ethics Reform Act of 1989. All of these laws were enacted by members of Congress who also take an oath to uphold the Constitution. For hundreds of years, dozens of Congresses have thought such legislation is constitutionally proper. To claim that Congress lacks that authority is to ignore the Constitution's text and structure, as well as this longstanding practice. Nonetheless, the view of some seems to be that the Supreme Court justices should be accountable to no one. They cite as support for this remarkable proposition this vague principle of separation of powers.
Apparently they're talking about this right now in the Senate.
The Constitution was carefully designed to ensure that no branch of government is entirely separate and independent from each other. That is the equally familiar constitutional principle of checks and balances. In fact, in the Federalist Papers, James Madison, in the same Federalist paper cited by Mr. Dupree, goes on to say that each branch of government must have partial control over the others. And that is because, quote, ambition must be made to counteract ambition, end quote. Some justices today are repeatedly violating the ethics laws that Congress applied directly to them. This misconduct requires congressional action to protect the court from itself. For all the reasons I've given, Congress has the constitutional authority to enact such legislation. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Professor Frost. Each member will have 5 minutes to ask, and I'd like to start with you, Professor Frost. It's been stated, I'll say as a preface, that the reason for this hearing is that so many of us are unhappy with the decisions of the Supreme Court. I might state again for the record that my concern about ethical standards at the court predate this hearing by many years. In fact, 11 years. The first letter that I authored, which was signed by several colleagues on the subject to the Supreme Court, was mailed on February 13th, 2012. The president at the time, Barack Obama. So I wasn't waiting for this situation or any court decision to be interested in this issue. I think it was timely then and still is today. The second thing is the argument that we're out to get certain justices because they don't rule as we wish. I would have to say during the course of the public inquiry involving Justice Thomas and others, I've heard virtually every justice named with some question as to their conduct and activity. Now, some will say they were harmless activities and shouldn't be, no one should be punished for them, and they certainly wouldn't meet any high ethical standards. But I would just add that those of us who are in public service and bound by ethical standards and codes of ethics are certainly used to this experience. Every year when we file our financial disclosure forms, in my case, my income tax returns, I'm bound to have questions from the press, and I hope most of them are considered innocent but legitimate inquiries of a person in public service. Professor Frost, a man who submitted a letter for the record today, Judge Ludig, said of the issues that are before us, I quote him, "In complete agreement on Congress's indisputable constitutional power to legislate ethical standards of conduct that would be binding as to the non-judicial conduct and activities of the Supreme Court." You've heard arguments otherwise. I think page 12 of your testimony, which goes into one of the first acts of Congress, the Judiciary Act, belies this argument that somehow the Supreme Court is at a level where Congress can't address it. Would you comment on that?
Yes, and I'll also just note that I have been called to testify on this issue since 2006 and been writing about it since 2005. So similarly to your point, this is not a new issue in response to recent decisions. So the separation of powers argument, I find confuses me because, of course, I think we all know from civics classes, separation of powers is, of course, a constitutional principle, which means that the branches should have some separate spheres of conduct and some separate roles in our Constitution. But checks and balances is equally important. And the role of the Congress is to establish the Supreme Court. It's not just permitted, it's required. The Supreme Court of the United States is constitutionally mandated under Article 3, but there is no detail about how it is to operate because that was left to the Congress of the United States under Article 1, Section 8, the Necessary and Proper Clause. And immediately Congress agreed to do that in the Judiciary Act of 1789, as it was required to do. The Congress sets the size of the Supreme Court. That is not in the hands of Chief Justice Roberts and his colleagues. Congress establishes the quorum requirement. That is not in the hands of Chief Justice Roberts and his colleagues. When this Congress passes a law that says that they must recuse themselves, the judges and justices of our federal judiciary, when there are certain conflicts of interest, the justices are not free to say that law doesn't apply to me. I'm going to sit on that case anyway. And so what is troubling is there is an implication in the recent statement of policy of ethics policies, as well as some previous statements by the court, that it doesn't think these laws bind it. And I find that very confusing in light of the text structure and long history of congressional administration of the courts.
Thank you. Judge McKasey, I'd like for you to address one issue. It appears to me that in the early days of our republic, an oath had a different meaning than it does today in this respect. It is, in the swearing in of members of Congress, for example, kind of a pro forma exercise. It would seem the words of an oath in the early days of the republic were taken much more seriously, so that when the Congress set out the oath for members of the Supreme Court, every judge and justice, quote, solemnly swear or affirm I will administer justice without respect to persons and do equal right of the poor and to the rich, and I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all of the duties incumbent on me. Those words were written not by the court, but by the Congress, enacted by the Congress. Don't you think that raises a question as to whether or not there is clear authority for Congress to put together laws that are as specific as this oath of office?
Respectfully, no, I don't. Prescribing the oath, which I recall taking when I became a district judge, is one thing. Prescribing the way in which the court administers its business and the way in which a court applies rules internally is something else. Part of the problem here is that no rule determines its own application. It always takes somebody to apply it, and the way the court functions internally is a matter to be left to the court. In particular, on recusal issues, the law that applies to recusal issues across the board for federal courts applies to Supreme Court justices as well. When their impartiality might reasonably be called into question, they're obligated to recuse themselves. That applies to district judges, it applies to circuit judges, it applies to Supreme Court justices. That is a law of general application throughout the judiciary. But when we're talking about internal administration in dealing with their practices and the way they administer their cases, I think that's an entirely different thing. So I recall taking the oath, but I don't think it means that Congress has the power to direct that the internal business of the Supreme Court be conducted in a particular way.
Thank you. Senator Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are all the witnesses aware of the fact that when Justice Roberts declined the invitation of Chairman Durbin, that his letter was signed by the entire court? Are all of you aware of that? Mr. Fogel, do you think that was a wise decision?
Thank you, Senator. I think I said in my statement that I respect it. I think it was sincere. I think the problem, and I think it's significant, and I will grant that it was signed by all 9 of the justices. That's
my point.
Yeah, but
I just want people to understand that the court as a whole has a problem with this, whether they're right or wrong. I don't. You know, that's.
I'm sorry, Senator. I just wanted to say one other thing, if it's all right.
Sure.
I think it's significant that they all signed it. I think it doesn't suggest that that's all that all of them would do. It's a point about which they all reached consensus.
I sort of, like you and Mr. Payne mentioned something sort of struck a nerve with me. You know, I'm not into micromanaging the court, Judge McCasey, but when you look at what other branches do versus the court, Mr. Payne, you say it's pretty obvious they have a sort of a lower threshold, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So what I would urge the court to do is take this moment to instill more public confidence. I'm not going to vote for any of these bills, but I think we'd all be better off if they did that. And here's what I want to kind of explain to people. In 1998, Justice Ginsburg donated a signed copy of her decision in VMI case where you had to admit women to a state school. And it was auctioned off at a fundraiser supporting the National Organization of Women's Legal Defense Fund. Now, I didn't know that until this moment. Do you all agree that if Judge Alito signed the Dobbs decision and gave it to the Susan B. Anthony pro-life organization to raise money, all hell would break loose in this country? Do you agree with that, Ms. Forrest?
So would I agree that if there was a sale of
if Judge Alito signed the Dobbs decision, autographs it, gave it to the SBA group to raise money, it'd be all hell would break loose?
Oh, yes, and I certainly would agree that would be a problem. And in fact, I think that's one of the reasons that Congress needs to play an active role today.
Why didn't all hell break loose in 1998?
I'm not sure what the reaction was.
Well, when Justice Ginsburg signed a copy of the VMI decision for the National Organization of Women's Legal Defense Fund. Well, I think we all know the answer to that. Justice Ginsburg, one of the greatest people to serve on the court, received an award from the National Democratic Women's Club. Can you imagine what would happen if Justice Roberts received the award from a Republican women's club? I think we may read more about it. Justice Ginsburg was given a $1 million award by the Berggruen Institute, and it's this annual philosophy and culture award for major achievements in advancing ideas that shape the world. Now, she didn't get the money personally, but they gave her $1 million to give to other people. Does anybody have a problem with that? Does everybody have a problem with that? Well, I'm going to assume silence means yes. The point we're trying to make here, I think, is that this effort to come after Justice Thomas is, I think, organized by the left. I think this moment where we could find common ground is being hijacked. I take Senator Durbin at his word. He's been concerned about this for a very, very long time. But the point is, the game has been played differently, and now we're in a moment where this court is under siege in multiple ways. And that is the problem I think most of us have. What are the lines to be drawn, and who's the referee? Does anybody know anything about the organization Demand Justice? Negative response for all members. Do you know where their money comes from? Negative response by all members. Are you aware that they spent over $1 million in ads pressuring Justice Breyer to resign? Nobody knew that, right? So if you're worried about dark money, I think that's a legitimate thing to be worried about. Let's worry about it across the board. And I guess my point, Mr. Chairman, is that the efforts by Senator Schumer to go to the court and threaten the court with its very existence, the efforts by people to intimidate justices, decide cases before the court, can't be ignored. And here's what I worry about the most. This is not about trying to upgrade the ability of the court to be more transparent. It's about an effort to destroy the legitimacy of this conservative court. So to the panel, if you have any ideas or recommendations about how the court could be more transparent, count me in. That makes perfect sense to me. But when you look at the history of the way things have happened with the court, when a liberal justice does something, the reaction in the American media is completely different. The New York Times article about George Mason admitted a lot of other schools who did the exact same thing. And I would say to Justice Alito, don't sign a copy of the Dobbs decision and give it to the SBA to raise money. You would not receive the same treatment if you did what Justice Ginsburg did.
Thank you, Senator Graham. Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chairman. Professor Frost, you distinguish between the adjudicative and the administrative function within the judicial branch. That has constitutional relevance to our ability to legislate?
Yes, I think that's a very important distinction.
Because we have no business interfering in the court's decision-making on matters before it, but as to the administration of justice, we do have the authority to pass laws, correct?
Yes, the Constitution intended Congress to play that role over judicial administration and not interfere.
In fact, Canon 4 of the Code of Conduct encourages judges to testify in legislative bodies regarding the administration of justice. And that would not be there if it were not appropriate for Congress to legislate regarding the administration of justice, would it?
Agreed.
Moreover, you mentioned the Ethics in Government Act, the Ethics Reform Act, and the recusal statute. Those are all laws passed by Congress?
Yes.
And they all apply to the court?
Yes.
Indeed, in some cases, using the word justices specifically, which is the term that applies to Supreme Court justices only, correct?
Yes.
And has the application of those statutes to the Supreme Court ever been challenged by the court itself in the years in which they've been in place, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Judge Fogel, you were at the Judicial Conference for many years. You've had to have the role that the Judicial Conference was given by statute, by Congress, to administer these laws. In the context of administering these laws, particularly under the supervision of the Chief Justice, were you ever told that these laws were unconstitutional or that the Judicial Conference or the Financial Disclosure Committee should not enforce them?
No, Senator. The justices complied, as did all of the other federal justices, with the disclosure requirements, or at least they made an effort to.
And in fact, one of the rules, one of the part of the law is that if there is a financial disclosure violation, then the determination as to whether that violation was willful and is subject to civil penalties actually gets referred to the Attorney General for determination.
That's correct. What the committee does is it looks at the non-disclosure or the incomplete disclosure. It determines whether it's something that could be remedied. Usually the way the committee functions is remedial. They try to get the filer to comply with the disclosure requirements. But if there's a willful failure, then the committee has the authority to make that referral.
And it does so based on a determination that there's reasonable cause for someone to believe that this might have been a willful violation.
That's correct.
And then the willfulness determination gets made by the Attorney General.
That is correct, but I have to
There
say...
are civil fines that are potentially imposed if
Yes, sir.
Okay,
That's
go
correct.
ahead, finish what you want
No,
to say.
what I was going to say was that the committee tries very hard with the filer to make sure that every effort is made to get a proper filing. So,
in fact, it's okay for a judge, in fact, it's even encouraged for judges and justices to bring concerns about financial disclosure to the committee for a confidential opinion saying, here's what you got to do.
That's correct.
And Justice Thomas did not do that with respect to these filings.
I don't want to comment on Justice Thomas, but normally the committee is there to assist with questions like that.
So has the Judicial Conference, again, under the supervision of the Chief Justice of the United States, ever suggested that it was unconstitutional for Congress to require that these forms be filled out, that if there are omissions in the forms, that be referred to the Attorney General, and that a civil fine could be imposed on a justice for failure to file? Has that ever been raised in your conversations?
Not to my knowledge, sir. No.
Well, that's, I think, a little bit telling. I appreciate that. Mr. Payne, are you familiar with the concept of regulatory capture?
Yes.
Sometimes called agency capture.
Yes.
Fairly considerable literature about it in administrative law and economics.
Yes.
So I'll ask you a hypothetical. Let's just say hypothetically that there were an organized effort to capture, in the meaning of regulatory and agency capture, to capture the court in such a way that it was beholden to and ruled in favor of big special interests. That's the hypothetical. Here's the question. If that hypothetical were true, would any ethics concerns be raised by justices consorting with individuals or associating with groups involved in that capture scheme?
Yes, in that hypothetical, there could be potential conflicts of interest if someone was engaged in trying to influence the court and members of the court were engaging in activities with them.
Thank you. My time has expired.
Thanks, Senator Whitehouse. Senator Grassley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to the witnesses before us. The framers of the Constitution carefully crafted a system of checks and balances. While the Constitution purposefully insulated the federal judiciary from political control, it's important that Congress exercise constitutional duty of oversight. Judges are expected to comply with high standards of ethics and integrity, and it does appear there needs to be better oversight. I've been a longtime advocate for transparency and accountability because I believe the public's business should be public. I've been a strong proponent of government oversight and the duty of Congress to be good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars. I've endeavored to improve our government and promote greater responsibility at all levels. I've worked on bills to root out waste, fraud, and abuse and to foster integrity and accountability, including in the federal judiciary. Unfortunately, Democrats and their left-wing dark money interest groups, as well as their allies in the liberal media, have engaged in a crusade to threaten, pack, and smear the courts. They've targeted specific judges and justices who aren't implementing a liberal agenda that they can't ram through Congress. The goal of these efforts is to cast doubts on certain judges and justices, all because the left is opposed to recent court rulings. That's what this hearing is all about, undermining the American people's trust in our judicial branch of government. Today's hearing is just one political theater to delegitimize our judicial system, particularly Supreme Court. Judicial decision-making must be based on law and sound jurisprudence. It must not be subject to the whims of public opinion and clamor. It must not result in threats and intimidation. As this relentless political battering of certain members of the judiciary who are doing the bidding of the liberal grand plan is coming at a tremendous cost. Our judges and justices face harassment and public intimidation in their private life, despite federal law, which prohibits picketing or parading at a judge's residence. Our justices and their families often endure organized protests outside their homes. Judges and justices and their families face real threats to their safety and security. Unfortunately, the whirlwind that Democrats threaten at the steps of the U.S. Supreme Court really has been released against our judiciary. So I'm going to ask Mr. Dupree and Judge Mukasey two separate questions. The first one is for Mr. Dupree. Federal judges are required by law and the Judicial Conference to comply with these disclosures and ethical guidelines. Can you please give us a brief overview of the constitutional framework in which these rules and guidance operates? And then for Judge Mukasey, this question: how is the Supreme Court different than the lower courts with respect to complying with these rules? Mr. Dupree.
Sure. Well, thank you for the question, Senator Grassley. There are, of course, a number of statutes that affect the information that Supreme Court justices must disclose, and also governs things such as recusal and disqualification. In some circumstances, the statutes act directly upon the justices themselves. I think in those cases, they would concern what I think all of us would consider non-core Article III duties, and that's why, as a constitutional matter, it would be permissible for Congress to directly regulate the judiciary in that respect. There are other statutes where what Congress has done is created the Judicial Conference, which sets effectively regulations for the majority of the federal judiciary, but is not directly controlling upon the Supreme Court. Nonetheless, the Supreme Court, really as an exercise of discretion, has agreed to follow and respect and comply with those types of guidelines. So I think that, constitutionally speaking, that Congress, or excuse me, the Supreme Court would be regulated in two ways. One is through direct regulation when it concerns a non-core Article III activity, and the other would be in indirect regulation where Congress directly regulates the lower courts, but the Supreme Court justices voluntarily agree to abide by and comply with those requirements.
Judge Mukasey.
Well, I agree with Mr. Dupree's portrayal of the way the system works. As to the mechanics, I think that the rules of general application that apply to all courts are applied to judges and justices. And and as was pointed out before, it's sort of an iterative process. You file your report, you file your form, and they get back to you. Those who review the form and ask for greater detail when necessary, and generally it's provided. I think the one feature that was alluded to before about the Attorney General making a determination of willfulness, I don't know that that's ever been litigated. And if it were ever litigated as to a Supreme Court justice, I believe it would be found to be unconstitutional. That is not anything that I believe has ever been tested, certainly not on the Supreme Court level.
Thanks, Senator Grassley. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'll start with you, Mr. Fogel. The Judicial Conference, I think, did the right thing by strengthening the disclosure requirements that apply to judicial officers, including the Supreme Court recently. But the Supreme Court justices are still not bound to the code of conduct, as we've been discussing, for United States judges. Unlike all other federal judges, the code requires that a judge uphold the integrity and independence of the judiciary and avoid impropriety and the appearance of impropriety. How has a formal enforceable code of conduct helped to ensure that the rules are consistently applied for every other judge in the federal system?
Well, who was bound to that for 37 years, both as a state court judge and a federal judge, it really is your North Star. It's what you look at in terms of the values you want to uphold as a judge. And it's something that guides your conduct, and it also is something that the public can look to and say, this is what we expect of our judges.
And do you agree with Judge Ludwig, who was just quoted by Senator Durbin, who wrote the committee to say if the Supreme Court does not subject itself to the highest possible professional and ethical standards, it can depreciate its power.
Senator, I agree with that. I think that the Supreme Court, my hope is, the reason I came here today really is I hope that the court will adopt a formal code of conduct. I think it needs to be modified in some respects because the Supreme Court is different in a number of ways, but I think the absence of a formal code is an issue that I hope that they will address.
I appreciate that and your thoughtfulness. Ms. Frost, thank you. You mentioned the Judiciary Act of 1789. You mentioned the Ethics Reform Act of 1989. You mentioned the Ethics in Government Act of 1978 as reasons that, in fact, Congress has passed laws in the past based on the Constitution about the operations of the court. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I go over here to you, Mr. Dupree. I really wasn't planning on asking you questions until you dissed the Department of Agriculture. Because you said their court is not just like the Department of Agriculture. And I was looking up, it was set up by Abraham Lincoln in 1862, being a big ag state that we are. 100,000 employees, serves the people of this country. Yet that department, which basically has jurisdiction over what our farmers do for ranching and farming and counter-cyclical payments. I mean, they've got ethical laws in place. So I actually see the opposite when I think about the power of this court. And I think about what Ms. Frost said. I think there is every reason that this court should have ethical rules like the fine Department of Agriculture, and that we don't look at that as a bad thing. We look at it as a good thing.
And certainly, to be clear on the record, Senator, no disrespect to the Department of Agriculture, which is a hallowed department and agency.
You decided that was the department you were going to mention. And I think a lot of people in the middle of the country noticed it, but go ahead.
Understood. Again, no disrespect. My point with regard to the Department of Agriculture was simply that the provision of the bill, and several bills have similar types of provisions where they basically order the Supreme Court to engage in essentially a rulemaking function. In other words, to promulgate for public notice and comment a code of conduct. Again, analogous to what this Congress would say with regard to
Camera back
Department
on.
of Agriculture, Department of Defense, Department of Homeland Security, you name it. And my point was simply that as a matter of our constitutional structure, the Supreme Court is differently situated in a profound and fundamental way from Article 2 executive branch agencies, which can be vested with rulemaking power under the Constitution.
Thank you.
Article 3 can't.
Ms. Frost, you want to reply? Because this gets to the core of this question of us actually being able to pass a law and do anything.
Yes, I mean, this is the point about Article 3 of the Constitution. It's very short. It requires that there be a U.S. Supreme Court, as a few other provisions, but it leaves to Congress that essential role of administering the court. And Congress has
I'm gonna let her talk. I'll give my 2 cents.
So to question that authority today is to question 230 years of consistent practice.
That's a good
what
answer.
Congress has legislated regarding the court. To be clear, not to control its decisions. That is clearly off limits. But every other aspect of the court is controlled by Congress, from its size to when it meets.
Agree. Mr. Payne, why is it important that the Supreme Court also have...
That's why we should expand it.
Separate from the
It used to be 6, then it became 9. Something tells me it should go up to 13, but Biden's still in office.
And to ensure that this office has the authority to conduct independent fact-finding.
The only way that any current ethics rules or future ethics rules will work is if there's a way to enforce these rules and a way for the Supreme Court justices to understand how they apply. So therefore, you need an internal body that can provide the ethics expert advice and also gather facts in the circumstances where there are potential violations that need to be resolved.
Ms. Frost, what do you think on that?
Yes, I would agree with Mr. Payne's analysis there, and I think that one of the problems we've been having today is that so many of these issues get dug up by investigative journalists and splashed across the news in ways that does damage to the court. If they had a more systematic method of adopting or approaching these problems, we could avoid this.
And Mr. Fogel, how would you handle that? Because you've been, trying to thread the needle here.
No, I am trying to thread the needle. I think the court's independence is very important. I agree with other witnesses who have said that. I think there are ways they could do better at getting independent and impartial advice about ethical questions. They don't really have, it's kind of a black box. As I said in my written testimony, they have a lot of sources and rules that they follow. But no one really knows what they are. And I think if they had a internal resource, I suggested, and I'm not alone in suggesting that they get a group of very experienced retired judges whose integrity is unquestioned. And I stress retired judges.
Who would that be? And who would like form like that panel of judges? It would be Congress. It would have to be Congress. You couldn't let the Supreme Court do it of themselves. Then what's the point?
Somebody who's independent, who doesn't have any skin in the game and can just say, yeah, I think this is okay, or I don't think that's okay. I think that's a modest step that the court could take.
Okay, well, thank you. And Mr. Mukasey, I'm sure we can talk about this in the future as my colleagues await, but you and I have worked together well, including when you were Attorney General, so
We have.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Senator Cornyn.
I'd like to go to the video, please.
Committee will please come to order. Judge, it's a tough day and tough night for you, I know. Let me ask, do you have anything you'd like to say before we begin? And I understand that your preference is, which is totally and completely understandable, that we go 1 hour tonight, 30 minutes on each side. Am I correct in that?
That's right.
Do you have anything you'd like to say?
Senator, I would like to start by saying unequivocally, uncategorically, that I deny each and every single allegation against me today that suggested in any way that I had conversations of a sexual nature or about pornographic material with Anita Hill, that I ever attempted to date her,
We played an oldie but a goodie.
had any personal
I bet Republicans got something to say something about this.
or that I in any way ever harassed her. A second, and I think more important point, I think that this today is a travesty. I think that it is disgusting.
That's
I
Jeannie
think that
Thomas in the
this
back there.
hearing
That's his wife.
should never occur in America. This is a case in which this sleaze, this dirt, was searched for by staffers of members of this committee, was then leaked to the media, and this committee and this body validated it and displayed it at prime time over our entire nation. How would any member on this committee, any person in this room, or any person in this country would like sleaze said about him or her in this fashion, or this dirt dredged up and this gossip and these lies displayed in this manner? How would any person like it? The Supreme Court is not worth it. No job is worth it. I'm not here for that. I'm here for my name, my family, my life, and my integrity. I think something is dreadfully wrong with this country when any person in this free country would be subjected to this. This is not a closed room. There was an FBI investigation. This is not an opportunity to talk about difficult matters privately or in a closed environment. This is a circus. It's a national disgrace. And from my standpoint, as a black American, as far as I'm concerned, it is a high-tech lynching.
Senator,
That was 32 years ago. And I'm reminded as I get older that not everybody's had the same experience or memories that I have. That was one of the searing memories that I've had about Supreme Court confirmation hearings. And I think provides an important context for today's hearing. The truth is that, as Senator Kennedy said, starting perhaps with the Bork nomination, that members of the United States Supreme Court, when they've been nominated for the job, have been subjected to relentless campaigns of harassment and intimidation, which, as Justice Alito recently pointed out, can lead not just to intemperate attacks like the Senate Majority Leader made against Senator Gorsuch and Judge Gorsuch and Judge Kavanaugh by name back in 2020. It could lead unstable individuals to decide that they are going to conduct an assassination of these members of the Supreme Court. So things have gotten terribly out of hand. Judge Mukasey, you and Mr. Dupree both talked about the separation of powers. I looked back at the rules of the United States Senate, our ethics rules by which we are governed, and they are rules that are set by the Senate itself. How do you think the Senate would react if the United States Supreme Court said, we don't like the ethics code of senators or members of the House of Representatives? Would the same principle of separation of powers and co-equal branches of government apply in that circumstance?
Yes, of course it would, Senator. This body sets the rules for its conduct, and the same way that the court sets the rules for its conduct, and the executive, in the person of the president and the vice president, set the rules for theirs. That's not to say that laws of general application don't apply. Of course they apply. But when you're talking about particular rules relating to a particular branch of government, those are set by that branch of government.
Mr. Dupree?
I agree with Judge Mukasey, and I would add, Senator, in response to your question about the importance of the separation of powers, I think it's important to underscore that the separation of powers is not some sort of academic concept that was invented by law professors. This is a concept that is structurally baked into our Constitution, and the framers viewed as absolutely crucial to preserving not just the independence of each branch and ensuring that the judiciary could act independently.
It's not complete independence, though, but you have checks and powers.
The things we're discussing today.
Each branch also has a check and a power of the other branch to make sure no branch becomes more powerful than the other branch, too. I'm sorry, the person to his right, that woman, that ethics professor, is actually correct. The other two branches are not intended to oversee the independent judicial making.
Minutes ago. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to each of you for being here. As we heard quoted moments ago, when Justice Thomas was in this room, in front of this committee, nearly 32 years ago, he had some observations about his confirmation proceedings. And he described those proceedings as, quote, high-tech lynching for blacks who in any way deign to think for themselves, to do for themselves, to have different ideas.
Mike Lee. Jesus.
He then described the consequences
the other senator from Utah
for doing those things. Quote, you'll be lynched, destroyed, caricatured by a committee of the U.S. Senate rather than hung from a tree. Now, more than 3 decades later, that observation remains tragically relevant. Today's hearing and the radical left's continued attacks on Justice Thomas and his wife, Ginny, over the last 31 and a half years are part of a sustained, hateful attempt to discredit an honest man and a principled jurist. The left, you see, can't tolerate, it cannot accept the fact that one of our greatest American success stories, that of a humble citizen who rose from poverty in the segregated South to become not only one of the Supreme Court's longest serving justices, but also one of the most influential jurists our country has ever known, is the story of a black man who happens to be conservative. Now, those leading the charge against Justice Thomas would have us believe that he simply couldn't think for himself, that he can't think for himself, and so his wife and his white friends must tell him what to think. And the truth is, the left simply disagrees with his decisions and with the decisions of our current Supreme Court. And they obviously can't persuade the American people to adopt their radical policies through legislation, so they're attempting to destroy the court's credibility and intimidate the Republican-appointed justices and their families, starting with Justice Thomas. They're making clear that justices who disagree with them will pay a price. And it's a price that the radical left is determined to ensure is very high. This is all just a thuggish shakedown. Nice Supreme Court you've got there, America. Sure would be a shame if something happened to it. And don't just take my word for it. Remember what Senator Chuck Schumer did in 2020, went onto the steps of the Supreme Court, called out specific Supreme Court justices by name, referring to Justices Gorsuch and Kavanaugh by name, telling them, you've released the whirlwind and you will pay the price. You won't know what hit you if you move forward with these awful decisions. Then in August of 2019, 5 Democratic senators, including 4 members of this committee, submitted an amicus brief to the Supreme Court of the United States. An amicus brief in which it leveled a threat, saying, change according to what we demand, or else the court is going to have to be, quote, restructured in order to reduce the influence of politics. Since the leak of the Dobbs draft opinion 1 year ago today, the justices and their families have endured constant protests at their homes, their churches, even their children's schools. There was even an assassination attempt against Justice Kavanaugh. And of course, when I say the justices in this context, I don't mean all of them, I mean the Dobbs majority justices, as only the dissenters in that case have been spared the rage machine's bullying, threats, and intimidation tactics. As Justice Alito recently observed in his comments to the Wall Street Journal, it was the Dobbs leak that made Justice Alito and those of his colleagues who joined in his opinion likely targets of assassination. As Justice Alito explained, quote, it was rational for people to believe that they might be able to stop the decision in Dobbs by killing one of us. Astoundingly, with that conversation fresh in our minds, Democratic senators are now threatening to defund the Supreme Court's requested police protection of the justices and their families unless they adopt specific measures that those senators demand. All these tactics, of course, are meant to harass and intimidate the court, specifically the justices appointed to the court by Republican presidents, and force them to impose the left's radical policy agenda on the American people, not through the legislative process, but by judicial fiat. The left has carefully coordinated these attacks with an increasingly compliant left-wing media. If you read articles from sources like the New York Times, Politico, and outlets like ProPublica, you'd think that the Supreme Court justices appointed by Republican presidents are universally reckless and corrupt, and those nominated by Democrats universally conscientious and virtuous. That bias becomes apparent both in what receives coverage and in what doesn't. One justice appointed by a Democratic president failed to recuse when her husband's law firm had cases before the court. One failed to disclose the sources of her spouse's income. One traveled for free with wealthy friends, including stays at the homes of prominent attorneys whose firms have cases before the Supreme Court. You wouldn't hear any of that from the biased media or congressional Democrats who conveniently point only to Republican-appointed justices when demanding their reforms to the court. Now, I raise these examples not to accuse the court of being systemically corrupt or broken in any way. No, it's neither of those things. Let me just finish my statement, if I could. I raise these things only to point out that Senate Democrats, left-wing advocates, and activists and their publicity outposts in America's mainstream media establishment never tell the complete story about this. And by telling only half the story, they reveal their true purpose, which is not to tell the truth, but to punish their political enemies. We cannot afford to delegitimize and denigrate the court in this way. It must stop. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Lee. We passed the Daniel Anderl Judicial Security and Privacy Act in the last Congress after the murder of Judge Esther Salas' son at their home. That bill was held up on the Senate floor for nearly a year by a member of the other party. Senator Coons.
Thank you, Chairman Durbin. The American people need to have confidence that government officials in all three branches are serving the public interest, not their personal interests. And the Supreme Court, as I think this hearing has demonstrated, suffers today from a lack of transparency and accountability when it comes to ethics practices.
Senator
This
from
is
Delaware,
true for
Coons.
justices appointed by presidents of both parties. This is not a Democrat or Republican issue. This is an issue of transparency, accountability, and confidence. Last year, I led the successful passage of the Courthouse Ethics and Transparency Act, joined by Senator Cornyn and many Republicans. It was actually adopted unanimously. It's simple. It requires federal judges, including on the Supreme Court, to promptly report when they sell securities so the public is made aware of any potential conflict due to a financial interest. Members of Congress have had to comply with the same requirements, so we made sure that federal judges, all federal judges, should have to play by similar rules. Still, the Supreme Court is today subject to weaker ethical obligations than other branches of our government. I want to explore some of those differences briefly now. Mr. Payne, if I might, one obvious difference between Congress and the Supreme Court is the court has no formal mechanism to provide guidance, investigate allegations, or enforce ethical constraints on the justices. I'm the chair of the Senate Ethics Committee and have seen firsthand the value of similar structures. Why has the court failed to create a similar ethics body, and could it do so at any moment if it chose to?
It is unclear why the court has decided.
Oh my God. Come on now.
Internally, and they could create this immediately. All they need is to establish an office within the Supreme Court that has ethics experts who are professionals who can provide advice on the existing rules and can handle any new rules that are enacted.
If one were seeking ethics guidance as a member of the executive branch, legislative branch, judicial branch, and you simply turn to your colleagues rather than a professional office that was responsible for providing uniform and impartial advice, would you be practicing at the highest level in terms of your compliance with ethics rules and regulations? No.
No. If you rely on colleagues or anyone who is not providing guidance across the board, the advice will not be consistent and won't necessarily be correct.
In his response to this committee, to the letter from the chairman, Chief Justice Roberts noted the Supreme Court adopted a resolution in 1991 to comply with the Judicial Conference's financial disclosure regulations. But the court has declined to adopt a similar resolution that would bind the justices to the Judicial Conference's code of conduct. Why has the court agreed to comply with the conference's disclosure rules, but not its broader ethics rules? And could the justices easily bind themselves to the code of conduct if they so chose?
It is unclear why the justices decided to only bind themselves with the regulations. However, I point out that the Ethics in Government Act applies to the justices, so they really don't have the option to opt out. But they could easily establish a code of conduct for themselves to have rules that are applicable to them and can be enforced.
And is there any significant distinction among the other members of the Article III federal judiciary in terms of their report requirements, their disclosure, and their ability to have their conduct reviewed by an independent and impartial enforcement body? Is there any variation among the rest of the Article III judiciary?
Yes, unlike the Supreme Court, all of the lower court judges are bound by the same financial disclosure requirements, but they do have the Judicial Conference that can provide ethics advice that is available online, even in advisory opinions, such that it is clear what the rules are, how they apply, and what happens if there's noncompliance.
Last question, if I might, Professor Frost, Ms. Frost. Chief Justice Roberts has said it would be inappropriate for the Judicial Conference to supervise the Supreme Court. At the same time, he suggested he believes the court can't be constrained by Congress. That concept's been raised here today as well. In that view, only the court itself would be able to enforce its own ethics requirements. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, that seems to be the position.
And it seems to me that's the equivalent of saying that they alone should be able to grade their own homework. I think Congress can legislate here if necessary. It may not be the most desirable outcome, but it is possible. In fact, I think we passed the Courthouse Ethics and Transparency Act by voice vote last year. Colleagues on both sides of the aisle co-sponsored this bill. Can you explain how we can reconcile this kind of legislation with the key principle of separation of powers?
Yes, that's because we're not talking about interfering with the court's decisional independence. We're not talking about penalizing justices for their votes in any cases. We're talking about the checks and balances that exist for all three branches, where Congress plays a role in establishing the administration of the courts. The Constitution requires that. And as part and parcel of that, establishes ethical guidelines.
In fact, I'd argue, Mr. Chairman, in closing, that if the most senior members of the executive branch and the legislative branch and the judicial branch are all subject to disclosure and reporting and compliance and enforcement obligations, for just one court of 9 justices to exempt themselves puts us at real risk of the highest court having the lowest ethical standards of the entire senior members of all 3 branches. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Coons. Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to all of our witnesses who have joined us today. Mr. Payne, let me start with you, sir. You're kind of in the middle here. You work for the Campaign Legal Center, is that right?
That's correct.
Let's look them up.
Your website, campaignlegal.org?
Correct.
Okay. Does not the front page of your website say, I'm going to quote here, I want to get it right, the current U.S. Supreme Court is a threat to our democracy? The current U.S. Supreme Court is a threat to our democracy. Did I read that right?
What I can say is that our organization...
But is that on your website?
I am not certain exactly what's on the website.
Here it is, right here,
Okay.
big as Dallas.
What that refers to is the voting rights voting rights cases of the Supreme Court. Our organization is a voting rights organization that fights for all Americans to have the ability to vote.
Yeah, but you got to click a bunch of times to find that explanation. I just want to make sure I read that correctly. A few months ago,
Okay.
Mr. Payne, you retweeted the following statement. Some justices are politicians in robes who thrive in a system where access and influence are for sale. Some justices are politicians in robes who thrive in a system where access and influence are for sale. Now, that's a pretty bold statement.
I'm sorry, Senator, is that a news article?
No, sir. That's a retweet here. You tweeted this out. Tell me which justices are for sale.
I don't recall that tweet, but...
Here it is. November 21, 2022. Can you tell me which justices are for sale?
No.
Are any of them for sale?
No, the problem is that the American public has a perception that some
Yeah,
justices
I'm
may
going
be.
to establish the point first. I want to know, you tweeted this out. Do you believe that some justices are for sale? And if so, which ones?
No, Senator, I do not believe that justices are for sale.
Then why'd you tweet this out?
Can you provide more context of what that is?
I'll get you a copy, but here it is. I checked it and triple checked it. You also said less than a month ago that John Roberts, you retweeted this out. John Roberts is a disgrace.
April 13th, April 12th,
No,
April
I'm trying to
7th,
disagree
April
with
6th, March.
With Justice Roberts. Well, you didn't call
This is
him Chief
2022,
Justice
right?
Roberts,
So we
you
got to go
called him John
down
Roberts.
February, January.
You retweeted this.
No, Senator, I did not retweet that.
Yes, sir, you did, right here. It
I
is
will need
big
to
as
see.
Dallas.
Can you provide a copy to me now? But
Sure.
I did not retweet.
Can you tell me why you think Chief Justice Roberts is a disgrace?
I did not say that, did not retweet that.
Oh, okay. Maybe Twitter got it wrong.
Someone got it wrong.
Let me ask you this, because the understated The unstated
December-
premise of all this, sometimes
He
it's
said
stated,
November
but the
November
unstated
something,
premise of
28.
all this is that some justices have been bribed. Let's just cut to the chase. Okay? Now,
Okay, 29.
let me stay with you, Mr. Payne. Well, let me go to Mr. Fogel. I don't want to just pick on you, Mr. Payne. You can be looking up on Twitter where you said those things.
Because you see a person's retweets.
On April 4th, 2019, the American Civil Liberties Union paid for Justice Sotomayor's trip to San Juan, Puerto Rico. You ever been to San Juan, Mr. Fogel? Is it expensive?
I keep forgetting. Well, it depends when you go.
Yeah. How much you think it costs to go down there?
Depends whether you fly first class or economy.
What if you fly first class?
Oh, probably a couple $1,000s.
Okay.
Yeah.
The ACLU, do they have cases in front of the Supreme Court?
All the time.
They do, all the time?
Sure.
Do you think the ACLU was trying to bribe Justice Sotomayor?
No, sir, I don't.
I don't either. But that's the unstated premise of all of this.
What is
Well,
he?
Senator, if I-
What is he
Articles
seeing?
about Justice Clarence Thomas and the Chief Justice in the United States and Justice Gorsuch, who sold an interest in an LLC to a Democratic donor who had never met, that they bought him, isn't it?
May I say something in response,
course.
Senator? I think there are two things going on here today. I think there is a political conflict, which is, as I said earlier, it's very intense. It's hyper-partisan. Both sides have things to say. And then I think there's an ethical issue.
When you accuse people of being bribed, it kind
I'm not
of gets their attention.
Sir, hold on a second. I'm not accusing anybody of being bribed. I'm not.
But some people are.
Some people are. The reason I'm here is I think that there is an ethical issue that, as Senator Graham said earlier, it would be good for the court to think about in terms of being more transparent. That is what I care about. That's the only thing I care about. There's a lot of political back and forth. It's very interesting. I'm very interested in it as a citizen of the United States. But I think the most useful thing that this or any other committee could do is think about how do we make our institutions.
Well, how are you going to do that in the context, though, of one of our leaders, for whom I have great respect, going on the steps of the United States Supreme Court, telling two justices if they vote in a way he doesn't like, they will pay the price and reap the whirlwind. And you have another one of your witnesses here tweeting out stuff saying, quote, some justices are politicians in robes who thrive in a system where access and influence are for sale.
Yeah.
He said they were bought like a sack of potatoes.
Okay, I'm not going to comment on that, Senator. That's not anything I had anything to do with. So,
Did I hear the gavel?
thank you.
I hope. Thank you, Senator Kennedy. Senator Hirono?
Where is he seeing that? He said it was in November of 2022.
Blumenthal.
Thank you.
Can I say a word before you start? Members are coming and going. We have 2 roll call votes on the floor, so please understand it's not disrespectful. Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Chairman Durbin, and thank you to the witnesses for being with us today. You know, as I listen to this exchange, the fact of the matter is the American public want action. The American public is disgusted. They're disgusted with what they see in public life as the degrading of
Bro, is he looking at it
standards
like the right person?
and conduct that would never be tolerated in their own workplaces and in their own private lives. And they want us to provide that action. The public confidence in the United States Supreme Court has plummeted. We can go back and forth as to what the cause is, but a lot of the American public are increasingly seeing the justices as politicians in robes. And now, after the revelations about Justice Thomas, as corrupt politicians in robes. They want an investigation. They want the truth. And the ones who are victims here are not only the American public, they're the judges themselves at the lower courts. Year in and year out, federal district court judges, appellate court judges are filling out those forms rigorously, accurately. And now, the nation's highest court is seeming to put itself higher than the law. And that is unfair to the other judges who are playing by the rules. And in fact, it is tarring the entire judiciary, undermining that branch of government that has no armies, no police. All it has is its legitimacy. If you undermine that legitimacy, confidence, and trust the American people, there's nothing left of our judiciary. And the greatest democracy in the history of the world, protected by judges who are supposed to be independent and partial, is going to suffer irreparably. That's why I think we need a proper investigation. It should be done by the Department of Justice, because there are allegations of criminal wrongdoing here, violations by Justice Thomas of the disclosure laws, incomplete, inaccurate reporting, as well as non-disclosure. And in the absence of an investigation by the Department of Justice, we have a role to play in Congress. But the judges have a role to play, too, in protecting themselves. And what Chief Justice Roberts has done in refusing to come before this committee is judicial malpractice. It is a disservice to the courts, to his colleagues who sit there every day, sometimes in danger physically, and always under the microscope of public scrutiny. So I think judges ought to be angry about this crisis of legitimacy that is enveloping the Supreme Court, because it affects our entire judiciary. And I want to ask Judge Fogel, in your experience, although you're a retired judge, my view is judges should be angry and fearful. Do you agree?
Let me answer your question this way, Senator. First of all, I said earlier, and it's true, I have a lot of respect for Chief Justice Roberts. He certainly was a great guy to work with for the 7 years I worked with him. And I think his intentions are good. I think that the rank and file judges to whom you alluded earlier have often felt that they would like the court to be a little bit more robust in asserting itself in this area of ethics and transparency, that it has been not forthcoming in some ways that I think it could be. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong. I'm not here to be partisan. I'm not going to get into that debate. But I think that it would be good for public confidence. It would be very good for public confidence, and for the confidence of the judicial rank and file that you were talking about, if the court were more assertive in standing for ethical compliance. And I think this is on the court. I think the court can do it. I think they've got some really smart people. I think there are ways that they can do it that don't compromise their decisional independence or their institutional independence. And I think some judges are frustrated that hasn't happened.
I agree. I've talked to a number of judges who are more than frustrated. They are livid. And I believe their views reflect a growing feeling among the judiciary. All I can say is I urge those judges to stand up and speak out, because they can help protect the judiciary as an institution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. Senator Cruz.
In 1991, Justice Clarence Thomas appeared before this committee in one of the most disgraceful performances by the Senate Judiciary Committee in our nation's history. Justice Thomas rightly described the treatment he got from then Chairman Joe Biden and Senate Democrats as a, quote, high-tech lynching. It is sad to see 30 years later this committee is again engaged in the same despicable tactics. Senate Democrats
What a
and their
stoolie.
lapdogs in the media are engaged in a twofold political campaign. Number one, to delegitimize the Supreme Court of the United States because they are angry that there are a majority of constitutionalists on the court. But number two, very directly, this is a political campaign designed to smear Justice Clarence Thomas. And the reason is simple. The left despises Clarence Thomas. And they do not despise him because he's a conservative. The left despises Clarence Thomas because he is a conservative African American. Here's what Clarence Thomas said at that confirmation hearing. He said, if you are a free-thinking African American, quote, you will be lynched, destroyed, and caricatured by a committee of the U.S. Senate. Well, in 3 decades, that hasn't changed, and it's gotten worse. And to be clear, here's the left's view. I point to one article just 3 weeks ago. The Democrats need to destroy Clarence Thomas's reputation. They'll never successfully impeach him, but so what? Make him a metaphor for every insidious thing the far right has done to this country.
The New Republic.
That's what the left is trying to do. And I will tell you, if you look at the next poster board, the left has repeatedly attacked Clarence Thomas with a racism. This is a magazine cover that showed Justice Scalia, every bit as conservative as Clarence Thomas, but he's portrayed as the master, and Clarence Thomas, in a bigoted attack, is portrayed as shining his shoes. I'll show you another one to give you a sense of the racist vitriol from the left. Here's a racist caricature of Clarence Thomas, lawn jockey for the far right. This is the bigoted contempt the left has. I'll show you another magazine cover. Offensively, this is how the left views Clarence Thomas. Now, it's important for people at home to understand this is not about judicial ethics. You can take those down. This is not about judicial ethics. This is not about rules that should apply to judges across the board. We could have a reasonable discussion about that. This is about applying a double standard to Clarence Thomas and only Clarence Thomas. The attack that my Democrat colleagues breathlessly repeat
He's
is
an
that
editor,
Clarence
and this
Thomas
is an
stayed
opinion piece.
at the vacation home of a very close friend of his, a successful Texas businessman, flew on his plane and went on his yacht. Well, if that's the standard, going and traveling and being paid for by others, then guess what? Just about every Supreme Court justice has done so, and done so in much greater numbers. Justice Thomas was appointed in 1991. In the time since then, he's taken 109 reported trips, 5 international trips. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg was appointed in 1993, 2 years later. In the time she was on the court, she took 157 trips, including 28 international trips. Mr. Payne, yes or no, do you think Ruth Bader Ginsburg was corrupt?
No.
Nor do I. Ruth Bader Ginsburg was not alone. Justice Stephen Breyer, appointed the year later in 1994, took 233 reported trips.
So these are all opinion pieces then. Okay.
Trips. Again, yes or no, Mr. Payne, do you think Stephen Breyer was corrupt?
No.
Nor do I. I would point out Justice Kagan has done the same thing. Justice Sotomayor has done the same thing. And yet none of my Democrat colleagues care, because this is a political attack directed at a justice they hate. And by the way, let's spend a moment focusing on Justice Stephen Breyer, a delightful human being, someone I know personally, someone who served decades on the court. Justice Stephen Breyer repeatedly traveled on the penny of a prominent Democratic billionaire, the Pritzker family. Now, J.B. Pritzker is the Democrat governor of the state of Illinois, from which our chairman hails. I would be shocked if the chairman of this committee has not had multiple meals with the Pritzker family. Justice Breyer was a longtime member of the board that awarded the Pritzker Architecture Prize. Now, what did that mean? That meant Justice Breyer traveled on the dime of these Democrat billionaires. In 2019, Justice Breyer traveled to New York City, to Vancouver, and Paris. In 2018, Justice Breyer traveled to Ireland and Spain. In 2016, he traveled to New York, Spain, and France. In 2013, he traveled to Norway, Sweden, Denmark. In 2012, he traveled to Beijing and to London. All of this paid for by the Pritzker Foundation. Now, none of my Democrat colleagues are mad about this, and let me be clear. I'm not suggesting Justice Breyer is corrupt. What I'm suggesting is this committee is corrupt because this is a kangaroo circus, and I will note we had 15 Senate Democrats, including 6 members of this committee, send a letter to the Appropriations Committee threatening to cut off the funding for security at the Supreme Court. The left is willing to threaten the lives of the justices. Justice Samuel Alito this weekend in the Wall Street Journal said that the attacks directed at the justices are making them targets of assassination.
Let me lower the bloviating voice. Now on the Breyer opinion, the question is, did that Pritzker guy have any business before the court that Breyer refused to abstain from hearing?
From this weekend being entered into the record.
Conveniently left out from the bloviating from the senator from Texas over there too. And if there was business before the court that Pritzker had and that Breyer refused to abstain from, then Breyer's just as at fault as Thomas is and Gorsuch is in these scenarios too. Now he's retired and he left the court, so nothing to do there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have heard that every other federal judge, members of Congress, and legislative and executive branch employees are all bound by strict ethical rules. But this extends beyond government into the private sector, where employees from the CEO to the sales floor are subject to strict codes of conduct. For example, Home Depot tells all its employees that a conflict occurs when their private interests even appear to interfere with the company's interests, and that the perception of a conflict by others can be just as damaging. Home Depot makes clear that gifts of personal travel for an associate or an associate's family member are never allowed. Ally Bank explains that even gifts from personal friends can appear to be improper if the friendship resulted from a business relationship involving the bank, or the perceived purpose relates to business involving the bank. The bank tells its employees to ask themselves the following questions in evaluating gifts. Does the person or entity frequently provide or offer gifts to me? Is the gift extravagant or otherwise not reasonable and customary? Would I be embarrassed for everyone to know about the gift? Similarly, AutoZone tells all its employees we don't give or accept gifts, meals, entertainment, favors, or anything else of value that may inappropriately influence or appear to influence our judgment. So as we've seen today, the Supreme Court's ethics rules fall far short of the clear binding rules of the executive and legislative branches and those of the private sector. Judge Fogel, these companies have their rules posted online for the world to see. Wouldn't it help restore faith in the Supreme Court if it too had a set of explicit binding ethical rules available for the world to see?
Yes, I completely agree, Senator. I think it would. In the Code of Conduct for United States judges, which all the other federal judges follow, is online. You can find it anytime you want. All of the state courts have something similar that's available online. And I think it's potentially very reassuring to the public, particularly given all of the political back and forth. So yes, I think the answer is yes.
Thank you. Professor Frost, the Supreme Court has a huge impact on the daily lives of every single American. For example, the ruling in Dobbs that overturned Roe has led to chaos in our country over reproductive care. The decision gutting the Voting Rights Act have resulted in over a dozen states enacting laws making it harder and harder to vote. Supreme Court decisions have also sanctioned unlimited corporate spending in elections and diminished the quality of the air we breathe. Professor Frost, shouldn't a group of individuals with such immense power be held to at least the same ethical rules as all other judges?
Yes, I agree.
I want to get to the personal hospitality. That was a huge, I'd say, exception to the disclosure requirements before the judicial conference at Senator Whitehouse's prompting clarified the personal hospitality exception. The judiciary's rules were anemic at best. If there is even an argument, however unconvincing, that trips valued at hundreds of thousands of dollars might be allowed, it shows how far we are from a strong, binding code of ethics. And that is what the Supreme Court needs. And if the
that's what I
court
thought,
will
Hawaii.
not adopt one on its own, we must impose one on them. And basically, for all of our panelists, I mean, the highest court in our land should hold itself to the highest ethical standards, and it is so clear that that is not what is happening today. What is so hard for our Supreme Court to adopt a code of ethics? It could have done so 11 years ago, 10 years ago, when our Chairman Frost first brought up the subject. So what is so hard for them to adopt a code that every other court has to abide by?
Mr. Scott of South
What
Carolina.
we're facing today. And frankly, I can see why the public has severe questions about the confidence that they have in our
So
Supreme Court,
more
which seems to hold
judges
itself
getting
above any other court and any of the
getting
rest
voted
of
on
us
today.
in terms of their ethical behavior. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Rono. Senator Booker?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Frost, Mr. Dupree, I really enjoyed both of your testimonies, and I thought they were
Senator
speaking to
Booker
the
from New
importance of trying
Jersey.
to find balance. The Supreme Court is probably one of the most important parts of our government, and its independence to rule is critical. And I appreciated Mr. Dupree injecting some skepticism about
Looking for the most
how
current numbers.
anything that we do, if it can be exploited by this very political institution called Congress, is somewhat problematic and something that I would tread on.
Joe
very
keeps
lightly.
winning.
I enjoyed both of your testimonies for that reason. Professor Frost, can I just ask you that there are some legitimate concerns I think that Mr. Dupree brought up, and I wonder if you could just talk to me this balance between separation of powers and checks and balances, which you spoke to so eloquently, is really what I'm looking at myself. There's been, unsurprisingly, a lot of political talk today in this hearing, but at the end of the day, I think America wants.
I think that's
their
Romney.
Supreme Court.
That's
Something
Rubio.
I learned,
That's there.
At Yale Law School, if I learned anything.
I forget
there was
who this
idea
guy
of
is.
it
I think he's
being,
one of these
the
senators,
appearance of
one of the two senators
impropriety
from
and how
Ohio.
problematic that is for a lawyer, not to mention the highest court.
No, that's
in
not
the land.
Romney.
And
That's
as was
Bernie
said
walking
in some of
in.
the early writings, is that the Supreme Court has no
The
army.
slouch in the mask, give it away.
Vests its power in the consent of the governed, and these are very fundamental ideals. And I'm just wondering if you could help me with that balance.
Yes, and thank you for the question. So I hear Mr. Dupree's concern that we would not want ethics rules to be used as some way in which to penalize justices for their decisions. And in fact, I started my testimony by saying decisional independence is vital. But I actually think it's the absence of ethics rules that is harming the courts and leading to the problems we see today in terms of public perception. If ethics laws were strengthened or passed by this Congress, they would apply to all the justices. If there was more transparency in the court and its process for dealing with ethical problems, then we wouldn't have certain reporters publicizing certain justices' problems. We'd have transparency about each and every justice, whether they were abiding by the rules and what should happen next. So I think it's the absence of laws that is leading to the problem of political attacks on justices. If we had better legislation, we'd see less of that.
And what about concerns you would have when we enter into this space that is not something we regularly do in writing this legislation? What are some of the reasonable concerns that you would have about how that legislation is narrowly tailored to the end that we are looking for?
Well, so first, and I think this is in the proposed legislation, it would be best for the Supreme Court itself to draft a code of conduct for itself. I agree with others on this panel who have said that the code of conduct for the lower courts, which the Supreme Court says it follows or uses as guidance, it maybe needs to be tweaked or changed in various ways to deal with the unique nature of the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court itself should come up with a code that it drafts for itself, but legislation could tell the court, you must do this now, because we've been waiting since Elena Kagan testified that in 2019 they were seriously considering doing it, and they have yet to take action.
It's almost stunning that they haven't, to me. I don't want to ask you to speculate as to why not. Clearly, America's faith in their court on both sides. People identify as independent, Republican or Democrat. They're losing their faith in this institution, and something that is, I'm an X-generation guy, and maybe like many in my generation, we took for granted the rock-solid nature of our democratic ideals and principles until we started seeing them, very unprecedented things happen, including the Capitol being overrun for the second time in American history, not happening before since the War of 1812 and 1814. And so could you maybe at least explain this idea that the Supreme Court, maybe what the founders had in mind in terms of its urgency to self-govern, to do things that would protect itself from that kind of loss of confidence?
Yes, I think the framers of the Constitution realized how important it was to have a judiciary that was insulated, that its decisions were insulated from political pressure. But equally, the framers realized that they would want Congress to play a role in the establishment of the courts, the lower courts, which are the Congress's choice to create them, and the Supreme Court, which must exist but does not control most aspects of its administration, like its size, like the quorum requirements, like when it meets. Even significant aspects of its jurisdiction are controlled by Congress as the framers intended. And what they intended to do was have Congress ensure that the courts run effectively to serve the nation's interests. And that's what this legislation
And so the last point I want to make, which is something that, again, in all my studies of the founding of our country, this worry about concentrations of power.
Motherfucker gotta kick that com fucking
corruptibility of officials should they not
kick that
have
com fucking
checks and
tattoo.
balances. We have
You
seen
better say
that
some money.
writ
You better hope that
large in our
platform, this platform
society
lasts, my
in
guy.
the other branches
Hopefully
of
it does too.
government.
I'm rooting for it,
Corruption
believe it or not.
happens. Because
And I was one of the
elected to
skeptical
Supreme Court,
ones.
You are not beyond the corrupting influences of our society, which are often revolving around enormous influences of wealth. And so could you just give me one more point on if we are going to hand on a democracy stronger than we inherited, or at least as secure, is there some wisdom to glean from the understanding the founders had about the fallibility of the people that hold these sacred offices?
Yes, the framers were very clear that there would be partial control of each branch over the other because no one should be unaccountable, and ambition must counteract ambition, as James Madison put it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Senator Booker. Senator Hawley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to all of the witnesses for being here. I want to talk about this letter that I think 11 Democrat senators signed, dated March 31st, 2023. It's to members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm just looking here at the signatories. It includes quite a number of members of this committee, as well as others. This is a very interesting letter to me. And I just want to look a little bit at some of the language and what these senators are asking for. They say that Congress ought to impose a code on the Supreme Court.
The other bloviating
Congress has
motherfucker from
broad
the
authority
Senate.
to compel the Supreme Court to institute reforms. Compel. And then they go on and say Congress's appropriations power is one tool for achieving these changes. Compel. Now, we're going to compel the court. We're going to use the appropriations power. How to do it? Well, they're very specific. Congress should withhold appropriations. Withhold appropriations. And then they go on to say nothing stops Congress from treating the judiciary any differently than any other entity of government when faced with judicial recalcitrance. So here we have judicial recalcitrance. These darn judges won't do what we tell them to do, so we're going to compel them to do what we want, and we're going to use the appropriations power. All right, what appropriations? Well, they ask for $10 million to be withheld. That's an interesting number to me. $10 million, $10 million. Why $10 million? Well, let's have a look at the Supreme Court's 2024 budget request. What do we see? Well, we see $4 million of requests for security funding from the CHIPS Act, $4 million. Then we see an additional $6 million of more security funding that the court is asking for. This is their 2024 budget request. The Supreme Court is asking for
Jared
$4
Goff
million
gonna
in
get a
security
contract
funding from
extension.
OneSource and another $6 million over and above. 4 plus 6 equals 10. $10 million of security funding that the court is specifically asking for this year in their budget request. And that just happens to be magically the exact same number that my Democrat colleagues want to deny the Supreme Court unless they stop their judicial recalcitrance and submit to the compulsion of this body. So in other words, the threat is we will deny you security unless you do what we want. Let me say that again. We will deny you security unless you do what we want. We had an assassin come to the home of Justice Kavanaugh and try to murder him.
Oh my God, this has been like talked about like ad nauseum. The guy went there and he immediately got caught by Secret Service. He literally got out of the Uber. He took an Uber there and they fucking caught him the minute he got out of the Uber. The man was in no danger whatsoever.
Judge Mukasey, can I just ask you, longtime distinguished jurist,
I hate
former
that
Attorney
shit.
General of this country, do you think it's appropriate to threaten the security of justices of the United States and their families in order to get them to comply with the wishes of this body?
No.
Have you heard of something like this being done before?
I have not.
I haven't either. And I have to say, at a time when we have had 3 different credible assassination attempts or threats against justices, we still have people illegally going to the justices' homes to attempt to influence their decisions in cases. No one has been prosecuted for those violations. We have constant threats and danger to their children. We had radicals post publicly the school location of one of the justices' children. And in that context, to say that we will deny them millions of dollars in security funding unless they do what this body wants, I think is the height of irresponsibility. And frankly, I can't believe that I'm seeing it. I guess it's just of a piece with what we've seen from the majority leader, who said that, what was it? Schumer, he said Kavanaugh and Gorsuch, that you will reap the whirlwind. Well, I guess we're reaping the whirlwind now, that they're just on their own unless this judicial recalcitrance stops. I hope that we don't have to see another assassination attempt. I hope we don't have to have a justice actually killed before this body will take judicial security seriously and stop its attempts to coerce an independent branch of government. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Since the assertion has been stated and repeated here, I want to make it clear that was the Democrats who led the charge to pass the Daniel Anderl Judicial Security and Privacy Act last Congress after the taking of the life of Judge Esther Salah's son at their home. That bill was held up on the Senate floor for nearly 1 year by a Republican senator, unfortunately. The cause of security for our members of the judiciary is bipartisan. Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Continuing this important and timely dialogue, as the Supreme Court itself stated in Buckley v. Valeo, quote, of almost equal concern as the danger of actual quid pro quo arrangements is the impact of the appearance of corruption, end quote. While this case dealt with financial contributions to elected government officials, the same logic applies to appointed judges. There's very serious concern of actual corruption in the absence of strictly enforced, rigorous ethical standards for our judges. But as the Buckley opinion made clear, there's also a serious concern that public trust in our highest court is damaged even by the appearance of impropriety, weakening the faith in our judicial institutions as a whole. Now, what's more, as a former federal judge and advisor to Vice President Mike Pence, speaking of Mike Ludwig here, he said in a statement to this committee, not some far left or whatever tagline some of my Republican colleagues would assign to Mr. Ludwig, he said, quote, this is emphatically not a partisan political issue and must not become one, end quote. And I agree. This is an issue of importance to all Americans. My first question is this, and I'll address it to Professor Frost. Can you explain the effect of when judges take actions that call into question their own ethical standards and how that impacts public faith in the courts?
Yes, it does so in two ways. First, when the law is binding on the justice and the justice does not follow it, I think it both undermines the integrity of the court system and also raises the question of whether the justice is following the law in all the other cases, because of course the justice is responsible for administering the law. And second, you made the point about the appearance of impropriety. So I think it's very important for judges and justices to be aware that even if they are doing nothing personally wrong, they're not trying to be bribed. If they create the appearance of that to others, that is a problem for the legitimacy of the judiciary.
So even the appearance of impropriety can be just as damaging as actual impropriety when it comes to the public trust in our court system.
Yes, and in fact, the code of conduct that applies only to the lower courts, and which the Supreme Court does not have to follow, specifically states that the appearance of impropriety is as much of a problem as actual impropriety.
So speaking of, according to federal statute, all judges are required to recuse themselves when they either have a financial interest in the outcome of a case or where there's otherwise a strong possibility that the decision could be biased. The Chief Justice, along with some of today's witnesses, argue that the Supreme Court cannot be subject to sensible, robust recusal rules because the Constitution demands that all 9 sit, and recusal would invite gamesmanship over which justices might hear a case. That's the argument anyway. I'll address this question to Mr. Payne. Is it accurate that 9 justices always make decisions together?
No, sometimes justices recuse and all 9 are not active on a case, but I also will point out the important point that recusal does not necessarily mean that the judge has to get off of a case if you have a procedure where the recusal disclosure, that is the rationale for not recusing, is made public, or the decision to recuse
don't know
is
who
made
this
public.
is here.
That also can provide what the public is looking for with transparency.
So I want to bring together the earlier topic in question of
Sanders.
actual impropriety versus perceived impropriety, and now the dynamic of
That's Brown right there, I
recusal.
believe.
Back to Professor Frost. Bloomberg recently reported that Harlan Crow, the billionaire Republican donor that gave Justice Thomas hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of gifts and travel over 2 decades, had a financial interest in a case appealed to the Supreme Court in 2005, and that there's no indication that Justice Thomas recused himself from that matter. In your opinion, how does a situation such as this, with the absence of recusal, impact the public's faith and trust in the court system?
Yes, again, it's 2 problems. One, there's the possibility, or certainly the public would be reasonable to think that there might be bias when there's a financial interest by a justice in a case that justice is hearing. And second, there's the broader point of it's just disturbing to see any justice not follow a law that applies to them. They're responsible for administering the laws, and they should follow the laws that apply to them.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Welch?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have 2 competing narratives here. We have 5 witnesses and 2 opinions. 3 witnesses believe that it's within the power of Congress to act. 2 witnesses believe it's a violation of separation of powers. We have a dispute here and disagreement among basically Republicans and Democrats about what the motivation is of an ethical investigation, whether it's just a proxy for the competing views about what the outcome of the decisions were.
Senator Welch from Vermont.
That the court, or pardon me, the
Hell, even I had to look
Congress does
that
have
one up.
Authority, and I won't rehash that. But I would ask this: wouldn't it simply be wise for the Chief Justice, who is the steward of the public reputation of the court, on his own volition, to adopt a strong code of conduct that the court would adhere to? Attorney General Mukasey.
Want a one-word answer? No. Because the strong code of conduct that you hypothesize would then have to be enforced with a mechanism that would involve the questioning of individual justices. He has in his letter, in his letter to this committee, he has outlined the procedures that are used in cases of recusal.
So let
He
me
has
ask
outlined
this.
the fact that they file the same disclosure reports that other
So
judges
if he had a code
file.
of conduct that included a Supreme Court justice cannot take a bribe, something that they can't do, you would say that would be improper because they would be subject to enforcement outside of the court?
No, I would say that would be redundant because they are subject to the same
Oh, we're getting a little spicy
laws
now.
of general application that apply to federal
Okay, thank
employees.
you.
They could be
That
prosecuted.
doesn't make any
and they
sense
could be
then.
impeached.
You have
That's
a
not,
view-
that's not
They're
the same
essentially
question.
just policing themselves.
Do you
So
have
if
a
there
view
isn't
as to
like an
whether
actual
it would
conflict,
be
they decide,
prudent for the Chief
well,
Justice of the
whatever,
Supreme
then they
Court
wouldn't
as the steward of
enforce
its
it. Then
reputation
that's the problem.
to promulgate, or pardon me, I'll ask
You
Mr.
can't have
Dupree,
an
a
enforcement
code of
mechanism
conduct
governed by
that
the
would apply to
people
all?
who the
I think the
enforcement
Chief
mechanism
Justice,
is going to be
Justice Kagan,
used
when she
for.
testified before the House several years ago, she said that the Supreme Court was actually considering doing that. They obviously haven't
No,
done
I'm
it
just
yet.
asking, as a citizen, we have different points of view. But what is the problem with the Supreme Court justice saying, let's have a code of conduct that applies to all of us?
I think the problem, at least the potential problem, would be the one that Judge Mukasey identified, which is to say, what is the enforcement mechanism? Is there going to be some superior tribunal to the Supreme Court that is going to disqualify the
puzzle
justices?
the average Vermonter. But I want to go on to another issue. There's been discussion that there
Bro, this
is
isn't
an
like
agenda
fucking like
here
difficult.
because
He's
many on
the
our side
senator from
disagree
Vermont
with
is
some of
getting
the
this
court
right, dude. The other
decisions.
senator from Vermont,
Let me just
he's
admit,
getting this right.
I'm one
Like
of those who disagree
how is this like
with a lot of the
complicated?
court decisions.
But we're asking them to have like a
talked
definitive
here
code of
about
conduct
separation
and
of
allow like
powers,
another branch of government to like
which I agree with.
essentially be their watchdogs.
But we've also talked about checks and balances.
This is insane.
And my view is that the erosion of support for the court has less to do with the ethical issues and more to do with a public sense that it has completely disregarded the rights of the majority through their elected representatives to pass laws to protect the public interest. Now, I'll ask you again, Attorney General, the Supreme Court has done this before, in my view. The Dred Scott decision, they said African Americans couldn't be citizens. They said Congress could not legislate against slavery in the territories. And historically, do you agree with that decision?
With Dred Scott?
Yes.
Hell no.
Good. But that was the court interfering with the authority of Congress to legislate on what was a majority point of view to start pushing back on slavery.
That was the court making a disastrous
That's correct.
error.
And in the Bruin decision, which was where the New York legislature was attempting to protect its own citizens from the violence of rampant gun violence, the Supreme Court said they didn't have authority to do that. And that is completely divorced from what the majority of American citizens want about gun safety. What say you about that?
What I say about that is that the Bruin decision stands on its own rationale, and it does not have to do with denying anybody's rights or denying anybody's
It
protections.
denied the legislature the right to protect the citizens who elected them.
What it
What
says is-
about
what it
the
says is-
Lochner decision? No, let me ask about the Lochner decision.
Which has been overruled.
At the beginning of the progressive era. Yeah, it was overruled, thank goodness.
By the Supreme Court.
But at the beginning of the at the beginning of the progressive era, the court, according to Holmes, who I happen to think was a pretty good justice, and he was a dissenter,
If anybody's interested,
said
because I had to like go back Google
was the
Lochner.
rationale of the court's decision prohibiting the New York legislature from protecting the workers from working 60 hours a week, that was based on the court's adherence to not a legal principle, but to an economic doctrine of laissez-faire. Do you agree with that decision?
With the dissent or with Lochner?
With the basis of the decision where the court essentially interfered with the legislative capacity to pass laws, in this case, to protect against abusive wage and hour regulations imposed by the employer.
I don't agree with it, and more to the point, the Supreme Court didn't agree with it because they reversed Lochner.
But here's the point here that I want to make, and I appreciate your pushback here. checks and balances component of the Constitution is being disregarded. The Congress is not autonomous. We are all elected and we reflect different points of view. But this Congress, as in the Lochner Congress, as in the Dred Scott Congress, has the authority and the responsibility to act on behalf of the citizens who elected them and not have that impeded by a Supreme Court unless there's something unconstitutional. The decision-making authority of the court, we're not contesting. I yield back and I apologize for going over my time.
Senator Tillis.
Mr. Chair, I think this is the only day where Senator Welch shouldn't have to apologize. It's his birthday. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. I actually came with some prepared comments to talk about what I thought was covered very well by Senator Graham and Senator Kennedy. So I'm not going to talk about the current state of affairs, but I think that our behaviors and the behaviors of some people in this country have created a really toxic and very dangerous environment for the Supreme Court and the judiciary down the line. And that's what we need to be aware of. We have to stop this here because it won't end here. We'll have protests at district judges' houses. We will have circuit court judges stalked. I mean, we've got a serious challenge here, and I think it's in large part on Congress to de-escalate the situation. But Mr. Dupree and Professor Frost, in you all's opening statements, you looked like you were preparing your opening remarks for a debate on the constitutionality of what we're considering here. And so I'm going to create an ad hoc debate between the two of you and maybe allow others if you want to raise your hand and opine. But you laid out in 5 or 6 minutes a very strong case for saying that any actions we would take here could arguably be unconstitutional. I do think, stipulating to what Professor Frost said in her opening comments, there is clearly a role for Congress to play, and we have in the past with creating the structure for the Article III branch that was mandated under the Constitution. But I'm kind of curious about Professor Frost's idea of where the line goes, because I could have read your comments to say that all of the proposals that are before us in the Senate and the House would pass constitutional muster. I think the one that I found most interesting that I'd like your opinion on is the proposal, I don't recall the bill number, that really created the structure where circuit and district courts were really going to be empowered to govern the proceedings of the Supreme Court. Maybe if you're aware of this particular bill, we can go right to your rebuttal, but that seems to be far afield from anything that the founding fathers would have conceived congressional action being appropriate. Would you elaborate that on that for 30 seconds?
Absolutely, Senator, and thank you for the question. The first point is yes. I mean, I think it just is self-evident that you can't constitutionally have a system in which the Congress vests inferior tribunals in our federal judiciary with supervisory authority over the United States Supreme Court. As you know, and as this committee knows, you know, the opening of Article III of our Constitution vests the judicial power in one Supreme Court and such lower courts as the Congress may from time to time ordain and establish. And so I think the framers necessarily understood that we have a pyramid. We have one court at the top, we have inferior tribunals below it, and it stands to reason that you cannot vest those inferior tribunals with supervisory authority, including the power to disqualify from a case the Supreme Court justices.
Okay, Professor Frost.
Yes, so if the legislation you're referring to says that the judges on the lower courts will be reviewing the ethical conduct of the justices, that is maybe their financial reporting and not their recusal decisions, I don't see a constitutional problem. The same way there's not a constitutional problem with a justice being prosecuted if they commit a crime like any other judge. So no, the lower courts couldn't review the Supreme Court's decisions for the reasons Mr. Dupree just gave, but they certainly could review their ethical conduct off the bench as a constitutional.
What do you think about the, we're the political body. We were envisioned to be that, and right now they seem to be all doing very well. But it would just seem to me that you'd be creating a framework to where the outside could game it and divide the courts. I mean, suddenly you'd have a group of district court judges who would
Bro,
have
I wanna make
one
this, like,
agenda
very,
that
very
they would be
clear.
advancing. You would have others, another
The
agenda.
court is like a
and probably
semi-political
some of them
branch of
not unlike
government.
what we have
That's
here on
just
any
that's just the
policy
fact
matter.
at this point.
But
If
it
you
just
disagree
seems
with me,
right for really
I don't really
seeding the
care.
field
It's just
with the
it's a fact.
politicization of the court. Starts with
The
ethics. but where
political,
does it
the
go from there?
process to like nominate a
Well, I think
justice on the
that's a very
Supreme
serious
Court
concern,
is
Senator.
purely
I would say in
political.
two respects. One is that there's a
A
serious
Republican
concern
will
that
never
litigants
nominate
could try to
will
game
never
the
nominate a
system to
liberal
determine the
judge,
justices
and a
who would be
Democrat
hearing their case. In other words, some of the
will
proposals
never
before
nominate
Congress
a
right now
conservative judge.
would
I'm
allow
sorry.
third parties
The
to
process
challenge the
is
ability
intended
of
to
the
be
justice
political.
to participate in a decision. And if that provision were to become law, I promise you, as someone who litigates regularly in the United States Supreme Court, round one of any litigation would be try to knock out the justices who you think might be opposed to you. That's untenable. Number two, the problem is if you create a system where individuals are incentivized and encouraged to file ethical complaints, I worry that long term that ultimately
It'll be a
will
cottage
corrode.
industry. We already have it in other branches of government. It will be a cottage industry. It will be politicized. We will diminish, I think, the integrity of the Article III branch as a result. You know, for my part, I think the exchange of information
wouldn't.
here,
You would ensure
may be helpful.
that judges who have
One of the things
actual
more
conflicts
important,
with like cases that
is
are presented in
that
front
I
of them
think that the Supreme
are
Court and
removed
clerks
from
are watching this right now. We have heard examples
From the bench for at least for that case. When I say removed, I mean they abstain from like hearing that
At
case.
either end of the ideological
I don't understand like
spectrum
how
that was
like
unacceptable
oh my god,
behavior.
fucking
I, for one,
sorry.
hope that this
gonna
does
put my
nothing
feet up.
more than turn
Like,
into
so
an
annoyed
oversight
by this
hearing,
man.
not something that lays the groundwork for congressional action, and that the Supreme Court, who rightfully declined with the concurrence of all justices,
So, like,
not to become
so
before the committee, that
frustrated
would be a
with this
political
dude.
circus and
He's coming off as like very reasonable and rational, but like it's all
To have a
bullshit.
hearing of that nature with the Chief Justice. So yeah, I just hope, what I care about most is not your confidence in the judicial system, not necessarily the confidence of any one member here, but a confidence of the American people. And I do hope that this process has been instructive to an Article III branch who should independently, in the same way that I have an office code of conduct that all my staff have to read and affirm every year. I don't know how many Senate offices have that, probably not many. But I think that they could update, refresh, and address the concerns without requiring any congressional action. And if they act in the near term, maybe this committee could be instructive. Thank you for your time.
Senator Ossoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our panelists for joining the committee today. Judge Fogel, the Judicial Conference has issued a code of conduct which applies to the district and circuit courts, correct? And as I understand it, one of the tenets of that code is that judges should avoid any conduct that can lead even to the appearance of a conflict of interest, correct?
That's correct.
And why is that important?
Because if there's an appearance of a conflict of interest or an appearance of impropriety, then the people who are affected by the decisions that judge or judges make rightly lack confidence in it. They suspect that it's not a fair decision, that there are improper influences.
The appearance of a conflict of interest.
That's correct.
Can undermine public confidence in the integrity of the judiciary, correct?
That's correct.
Judge McCasey, putting aside the question of how such a code of conduct might be applied to the Supreme Court, and I recognize and acknowledge that there are separation of powers and constitutional concerns that need to be carefully weighed in considering the design of such a system. Do you agree with Judge Fogel that the appearance of a conflict of interest can reasonably undermine public confidence in the impartiality of a judiciary, whether it's a district or a circuit or the Supreme Court?
Of course, so long as you articulate what it is that appears. People often say the appearance of conflict and feel that that's just kind of a nice vague term that they can use to cover a concern about something else. I think if you allege in particular as to a particular Supreme Court justice that there is an appearance of a conflict or an appearance of impropriety, you have some obligation to articulate what it is that appears.
But you agree, Judge McCasey, with the principle
yes,
that as for district and circuit court judges where they are advised.
Oh, they're so waiting on everybody, huh?
Governed in part by a judicial code of conduct through the judicial conference, that they should avoid any appearance of conflict of interest or impropriety because it can reasonably undermine public confidence in the impartiality of a judiciary, that the public could also reasonably, depending upon the facts, lose confidence in the integrity of the Supreme Court depending upon the conduct of justices.
Right, and it has to be reasonable. I recall writing on that subject when I was asked to recuse myself because I am a Jew and a Zionist from judging a case involving some terrorists. I refused, and I wrote rather long and elaborately on that topic.
That's right, but you did not, Judge McCasey, and I asked this rhetorically, and I know the answer is no. You did not as a judge or do not as a judge accept foreign travel in the hundreds of thousands of dollars from politically active parties, correct?
From politically active? No, I did not.
Professor, and I think reasonably you might have been concerned that such conduct would have created some public concern about your impartiality and probably would have avoided that conduct even if it weren't strictly illegal for that reason, correct?
I was never offered that conduct because I don't know people who
But that wasn't my question. My question is, as a judge, you quite reasonably and properly would avoid accepting such lavish gifts because of the concern that it could create public doubt in the impartiality of your judgment. Is that right?
The only time that I accepted travel and accommodations was from a seminar in economics that I found enormously valuable that was then obliterated because it was said that that created the appearance of conflict.
And Judge McCasey, I'm not in any way questioning or even seeking to interrogate your personal conduct. What I'm asking you is that as a judge, is it fair to say that you most likely would have declined an offer of foreign travel worth hundreds of thousands of dollars because, quite reasonably, you would have had the concern that public disclosure of such travel could have undermined public confidence in the impartiality of your judgment?
Simply because it amounted to, I mean, if somebody took me, I mean, if I were a district judge and somebody wanted to fly me on his private plane on a vacation with his family and I were friendly with that person, would I have refused and endangered the friendship? I'm not sure that I would have.
Well, I think the American public sees that kind of conduct and quite reasonably asks the question whether it's appropriate. And my impression is that most judges at the district and circuit level, considering the guidance in the Judicial Code of Conduct, Judge Fogel, I don't know if you agree with me, would refrain from such acceptance for that very reason.
Well, I think it's interesting, Senator, the California Code of Conduct, which is very similar to the federal one, there actually is guidance that when you receive social hospitality, you receive a gift like we're talking about here, that you should consider the size of the gift. That's one of the factors you should consider. So that it's one thing if somebody takes you out to dinner, it's another thing if somebody flies you on a private jet to some faraway place. That actually is not in the federal code of conduct. I think it is one of the questions, one of the hard ethical questions here is you know, you can focus on whether one's accepting a gift like that should be disclosed, which is something that's under the Ethics in Government Act. And then there's the question of whether the sheer size of the gift creates an appearance. And I think there are different opinions about that.
I'm like completely like off screen here.
About the appearance of impropriety, you need to look at the entire context. And it goes, I agree with Judge McCasey that it's what is a reasonable question about whether the gift or the hospitality or whatever it is so large that it raises issues of undue influence. I think it's a holistic type of inquiry.
Thank you, Judge Fogel.
That's actually a very reasonable and fair take
Senator Blackburn.
by the judge there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin my questions, I know that a lot of my colleagues have addressed what they see as the hypocrisy of this hearing and the continued effort by our colleagues across the aisle to politicize or smear or delegitimize
Jesus Christ, this woman.
the Supreme Court. And I find that disappointing, especially when you
At least
look
Cruz
at
and
what has
Holly keep it entertaining.
transpired
She just like lowers
in the
your
past
fucking
year with
IQ
our
level.
justices and the threats, the assassination attempts, the protest outside of their home, simply because people disagree with the decisions that they have reached. And I find it just completely inappropriate. General Mukasey, I want to come to you and talk for a moment about the safety of the justices. And Section 1507, which some of my colleagues have raised today, that section makes it illegal to protest outside of a judge's residence if the intent is to influence that judge's decision-making. And we've heard what the protesters outside of the justice homes were saying post the Dobbs decision. Things like, and I'm quoting some of those, "If you take away our choices, we will riot." And another one they would chant was, "No privacy for us, no peace for you." In other words, if the justices were not going to vote their way on Roe v. and Casey, then the protesters were going to keep the harassment up. And as we have heard, they have done that as they have protested Roe v. Wade, as they have protested the Dobbs decision. And despite all of this, the Biden DOJ has refused to enforce Section 1507. And that's why I introduced the Protecting Our Supreme Court Justices Act, which increases the jail time for anyone who tries to influence a judge's decision-making in this manner. And I would just like to ask you, what more can we do to send this message that what they're doing is wrong, to allow these protesters outside of these justices' homes? And you've got justices that I know fear for not only their safety, but the safety of their families. And we've talked about that today. And I do see increasing that jail time from a year to 5 years as one step that we can take, and we should pass that and protect our justices.
Well, increasing the penalty may very well be appropriate, but I think that the key here is there have been no arrests in those cases.
I mean, we're
None,
earlier
zero,
whether it's
nada. To say that that's within the control of the marshals who provide the safety, I think really doesn't pass the laugh test. And to suggest that somehow these people are exercising First Amendment rights when First Amendment rights are subject to place, time, and manner restrictions is really disingenuous. If you had arrests, I'm not entirely sure that increasing the penalty would be necessary, but in any event, let's start with that.
It would be nice to see some people held to account for what they are doing. Does anyone else on the panel have a thought on what ought to be done? Would arrest send the proper message that what they're doing is inappropriate?
What?
I think both branches, frankly, have an important role to play in protecting, the brethren, so to speak, on Article 3, the Supreme Court. I think that
What the fuck is she talking about?
As Casey said, can play a much more aggressive role in law enforcement, both in protecting the justices, particularly when they're in their homes, particularly when threats are directed at the children of the justices. They can make arrests.
I'm like so confused. I'm like, it was just like such a fucking rambling thought. Is she talking about
peaceful protest
like their security? They have Secret Service protection.
You want to protest on the steps of the Supreme Court, that's one thing.
They have like some of the most like secure protection like in the nation.
Well beyond the line of any.
The only person who has more protection is the fucking president.
Senator Schumer's threat, when you heard it? Of course, we've talked about that.
Oh my God!
Today.
It's not a true threat. He's not making a direct attack against the justices, where like there's going to be like some sort of imminent lawless action against the justices. It's a political threat. You do this stuff, there's going to be political ramifications against not only the court but against like conservative members of Congress. I.e., they're going to get kicked out of office.
Inherit the whirlwind or reap
they're going to force us to pack the court.
That's obviously not appropriate. I mean, you can't have a system that functions when you have members of the Senate standing on the steps of the Supreme Court threatening the justices in particular cases.
That's right, three co-equal branches, and that's part of the point I think that is so important to make, Mr. Chairman, that we recognize that. Thank you all.
Thanks, Senator. Mr. Payne, you've asked for a chance to respond, if I understand it, to questions raised earlier.
Yes, just simply clarifying that when Senator Kennedy asked me about tweets that I made, I didn't make the tweets myself. It wasn't my words, but it was pointed out to me that I did retweet a news article that did have additional commentary with that retweet. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
Thank you. I also want to clarify that when I had sent the letter of invitation to Chief Justice Roberts, he responded directly to me. The other justices signed on to his ethics statement that was accompanying that response. So they did not technically decline an invitation. It never was offered to them. I said to Senator in my invitation to the Chief Justice, he could come join us, or any member of the court could as well. So point of clarification. I'm going to close this by saying thank you and allowing Senator Whitehouse, if he has anything to want to add at this point.
Thank you. I think what we have here is a situation in which very clear policies and procedures exist in the judicial branch of government and are generally administered through the circuit courts of appeal. And they include very basic things like having a place where a complaint about a judge's ethics can be lodged. The Supreme Court doesn't have that. They include very basic things like having staff people assigned to review
reporting would also be
come in,
like
sort
opinions.
out what makes sense and what doesn't, do the usual filtering that people have to do of complaints that come in. I think every circuit court does that. The Supreme Court does not. Beyond that, once you've done the filtration, if it looks like a complaint has merit, staff attorneys work with regard to the other federal judges to take a look at the complaint and to do a little bit of a factual investigation so that there's a record to decide what's true and what isn't. And that can include asking a question of the judge about what their recollection is of the situation or what their justification is for their position. A factual record gets made. Again, the Supreme Court doesn't do that. I think there's plenty of room, well within even the more extreme views here, to see this as to, forgive me, Mr. Dupre, but I consider these to be non-core duties of the court to comply with these statutes that are permissible to regulate. The court has already agreed to follow and respect and comply with the Judicial Conference rules and procedures. It doesn't seem much to have them also ask, not just comply, but ask, what does it take to comply? And get an answer in advance so they know whether it's complied or not. In fact, that's what the Judge Fogel's Financial Disclosure Committee was set up to do. And to take it another step further, to make the advice that they get, which could perfectly easily be from other judges, it's just advice, public, so that there's a clear contrast between what every other judge has to live by for rules and what the justices arrogate to themselves as the rules that they have to live by. And I'll close by reminding everyone of Ben Franklin's Poor Richard's Almanac, which advised that the best way to show that a crooked stick is crooked is to put a straight stick down next to it. And I think the circuit courts of appeal and the way they behave right now, overseeing the ethical conduct of federal judges, presents that straight stick. Thank you very much, Chairman, for the hearing.
Thanks, Senator Whitehouse. I'm going to close with a personal note. It was my good fortune as a college student to be an intern in the office of a United States Senator named Paul Douglas from Illinois, and he inspired me to aspire to this life. He was, I think, the penultimate leader when it came to questions of ethics and took it to a level that many in elected office in the 1960s wouldn't consider. He never accepted a gift worth more than $2.50. $2.50. and he
Hey,
made an
before we
annual
go-
disclosure in detail
Ready?
of his
I'm
net
about-
worth and his income tax
Sign it.
returns.
I would also
Very few, if
include-
any others, did it. One person did, his disciple,
Wow.
Paul Simon, whom I also worked with for many years. I picked up that tradition of making a complete, detailed income disclosure, net worth disclosure every single year.
I mean,
I don't know that anybody even notices.
like
My
SCOTUS
wife
blog
did for a few
gives you,
years when
but
we
I
had
mean,
no
it's
money,
from
but
it reports on
nobody
like
else really
one branch of
notices.
government. Like SCOTUS blog would
My
be.
goal is to try to make enough disclosure so the questions of
Also-
my own ethical judgment would at least have to consider that disclosure. I don't know what it takes to restore people's faith in our government, our courts. But this was a good faith hearing on an issue that I raised 11 years ago. It had nothing to do with President Trump. He wasn't the president at the time. Had nothing to do with the agenda of the court today. That was long before that ever happened. I still think this is a valid point. What I hear from the committee today is it's a partisan point. This is now a Democratic cause. I don't think Judge Ludig or Judge Fogel or others, Mr. Tribe.
Sorry, like I'm just
came
like
to this
answering
on a
somebody's like a
political basis.
Discord message. I was
They're
asking about
looking
something
for
in
a matter
Discord
of
in regards to
principle,
something
and I
else.
still think it's valid. I made my first entree on this issue after the Justice Thomas disclosures.
I'm so
With a
quiet.
personal letter, first with a phone call, then with a personal letter to the Chief Justice. I respect him. I really think this is his court, and he can make of it what he wishes. And he had a chance to use us if he wanted to. He didn't choose to, or some other means to restore the confidence of the American people, at least partially, in the court. So I hope that regardless of what comes of this matter and these pending matters of legislation, that the court will, in fact, heal itself by the justice as leaders, the Chief Justice as leader of the effort. We're going to have a number of statements in the record that will be added with unanimous consent, and there may be some questions coming your way. It's rare, but it happens, and if you receive them, I hope you'll respond quickly. Thanks very much for your patience today. Meeting stands adjourned.
There you go, folks. That was good. That was actually like very good. That wasn't as like crazy as I thought it was. Like Welch got a little spicy there too, but I hope like that answered like a lot of like your questions and raised some concerns about like one, Supreme Court should have an actual concrete ethics code, and there should be like direct oversight by another branch of government, i.e. the Senate. And if they could, as like the former judge to the left, I think it was Fogel there, said if they could have an advisory council of judges, maybe not directly selected by the Supreme Court, that could advise them on certain ethical matters, I think that would also be important as well. I don't know why you can't have that. All right, I guess we'll move on from the Senate Judiciary. I think they're still waiting on some senators for finish up their vote. This was 2 hours ago. Apparently New York has, so we have a new chief judge, Rowan Wilson, new chief judge, and Caitlin Halligan's a new associate judge. Progressives had some issue with Caitlin Halligan's credentials. However, there really wasn't a huge coalition to oppose her. You pick your battles and you move on, man. You know? Life keeps churning. You can't let like that one loss like take you down. You know what I mean? That's just, it is what it is. I think we'll probably just move on to something else too. I might just like take another break, but like turn off the stream and like do a couple of things, and then come back and do some more like Bungie stuff too. But let's go here too.
Should you be farming it? We know that this year we're going to be receiving a brand new scout rifle that looks very similar to some scout rifles we already have, but I really do think this scout rifle will hold a special place in the game and is getting overlooked on. Now we also have our returning weapon, the Tidal SMG. This is a void SMG, so you can take advantage of volatile rounds. I have made plenty of builds in the past with this specific SMG, and I know a lot of y'all in the comments were upset that you weren't able to get it. Well, now the time has come back around and you can farm for it, and you definitely do not want to miss out on it. I'm personally very excited to farm the scout rifle this year. Maybe less on the Tidal, we'll get more so into that later in the video. Really quick though, if you are participating, be sure to let me know in the comments below what class you're going to be playing this year to try to bring home that victory. All right, so let's start with the new scout rifle, and I'm going to try it. I think it's pronounced Toraxopus. I really hope I pronounced that correctly. Regardless, let's take a look at the roles you can get on the.
That's actually not bad. I like Zen. Zen definitely for PvP. I don't think you really need keep away for a scout.
Mr. Whitehouse, aye.
All right, he's back from that Senate hearing. Zen, kill clip. No, I wouldn't say explosive payload. Zen and kill clip I think are good. Some people like Encore. I think it's mid, to be honest with you. I definitely 4th time's a charm, and I think Hatchling would be really good. Constant precision shots, and every time you get a precision shot, Hatchling procs. Dude, I think so.
This weapon, starting off in the first column, we have No Distractions, Outlaw, Zen Moment, 4 times the charm, Movement Target, Offhand Strike, and Gut Shot straight. In the second column, we have Keep Away, Kill Clip, Encore, Focus Fury, Cascade Point, Hatchling, and Explosive Payload. So there's some pretty decent perks in this thing, but I want you to take in consideration is that this is going to be a lightweight frame scout rifle. That means it fires at 200 rounds per minute, which in my opinion is the best archetype of scout rifle in PvE. I'm not too sure about PvP, but for PvE, typically faster the fire rate, the better it's going to be. And it also does get that lightweight frame bonus, which will give you that plus 20 mobility. And then of course, the other main thing is that this weapon is actually going to be a strand scout rifle. So with that knowledge, let's take a look at some of these perk combinations. And with these first 2 columns, I typically always just say, take whatever makes the gun feel better for you. If there are some outliers, I will point them out. But for this one, there really isn't too many. So if you want more stability, build into that. If you want reload speed, build into that. Just build it however you want to. And since this isn't craftable, you're probably just gonna take what's best, and you're just gonna be looking out for the last 2 columns. And then for the final note, the reason these Guardian Games weapons are very strong is because it does come with their origin trait, Classy Contender. So final blows with this weapon will grant class ability energy. So as you see, kills will grant 5% class ability energy, and if you're playing into a class ability based build, say Strand Titan, Child of the Old Gods Warlock, any Strand Hunter with their Dive or Void Hunter, you would just get your class ability back a lot faster. It is really, really good, and being the fact that it's an origin trait and you can take other perks, as most of the time cooldown based perks will be in a actual perk column, you can actually take damage perks while also getting cooldown rate, which is very, very nice. Now this is a Omolon scout rifle, so it does also have Omolon fluid dynamics. This weapon has increased reload speed and stability for the top half of the magazine. This is more so a better perk for PvP than it is PvE, but I guess it is a pretty cool option. But for PvE, you're mostly taking Classic Contender. Now talking about PvE, we're gonna have things like Outlaw, which is probably going to be your best option out of this whole entire first column. You do have 4 times the charm, which we will get into in a second, but for the most part, unit precision kill is going to drastically increase your reload speed. This perk has definitely went down in popularity as time went on in Destiny. It used to be one of the main perks everyone went for, but with a scout rifle damage buff, you can actually get kills a lot easier with it now, so you can actually proc Outlaw a little bit more. So this is probably by far going to be your best option. Now in the second column for PvE, you have things like Kill Clip, which could be really, really good. You have things like Focus Fury, which could be okay if you do pair it with some other things. Cascade.
I probably will stream like later tonight.
Yeah, it's probably just because I was loading. A free throw though is kind of baller, right? Uh-oh.
Well, Pawn is up too. Since Pawn's up too, I might just like quit and just move on from here too. All right, folks. Supreme Oversight Committee, ladies and gentlemen, this is the most roguish of heels signing out. I'll see you guys. I will stream like later tonight. I'm going to do a double stream today. But as always, stay frosty, touch grass, and God speed. See you all next time. When I say next time, later tonight. Deuces.